Fox 8 Local First Morning Edition starts now.
Good morning. It is 5 o'clock on this August 29th. I'm John Snell.
And I'm Meg Gatto. If you missed it 1 hour ago, we got the very latest advisory on Hurricane Ida. It is now a very powerful Category 4 storm gaining in intensity. Let's get right to meteorologist Zach Fradella with the very latest.
Yeah, Meg and John, this morning we do have a Category 4, a catastrophic Category 4 storm approaching southeast Louisiana. There's the infrared imagery, and you really don't need me to sit here and tell you that that is a very powerful storm. That is a life-threatening storm coming towards the southeastern portion of southeast Louisiana. Where exactly it makes landfall, that's where that core of that storm is going to go. And we can see the core now. Look at live Viper. You can see that core of the storm. That's the eye wall. That's the most powerful part of the storm right there, okay? All of this is hurricane force conditions, but where you're talking about the 100, and I'm going to show you in a second, we're up to 140 miles per hour winds. It's right there in that eye wall, and we're going to be watching this eye as it comes towards the coast to figure out exactly where it's going to be, where it's going to make landfall as far as that goes. Let me clear this off the screen real quick, but it's just a flood watch. Look, we're going to be going under every watch capable today. We're going to go under a tornado watch at some point. We're going to be under flood watches. That's just going to be a continuous stream of information, but just note, we're under a hurricane warning. So everything that a hurricane can bring this is going to bring as we go throughout the day today. Notice the rain bands that are starting to move into the city. We're going to probably get some tropical storm force wind gust in the city. We're definitely getting them along the coast. And those of you in Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes where you look to be where this center is going to make landfall, you're starting to pick up some rain. You have a little bit, and I mean a very little bit of time left to possibly try to drive out of here. You do not want to go through this storm if you're in Terrebonne or Lafourche Parish where this center is going to make landfall. 145 miles per hour. It's going up. It's now 145 miles per hour. They're actually issuing 1 hour advisory. So as of 5 a.m., it's now 145. The pressure is 946. So it has now reached the intensity that they said it might reach at the coastline. Could this go to 150? Maybe so. And remember, Laura last year was 150. So that's kind of the damage. You saw what happened in Lake Charles with Laura. Now, this is not going to be an updated track. We'll only get position updates and intensity updates every hour, but we're already at that 145. So could this be 150 or possibly even 155? Now, a Category 5 starts at 160. Okay, so we still have 15 more miles per hour to go, but the track kind of set on that Fouchon area, maybe off to the east towards the Grand Isle. Now we're splitting hairs here. It's not a very large, I mean, that's 10 to 15 miles there, or a little bit farther off to the west, but then it's going to move through Terrebonne Bay and then right over Houma, Thibodaux as a Category 4 storm. These are going to be catastrophic winds. Most buildings are going to sustain some form of damage. Some buildings could sustain significant damage, almost to collapsing of the roofs. That's what we're talking about with this wind that's going to come from the storm. Now, you might be wondering, okay, if I'm over here, if I'm in the city, am I going to see those winds? You're not going to see the catastrophic winds as long as this center stays going this direction. You're not going to see those 140 miles per hour winds, but you will certainly see hurricane force conditions all across the South Shore as we go into later on this morning and into this afternoon. And then my river parish friends, if you're out in the river parishes and you're listening to me right now and you're just on the fence right now of, oh, should I stay or should I go? This is going to be the worst storm you've probably ever been through if you stay, okay? This is not something in our lifetime that we've actually seen. Remember, Katrina went way over here, okay? Katrina was over here, went through the eastern New Orleans and up here. You dodged Katrina over here. This is your Katrina if you're in the river parishes and also the bayou country. This is going to be the worst storm, probably more powerful than Betsy. Remember, Betsy was 130 when it actually came inland, okay? So this is already 145. It's going to be stronger. Now, when does this all end? Tomorrow. We're going to have a long duration event. This is going to slowly make this turn, and by tomorrow afternoon, which is over 24 hours away, it's just getting to Jackson. So that's when the conditions will subside substantially. Now, we're not going to be dealing with a significant hurricane that entire time, but we will certainly be dealing with impacts, rain impacts, everything that a major hurricane can bring to the area. The reason why we've seen such a rapid intensification through the overnight hours is because, well, we're seeing this storm come together. We've kind of been saying it for the past few days that, look, all ingredients are there for this thing to strengthen, and, well, it has done so. A lot of times as meteorologists, we sit here and we're like, we see the models do it, but we just hope it doesn't come to be. It's come to be with Hurricane Ida this morning. Now, they've actually increased the storm surge because we have a more powerful storm and the trajectory has changed just a little bit. The biggest increase is right here from Fourchon, Grand Isle over towards the mouth of the river. This is right up into Barataria Bay, 12 to 16 feet of storm surge. Now that is going to be a huge wall of water that's going to come up into Barataria Bay, and it's going to come very fast. Okay, this is not going to be something that gradually rises. So hopefully everybody in these areas that have been asked to leave, Lafitte down through Grand Isle, you've all left. Now where that eye comes in into the west of there, the water levels are going to be considerably less than that. Okay, so it's still a lot of water, 8 to 12 feet, but it's not going to be that peak surge there. You can see the eastern facing shores, you've increased to 8 to 12 feet in all of our eastern facing shores. That includes the Mississippi Gulf Coast, and then in the lake 5 to 8 feet. But I will note that Viper Q-risk storm surge modeling, which kind of takes into effect where exactly that track is, it shows up to 9 feet in some portions of the lake. So this is going to be a big surge for Lake Pontchartrain. Let me get you through today and how this is all going to play out. Right now we're getting those rain bands moving across the area, but where is that center? When is that center going to get close to us? Well, by 10, 11 a.m., the eye of the storm is already getting close to the coastline. It could be trying to touch Fourchon at that point. And do you see that? That's the eye wall. Okay, so that is going to be 145 miles per hour winds coming right into Grand Isle as we get into later this morning. And then those hurricane force conditions will already starting to move into the city when we get close to the lunch hour. Houma, you're going to wait. You're going to basically be going through normal tropical storm force conditions, and then in a moment's notice, that eye wall, the western eye wall, if the storm goes exactly like this, the western eye wall will move over you, where the winds will be strong, but they're not going to be 145 miles per hour strong until you get on the backside. But look how all across Lafourche Parish, along LA1, stretching from Golden Meadow through Cutoff, through LaRose, all the way up to Raceland, there's going to be this eye wall. And when that eye wall comes in, that's going to be that catastrophic wind. And it doesn't just stop at the coast. This storm is going to penetrate inland. And all of my River Parish folks, this is going to be one of the worst storms you've been through if you're going to stay. You remember, you have a few, maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours to get out. If you can get on the interstate, driving in a short time ago, there's nobody on the interstate right now. So if you want to leave, you can get on the interstate and just go. Because remember, this is later this evening. Okay, so this is not in the next 2 or 3 hours. This is later this evening. This is by 6 o'clock. And you see the worst of the impacts are going to be right in that core. Okay, that's where the strongest winds are going to be. But off to the east, this is all hurricane force winds. And this is some very heavy rainfall. So we're going to have flooding over the city. We're going to have hurricane force wind gusts continuously over the city, and some of that's going to eventually make it to the North Shore as we go into later this evening. And there's the slowdown. 6 o'clock to 11 o'clock, the storm just moved from the river parishes to Baton Rouge. Look at the heavy rain all across southeast Louisiana, and that's going to lead to some significant street flooding, significant rainwater flooding, in addition to the surge that's going to be pushed in the coast as we go throughout the day today. How are the winds going to play out? I just kind of explained it to you as the actual center tracks inland, but here's the wind gust forecast. We could have wind gusts at Southwest Pass, 127 miles per hour by later on this morning. And then watch as this comes in, 121 in Port Fourchon. And then once it makes that landfall, look at the bayou parishes, 121 in Fourchon, 127 in Galliano, 125 in Houma, and you could have gusts higher than that. Okay, now I know it's saying gust, but look, it's only a little point on the map. Individual areas within that eye wall, there's these little things that we call mesovortices. It's almost like a small tornado. When they come through, they can easily produce strong wind gusts up to 145, 150 miles per hour. Want to note, later this afternoon, look at the city. Okay, 84 miles per hour, that's hurricane force wind gust over the city. All of the South Shore is gusting to hurricane force this afternoon. And watch reserve. Watch as this plays out. Reserve could get over 100 miles per hour winds as the eye of this thing moves inland. We could have 100 miles per hour winds in portions of the river parishes, and then all of this lifts north, and you still get some strong gusts. You saw Baton Rouge was over 90, and even portions of the western half of the North Shore. See 91. Now, is that going to happen exactly like that? It depends on how fast the storm moves and how quickly it decays. But the western half of the North Shore, once you get from Covington westward through Tangipahoa, you're going to be the closest ones to that center. So you're going to have the strongest wind gusts. It's going to kind of taper off as you go off into the Mississippi Gulf Coast and Slidell. But look, we're all going to be dealing with the hurricane as we go throughout the day today, and that's what you should have been prepared for or preparing for the past few days. Here are the computer models, and we almost don't need to show them to you anymore because you think they're sold on a point. I mean, there is nothing more that you could say other than that thing is coming right into Port Fourchon, then right into Terrebonne Bay, and then it's going to continue to move up right through Gramercy and towards Baton Rouge as we go into later this afternoon. So the models are sold. This is happening. That's the reality. That is my first point. This storm is happening, and it's going to happen as we go throughout the day today. Be ready for major impacts. Ida will start to slow down as it makes its turn, so we're going to have heavy rainfall. I'm very concerned about that heavy rainfall, in addition to it just being a hurricane out there. And the time to evacuate is closing. And when I say closing, it is closing very fast. Okay, so, and now if you're in the North Shore, yeah, you got a little bit more time. But if you're in the city, you're in the river parishes, or you're in bayou country, you need to go now if you're going to go, because the weather conditions are only going to get worse as we go throughout the day today.
Well, and the problem is, if everybody took off right now, then that's what the officials are worried about.
Yeah,
I think.
And I just want to point out, like, as far as the city goes, as long as we miss that core, it's okay. It's more so Houma, Thibodaux, and all in those bayou parishes. You don't want to go through a 145 miles per hour storm. I mean, you just don't. So it's best to just get up and go. I mean, because I think a lot of people did evacuate. So there's a lot less people in the parishes that it shouldn't cause any gridlock. And we still have a little bit of time for you, but that window is closing fast.
Well, we heard from Josh earlier, I think it was Terrebonne Parish, that only half of the parish evacuated. So for those folks, I mean, they're already starting to feel the effects of this storm. The wind is already picking up. It's already raining down there. So really their window is closing. It's closing.
I mean, it's the next hour, and it'll be closed, and I'll have to change this point and say the time to evacuate is over.
Yeah. And
that's where we are going to be in an hour.
You know, in terms of surge with a strengthening storm, because the people in the South Lafourche and Terrebonne are both very proud of the hurricane system that they built largely on their own without any federal help for the most part. But in South Lafourche, for example, the officials were saying, this is going to be a test. We think we're okay with the surge, but, it will be a test. With the strengthening storm, what are you seeing when it comes to surge now?
Well, I mean, they did increase the numbers. I'll go back to that graphic because they did increase those numbers. Now, it's not so much for Terrebonne Parish because the storm's going to cut across Fourchon. It's not, remember, to get that surge, you need that strong 145 miles per hour wind to blow straight south to north. That's going to happen from almost Grand Isle, Fourchon to the mouth of the river, right when that eye wall gets in there.
So, for example, the levees in South Lafourche, Golden Meadow. So if you've been to Grand Isle, that last community before you go through the flood wall, Golden Meadow there, the levees there are 18 feet. Farther up, closer to the Intracoastal, the levees are in the 13-foot range. They were actually working on a project to raise them this year, and there's been so much rain they haven't been able to do it. So, you look at 12 to 16 and you say, well, it may be an overtopping issue, maybe.
But, David made this point yesterday, and it's a great point. Overtopping it's bearable, okay? Failure is a totally different thing. And for Katrina, we saw the failure aspect of levees within the city of New Orleans. For overtopping, it is not, yes, it's not a good thing, but it's not total levee failure. So, hopefully the designs of these things, they're going to be put to the test. They are going to be put to the test with this storm. Yeah,
because, I mean, even if we don't get as much water to go overtop it, just the sheer force of all that water.
Exactly, and it's going to come up very fast. And I'm good friends with Tim Kerner in Lafitte, and he said there are some people that stay down there. I just want to point out if you're watching me right now and you're in Lafitte, that water is going to come up fast, because when that 140 miles per hour wind kicks in, now that wind is probably not going to make it to Lafitte, but it's going to make it down here. And when it starts blowing that way, it's going to push that water in Barataria Bay very quickly.
Well, that's a great point too, because we tend to look at the center line and say, well, there's the surge, but the surge is to the right of the center line.
Yes, it is. It's
the highest surge.
It's just to the right of these storms. It's not so much. Let me go back to radar, and if you split this in half, the left side of it's not going to have as much surge, and all that surge is basically going to be right here. And if you almost extrapolate that towards the coast, it's going to come in right towards Grand Isle. I mean, Grand Isle is going to take the brunt of the surge, and that is going to go into Barataria Bay.
We've also heard earlier, Zach, that about half of the residents on Grand Isle decided to stay. Cynthia Lee Shang, the parish president, saying she was begging people to get out. What do you think when you hear that, I mean, Grand Isle is just going to take a beating?
You have 10 storms, and 9 of them, you just take a beating. You just take a normal storm. This is not the normal storm. This is that 1 out of 10 that you don't want to stay for. You don't want to go through this. If you were along the coast, I went through portions of Hurricane Cindy back in 2005 in Grand Isle. We used to have a camp there. Katrina totally devastated that camp, and we didn't rebuild. But it was it was a tropical storm / hurricane. I was getting the outer bands. It was 60, 70 miles per hour winds. It was the scariest thing in my life. This is going to be 140, and I can tell you that 145 is possibly going to go right into the island of Grand Isle. The Grand Isle is going to be devastated by this storm.
Well, I think that's a great point too, and I'm reminded of, and I don't remember the name of the storm. We had a fellow down in the Venice area who wrote it out for like a Category 1 hurricane, or maybe even a strong tropical storm, where there was about a wind field of about 7 miles that made it a tropical storm. And you could, as we did a live interview with him, you could hear the fear in his voice. And he said, I'll never stay again. Because you go through a hurricane and you don't realize that what makes it a hurricane, what gives it that category, is a relatively small stretch of real estate where there are hurricane sustained force winds.
Exactly.
So, and very few people really experience that.
Yeah, Zeta is a great example. Everybody's like, oh, I went through Zeta. Zeta was a major hurricane. No, Zeta's major hurricane winds were a small little spot, or like right there, just offshore as it moved inland. Zeta wasn't a major hurricane in Grand Isle last year. So if you're thinking that this is going to be like Zeta in Grand Isle, you have a totally different thing coming for you, because that is not the case. And this is going to be worse than Zeta for probably all of the South Shore. I mean, literally all of the South Shore, and especially Houma, Thibodaux, and all the river parishes. You basically got nothing for Zeta. This is going to be a devastating storm to our western areas.
All right, well, we've been talking about people, this is the time to go if you are going to get out. Let's see how the roadways are looking. Here's Christy Coleman.
That's right, guys. Well, I talked to a few people yesterday, said that they were going to head out first thing this morning. Do it now, guys. We are seeing some slick highways out there, so be mindful of that. That window is closing, so please be mindful as you head out this morning. We have no delays right now. Of course, you want to drive safely with the slippery conditions. The weather is only going to get worse, so be mindful. But again, this is in Kenner, I-10 at Williams. If you're heading out westbound, we do look great heading into the city. As you can see, no traffic out there, so you won't have to worry about any delays if you're heading out this morning. 60 on the map. Airline does look great. Bonnie Curry Spillway, no problems to report there. I-310 is in the clear heading up to I-10. If you're heading eastbound this morning, Twin Span is wide open for you. Don't forget Highway 11 is still closed. I-59 looks good heading into the Mississippi area, and I-10 eastbound also looks good heading toward the state line. Live look outside. If you are heading eastbound, again, slippery conditions, just a few cars out there. That window is closing, so if you are heading out this morning, guys, please do so now. This is I-10 at Chef heading eastbound towards Slidell. We do look great in that direction. Causeway, no problems to report here. I-12 moving nicely from Hammond, Covington into Slidell, and I-55 does look great for you heading up northbound. Of course, we'll keep you updated, but again, that window is closing, so please drive safely, and if you're heading out, do so now. That's a look at your local first traffic.
All right, thanks for that, Christy. Again, Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes, those areas in and around and south of Houma and Thibodaux, along with Grand Isle, appear as though they are going to take the brunt of this.
And they're under mandatory evacuation orders right now. Real One, the Logan, is live in Lafourche Parish this morning.
Meg, John, good morning. We're right in front of Central Lafourche High School here, where this is the last resort shelter, and people are still showing up. If you just heard Christy Coleman just there say, if you need to evacuate, this is the time. You need to do it right now. As you can see, people here starting to walk in and get to that shelter here as the rain kind of picks up slowly here in Lafourche Parish. Now, we know that we are told a number of people actually are seeking shelter here at Central Lafourche High School here. They're telling us it's mostly elderly folks. We spoke with a couple here who said they couldn't evacuate because the husband, 73-year-old man, just had surgery a few days ago, and he was still in pain at home. So they were waiting until some of that pain eased up, and it did yesterday. And so yesterday they prepared, and this morning they arrived here at the high school here, where they are hoping to just kind of hunker down and wait through all of this out. Now, there is a curfew in effect, and we've seen a number of deputies driving up and down the highway, or Highway 1 rather, making sure folks who are on the roadway have a destination to head to, and they aren't just taking sights of anything. So there deputies are up and down Highway 1, and yesterday all of the floodgates, the remaining floodgates that were open, closed yesterday. Now they will remain closed until this whole storm passes. That's according to Parish President Archie Chasson. And also now, some of the people that are on the ground here, of course, the emergency Office officials, along with the Coast Guard, State Police, the Sheriff's Office, and Port Commission, are all here. Parish President Archie Chasson said earlier yesterday, this will be the strongest storm ever to hit Lafourche Parish, is what he's telling people to prepare for that. He said, fortunately, about 50% of folks in the parish did heed all of their mandatory evacuation warnings and left. But those who, for whatever reason, could not or chose not to leave, he's asking them to stay where you are, prepare to be there for a number of days, and they will try their best to reach anyone if need be. But after this storm, they say they will make sure to check all of the roadways and limiting any additional risk to these emergency service officials as they go out and potentially prepare for any cleanup from the storm that is highly likely, and any rescues that they may have to do. Reporting live, Roman Belogan, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, thanks, Rilwan. Well, the floodgates are all closed now in Terrebonne Parish as the rain is falling and the wind is picking up.
Josh Robertson is there live this morning.
Good morning, John, Meg, and I really kind of want to second what Rilwan was saying, talking about those emergency officials, law enforcement, parish and town and city officials that will be staying behind. They have a really risky job, and that is why they're staying behind. And we know that speaking with the sheriff yesterday, he was very blunt about they do not want to have to go out and rescue people at the height of the storm. And when the winds get bad enough, they won't be able to come out, and that is why that mandatory evacuation is in place. I made the mistake yesterday of mentioning that some of the people with the levee district, the board of members, were going to be leaving. They are not going to be leaving. They will be taking the necessary precautions and hunkering down. And the idea is to get everybody out who may be in an unsafe space. Obviously, everybody on the outside of the levee protection system, but everybody inside of it as well, because the winds themselves that pass over here are just going to be devastating. We know businesses are boarded up. We know, evacuations have happened. That was all day yesterday from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Outside of Thibodaux. They got those people on the buses that weren't able to transport themselves and get them up to Monroe. But again, speaking with the sheriff yesterday and Parish President Gordon Dove, they really want to get the message across. This will not be like your regular storm and so many of the storms that they've had in the past. This one will be different, and they want people to be ready.
I have about 80 officers out there right now. Currently, we started our planning early this morning with our police officers flooded the parish as we make sure people continue to evacuate and protecting people's property as they're evacuating, and try to help any kind of control of traffic flows as they're getting out the parish. So we pretty much put a lot of officers out there effective this morning, and we're going to continue that throughout the night and of course after the curfew as well.
And of course, the hardest part of their job is really going to come, once the storm makes landfall, and the days after that are really going to be a test for those law enforcement deputies, sheriff's office, the police stations, and all the firemen and the state police, everybody that comes to help during these storms. That they're going to have their work cut out for them even after this storm passes over, and they just want to have as few rescues as possible. I can count this morning on both my hands how many civilian vehicles I've seen driving around, so that's a good thing. We hope that many people have been heeding those warnings, and we'll be here throughout the storm as well, hunkering down when it does get bad and bringing you all of the up-to-date information that we can.
All right, Josh Robertson there live for us in Terrebonne Parish. If you're just waking up this morning, Ida is now again a Category 4, 145-mile-an-hour winds and strengthening as it bears down on the Grand Isle Fouchon area.
We will have much more coverage coming up.
You live a busy life. You say you want a degree, but when do you have the time? With Kaiser University's online classes, you have the freedom to earn your degree anytime you choose, one course at a time. For over 40 years, Kaiser University has put the student first, so you don't just get a degree, you gain an educational partner committed to your success. This is about you. Visit kaiseruniversity.edu to get started now.
Everyone is searching for the right fit, to blend community, a career-centered focus, and the opportunity to make a difference. Where friendships are formed and students always come first. Our reputation was built in Florida, a not-for-profit university with over 40 years of history, thousands of graduates, on campus and online, and now with a 100-acre residential campus. This can be your right fit. We are Kaiser University.
Nothing's more thrilling than seeing your number come up, except when it comes to COVID-19. If you or a loved one recently tested positive for COVID, a clinical trial could improve your odds. Learn more at combatcovid.hhs.gov.
Yeah, sure. What kind of problem do you have?
Oh, I can't keep up with this volume. I wish I had some help.
Whoa! Are you here to help me?
At your service, Mallory. My data says you'll have success if you say something empathetic.
Okay. I can understand why that's frustrating. Yeah, let me help you.
Hey, Mallory.
Uh-oh.
Hey everybody, it's Randy Dye with Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram. Make this the summer event that you won't forget with these fantastic deals. Get 0% financing for 72 months on a new Dodge Challenger, Charger, or Chrysler 300. How about a Grand Cherokee for just $259 a month? The all-new Jeep Grand Cherokee L for $459 a month. Get 0% financing for 48 months and a $1,000 bonus cash on a 21 Ram 1500. So shop online with Easy Purchase or come visit us at Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram, where we won't waste your time or money.
Shelters that are up and running for people. There are some open in St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, and Washington Parish, which are being run by the Red Cross. If you go to these shelters, or hopefully you're already there, you need to bring masks, bedding, clothing, and medication. You cannot bring any alcohol, any illegal drugs, or weapons. Both staff and residents will be required to wear face coverings inside the evacuation centers, regardless of vaccination status. Now, individual parishes, local churches, and other organizations may open their own facilities, and of course, we will keep you updated on those shelters that are opening.
Some Louisiana residents packed up and evacuated to Jackson.
It's just a horror story every year, having to pick up, uproot, pack, make sure you have everything, birth certificates, enough food, enough clothes to last you a few days, because you don't know when you're going to be able to go home. You don't even know if you're going to have a home to go to.
All right, Kelsey now has some more details.
We're keeping an eye on several different cameras around the metro, around the viewing area, to see how we're seeing those impacts. And we're going to check on, this is some cameras from the Louisiana University's Marine Consortium. This is down in Terrebonne Parish, and they have some live cameras that you can check out and see conditions down that way. And this is the North Tower live camera. I'm going to make this full screen here so you can see. They're already starting to see impacts down that way in Terrebonne Parish. So I wanted to make sure people could see that. Just steps outside of the Fox 8 studios a couple seconds ago. We're also seeing rain in this area already. One other camera I wanted to show you really quickly. We saw people on Bourbon Street last night still kind of hanging out and partying, hurricane partying, if you will. This is a live look at Bourbon Street right now. This is an Earthcam Earthcam camera rather, live from one of the bars down on Bourbon Street. Not a soul in sight. So good news, people are inside. If there are any tourists still in town, either they're inside their hotel or they've left town. So good news, not seeing people out and about on Bourbon Street, because we are starting to see impacts across the viewing area already. So we'll keep a close watch on things. I'm going to check some other cameras out to see what folks are dealing with, and bring you those updates as I get them.
All right, thanks, Kelsey. Time now is 5:28. We're going to have much more on the strengthening Category 4 Hurricane Ida after the break.
Everyone is searching for the right fit to blend community, a career-centered focus, and the opportunity to make a difference. Where friendships are formed and students always come first. Our reputation was built in Florida, a not-for-profit university with over 40 years of history, thousands of graduates, on campus and online, and now with a 100-acre residential campus. This can be your right fit. We are Kaiser University.
Nothing's more thrilling than seeing your number come up, except when it comes to COVID-19. If you or a loved one recently tested positive for COVID, a clinical trial could improve your odds. Learn more at combatcovid.hhs.gov.
Is staying at home getting a little old? Try something new. Rent an RV from RV Share and give you and your family a well-deserved break. Choose from a wide variety of RVs and camper vans that are expertly maintained, thoroughly sanitized, and ready to go. There's lots of affordable RVs to choose from in your area, so it's easy to pick the one that's right for you and your family. RV Share, because it's time to hit the road. Book your RV today at rvshare.com.
Hey everybody, it's Randy Dye with Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram. Make this the summer event that you won't forget with these fantastic deals. Get 0% financing for 72 months on a new Dodge Challenger, Charger, or Chrysler 300. How about a Grand Cherokee for just $259 a month? The all-new Jeep Grand Cherokee L for $459 a month. Get 0% financing for 48 months and a $1,000 bonus cash on a 21 Ram 1500. So shop online with Easy Purchase or come visit us at Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram, where we won't waste your time or money.
I'm Meg Gatto. Let's get right to Zach Fradella, tracking Hurricane Ida. Zach, any indication that the track is shifting at all, or is this pretty much still right in line with what we've been seeing, since early this morning?
Yeah, I mean, nothing's really going to change much. Yeah, a wobble left or wobble right at the last minute might influence that track a little bit, but in general, I think we're going from Grand Isle to maybe Cocodrie. That's the width of the track cone at this point, and that's basically where the center of the storm is going to try and track. Now, that does have huge implications for many of you. I mean, the reality is Terrebonne Parish and Lafourche Parish, you're going to get a significant hurricane. You're going to get a catastrophic hurricane in the next really 6 to 12 hours. The big question is farther east, Plaquemines Parish, and then up through Lafitte and possibly into the city. How much of those core winds actually get to the rest of the South Shore? Where exactly does that eye wall go? The eye wall, you see that eye wall right there. You see all that intense thunderstorm activity. Now remember, the radar beam is coming out of Slidell, okay? So it's shooting all the way through all of the heavy bands that are existing in this hurricane, and you can see how it doesn't look strong right now as far as the rain, but it's getting stronger and stronger the closer it gets. It is getting stronger, but the radar beam is getting better to detect how heavy that rainfall is and how intense that band is that surrounds that eye. This is a significant eye wall. This is where you're going to get the catastrophic winds. This is where you're going to see those 145 miles per hour winds right around that eye wall. And one thing that's going to happen later today, when this thing starts to move inland, the National Weather Service is going to issue an eye wall wind warning. Basically, it's a huge tornado warning where all of the residents that go under that eye wall wind warning, which is going to happen probably for all of Terrebonne, all of Lafourche, southern portions of Jefferson Parish, and maybe even a Plaquemines Parish, when you go under that eye wall wind warning, that means you need to shelter in your home like it's a tornado. Okay, so you're going to have to get into the interior portion of your home and put as many walls between you and the outside that are possible, and also bring blankets, bring whatever you can, because it's going to be like a tornado outside. This is going to be one big tornado that's going to be crossing the coastline. Wherever that core crosses the coastline, you can almost imagine it that it's a big tornado coming for southeast Louisiana. Now, the core winds, they only stretch out so many miles. It's not this whole thing. This whole thing is not going to have 145 miles per hour. So I don't want everybody to think, oh my God, look at the storm. It's all coming over. I don't want people to think that. That's not the way hurricanes work. There's going to be significant impacts far from the center. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not deterring that. But the core of this storm, that 145 miles per hour wind speed, is going to be right around that center. And where that crosses the coastline and as it moves inland, that's where you're going to see those intense winds. Now watch these buoys, okay? These buoys were going 34, 40, and look how quick they're just picking up, because they're getting closer to that eye wall. As that eye wall gets closer to them, now these buoys are also getting tossed around in the ocean, so it's probably not depicting exactly how those wind speeds are going to play out, but these numbers are going to really start to ramp up as we go over the next several hours. What happened overnight? Well, this storm rapidly intensified. Like we've been saying the past several days, we've been saying that we're going to get a storm that would rapidly intensify as it got closer and closer to the Louisiana coastline, and that's exactly what happened. You can see the Hurricane Center plotted one plot. They just went back in, and then he plotted another plot, okay? And the pressure is basically holding steady. This is about the pressure of Hurricane Laura. Okay, remember, Hurricane Laura was 150 when it made landfall. Okay, so does this go to 150? I've seen some surface observations coming in from the hurricane hunters just a few seconds ago that did promote a 150. Now, the National Hurricane Center, they have to look at that data. They have to dissect that data. It's not going to make much difference. 145, 150. This is going to be a very powerful, a very strong Category 4 storm, and the word is catastrophic when you talk about this type of wind speed moving into our coastline. It is a catastrophic storm with a life-threatening storm surge if you're in an area where storm surge could be a problem. Now, all of that is basically outside of the levee protection system, especially in the city. It's definitely outside of the levee protection system, but down south, these levees are going to be really tested as Ida starts to move inland later today. These are the wave heights, okay? Look at the wave heights that are getting closer and closer to the mouth of the river. You look at those deep reds, that's 30 to 40-foot waves. Okay, so we have a storm surge that's going to be piled in, but we also have waves on top of that. Storm surge does not factor in the wave heights. And I'm monitoring all of our tidal gauges along the coast, and they are quickly going up. This is going to be a rapid rise of water outside of the levee protection system, and it's going to keep rising, and it's going to keep rising, and it's going to happen very fast as the storm starts to move inland. Just want to show you where the computer model is kind of taking that center, and there you go. I mean, that's Fouchon. I mean, Fouchon might be right in the middle of the eye sometime around 11 a.m., okay? And there's that eye wall coming right into Barataria Bay, and this is when that wind's going to start to pile that water in there very quickly, guys. So it's one of those things that we're going to just have to watch this play out, and we were just mentioning this. The time to leave is now kind of past us, and we need to sit here. Look, don't panic. We're going to be here with you. We're going to guide you through this storm, and we're going to make sure that you get out of this thing safe.
Zach, I want to ask you quickly, what will the impacts be for the people in Washington Parish, in Bogalusa?
Okay, so Bogalusa, far portions of the North Shore, okay, we can include Pearl River County as well. You're going to get some rain bands, and I think your tornado threat might be a little bit higher than everybody else, so you're going to have to constantly be monitoring us right here as these tornado warnings start to happen. Tornadoes are kind of finicky in hurricanes. Some hurricanes produce a lot, some produce not so many. We'll see how that plays out throughout the day, but as the storm starts to get inland, especially late this evening, really into the overnight hours, that's when the worst weather impacts are going to come for the far portion of the North Shore. Flooding is probably your number one concern, followed by tornadoes, and then you're going to have some wind. I would think probably maybe upwards of 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts will be easy in our far northern areas.
All right, thanks for that, Zach. Let's focus in now, if we can, on the river parishes. Kelsey's got more on that.
That's right. John, I'm on the phone right now on FaceTime with Eric DeRoche. He's a St. James emergency manager. And Eric, I caught him kind of in between running a last-minute errand home before he locks it down for the duration of the storm. Eric, good morning. We appreciate you being with us.
Good morning. Thank you for letting us come on.
So, Eric, you know, we've have our reporters down in the river parishes right now, and this storm is being described to them, or what could be for this area, the Betsy or Katrina. That's the magnitude of hurricane we're talking about for this area. I know you've been watching this storm come in, and you're seeing it strengthen. It's now a Category 4. Your thoughts right now?
Well, this is going to be a major storm for us. And as it strengthened, you know, we continue to watch and monitor it and all, and there's going to be a huge impact. You know, as we've been hearing, there's going to be long-term power outages. There's going to be a lot of damage, a lot of issues with passing of areas and structures and all that. So, you know, that's going to be a huge impact that we're going to have to contend with and deal and make sure that we have necessary actions as far as post-storm, because during the height of the storm, there's going to be little to nothing that we can do because of the safety of everybody that's going to be around as first responders.
And Eric, you mentioned people who are there still will be dealing with long-term power outages for an unknown amount of time. Approximately, and I know you don't have an exact number, but approximately how many people in the parish do you all know evacuated compared to who stayed, and how do you feel about the number of people who did decide to stay behind?
There's a lot of people that stayed behind. You can tell by the grocery stores, the gas station lines, and all that. And there's a lot of people that stayed. It could have been where they seen this and made last-minute decisions and evacuated out just before, you know, the point of no return, which is basically where we're at now. So we do have a shelter of last resort that will open up, or opening up as we're speaking. And so we have a shelter of last resort, but you know, I don't know how many people's actually going to take heed of that or stay or actually truly left. But looking at the number of people in the traffic around town, there's a significant number that stayed behind. So to those people who decided to stay behind for whatever reason, they couldn't get out of town, for whatever reasons they decided, what do you want them to know right now? You and I got a chance to talk a little bit before we came on air here, and you said it's just like clockwork. These storms tend to happen or really make landfall, biggest impacts overnight. So, you know, people might be awake right now. They may still have power right now, and the storm hasn't intensified just yet, but it could as the day goes on, especially into the overnight hours. As people go through their day, what do you want them to be doing to prepare for those hours when they might be asleep, but the impacts might be the worst? Yeah, make sure that if you haven't pictured flying things around, get them in before you got about 2-3 hours left. Get them secured. Stop flying debris that may penetrate windows on your neighbor's house or damage anything that may cause bodily harm. As we know, with this storm coming in, there's going to be a large amount of wind, so you just need to protect whatever you can or stop things from flying around to prevent any damage for coming into your house or whatever. We know there's going to be a tremendous amount of roof damage, and there's very little that you can do to protect your roof. But we know that's going to be an issue with a storm like this. So it's just a matter of protecting everything you can as best you can if you haven't done so already. But do it safely. That's the biggest key. Life is always priority number one.
And you said it's kind of starting to drizzle out there right now, so it might be a little uncomfortable for people to bring those items in, but do it in the drizzle as opposed to trying to do it when things get really intense. Eric, is there anything else you want people to know, anything else you want to say to them this morning, again, as we're watching the storm approach the coast of our state?
Yeah, please be as safe as possible. Look out for your neighbors, look out for your friends, check everybody and make sure and see what they're doing. Have a plan. We always been hearing before hurricane season, get a game plan. And so have your plan and activate your plan. Make sure that you're doing is safe and doing everything that you need to do.
Eric, really quickly, you mentioned that shelter of last resort. Tell people where that is if they do want to get out at this exact
moment.
It's
going to be at the shelter of last resort. It's at Lutcher High School Gymnasium.
All right. Thank you so much, Eric DeRoche. We appreciate you. Be careful getting back to your offices. I know you're running your last-minute errand, and you guys be safe, and please keep in touch.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Let's check in with Christy Coleman for people who are going to take that last minute to get out on the road and evacuate. That's right. The time is now, guys. We certainly don't want you guys commuting on the highways. So if you're heading out, do it now. This is a live look on the twin span. As you can see, a little shaky there. So you don't want to be driving in these conditions. This is at mile marker 258. We do see a few cars on the highways, guys. So if you're making a move, do that now. Highway 90 has shut down at Highway 11. So be mindful of that. You'll have to take I-10 to head eastbound out of town. The causeway checks out okay. No problems along I-55 heading up to the Ponchatoula area. I-12 looks good for you for those of you who may be heading out west this morning. And if you are heading west on I-10, we do look great in Kenner. Again, slippery conditions, pretty windy out there as well. So be mindful if you are heading out of town this morning. Airline, a great option for you. Highway 48, we're still looking good in that direction. And this is a live look on the Bonnie Curry Spillway. Again, we see a few cars out there commuting. So if you're making that move, guys, do it now. Drive safely, buckle up as well. So again, the window of opportunity is closing. So if you're going to make that move, definitely want to do it now because we do not want anybody driving in these hurricane conditions at this time. That's a look at your local first traffic.
All right, thanks, Christy. Let's check back in now with Josh Robertson, who is live in Terrebonne Parish.
Hey, Meg. Yeah, I was kind of give you guys an update of what we're getting. We're kind of getting to that point now here in Terrebonne Parish, and we're south of Houma right now, just at a gas station, somewhere we could get under something. And I'll tell you, we're under this awning right now. We're under it right now. We're not going to be under this much longer. And not to say that the winds are picking up so bad that it's about to get knocked over. It's not. The winds are blowing stronger. But the worst of this has yet to come. It's not here yet. It's going to get much worse than this. Right now, the conditions are what I would just call annoying. It's raining, it's lukewarm water, and it's just, you're just wet, and the winds are kind of gusting here and there. But really, where we're under right now is not somewhere where I would want to be under maybe 2, 3, 4 hours from now. And so we're kind of making our way. We were down by the levees, down by the floodgates, all of which are closed. Got to that early, kind of showed you. We know there are some sheriff deputies down there paying attention to anybody who for some reason may be trying to get to the flood stage side of the levee for any reason. They're keeping tabs on all those people. Again, nobody out here right now. Really haven't seen much of anybody. The rain is picking up a little bit, as is the wind, and we're going to continue to kind of make our way up towards Houma, Thibodaux area. Not to say those areas are not going to get hit. They're going to get hit very, very hard, but just kind of making our way further inland. But again, just wanted to bring you guys kind of a look at where these conditions are right now. It's starting to get some puddling, starting to get some the flooding is going to pick up. I can tell you the storm surge, because I did ask on the other side of the levee, they are seeing that storm surge push its way in. I talked to a guy who was right there at the floodgate. They get reports of what's what's going on over there. The flood, say, so all the way down, say, in Cocodrie, that water's coming up as we speak. It's already coming up, and that water is going to go up to that floodgate most likely, and then it's going to be a matter of seeing, if those levees do hold. We've mentioned it, over and over again. They're very proud of their intricate system of levees, their levee system here in Terrebonne Parish. They really feel like it's going to hold, but it will be put to the test during this storm, and these conditions are continuing to deteriorate, and we're going to keep making our way up towards the Houma, Thibodaux area. We're going to get on the phone, get on the horn with, the members of the emergency operation, parish leaders like Gordon Dove, and see kind of where things stand right now as Ida does start to get closer to us.
Josh, to the best you can tell, it appears that for the most part, the people who are, have decided to leave have made that move, and the rest are kind of riding it out for the most part.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I said, and it's still true. I talked to you guys about a half hour ago. It's still true. I can count the number of civilian vehicles that I have seen on both my hands. So it's a very low number, not seeing a lot of people moving around. The sad thing is earlier, John, we were out there right by the waterway near Chauvin. We did talk to a guy from across the river, from across the waterway, I should say, who was on a boat. And I asked him, "Are you leaving?" He said no. So that is going to be the case for a few folks. We just hope it's, a lower number, not a higher number of people that do try to stay.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Josh, thank you. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit. Stay with us now. We'll have much more on the hurricane after the break.
Hey everybody, it's Randy Dye with Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram. Make this the summer event that you won't forget with these fantastic deals. Get 0% financing for 72 months on a new Dodge Challenger, Charger, or Chrysler 300. How about a Grand Cherokee for just $259 a month? The all-new Jeep Grand Cherokee L for $459 a month. Get 0% financing for 48 months and a $1,000 bonus cash on a 21 Ram 1500. So shop online with Easy Purchase or come visit us at Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram, where we won't waste your time or money.
Nothing's more thrilling than seeing your number come up, except when it comes to COVID-19. If you or a loved one recently tested positive for COVID, a clinical trial could improve your odds. Learn more at combatcovid.hhs.gov.
Explore a long line of high-performance Italian design. Experience luxury and speed. And expect nothing less. Legacies don't just happen. It's just part of who we are. Drive a new 2021 Alfa Romeo with available financing of 0.9% with approved credit. Drive yours today, only at Alfa Romeo of Daytona.
This is the Chevy Trax, the Chevy Equinox, the all-new Chevy Blazer, and the roomy Chevy Traverse. No matter what you're looking for in an SUV, Chevy's got you covered.
Have you been injured by no fault of your own? Bogan Munz & Munz has over 40 years of experience representing clients in all types of injury cases. Call or contact us at boganmunz.com.
Well, some Louisiana residents have evacuated to Houston, Texas. Brooke Taylor reports.
Bumper-to-bumper traffic. Drivers fleeing Louisiana and coming right to Texas. As Ida barrels towards the Gulf Coast, expected to make landfall as a major hurricane.
And we just want to get out and keep the kids safe and make sure that everybody's okay.
Well, we got our luggage.
Cars packed to the brim.
Talk to me about what you have over here.
Well, we got our luggage, of course, and we always shopping, so we wind up picking up on a car higher up at one of the stores up here in Texas.
Others traveling light, but not forgetting about their furry friends, of course. This one holding on extra tight.
This is Ezzy Lou.
Drivers coming from all around Louisiana, but there's one thing they all have in common: traffic.
The traffic is really bad. We've been driving for 5 hours, so it's bad. It's bad.
I left my house this morning at 5 o'clock, 5:30 this morning, and I'm just getting to
the Beaumont, Lake Charles area 12 hours later.
As Houstonians open their doors, many are all too familiar with hurricane devastation. Mayor Sylvester Turner says he is in close contact with Louisiana's mayor.
At this point, other than people just driving on their own and coming to the city of Houston, no additional support, has been asked for at this time.
Turner says if they do need our help, he's ready. It's now a waiting game, even for the many who flock to Texas. How long do you plan on being here for?
At least until Monday evening, Tuesday morning, but it all depends.
In the meantime, several neighboring states have waived their health certificate requirements for livestock coming into the state.
According to the Louisiana Department of Agriculture and Forestry Commissioner Mike Strain, Mississippi, South Carolina, Florida, and Texas have authorized the waivers due to Hurricane Ida. However, they will require proof of equine infectious enema test.
Well, anemia test.
Anemia test,
and
excuse me.
That's an issue that even when you get out to some parts of the North Shore, there's a good bit of livestock out there. Louisiana, we don't think about it in New Orleans. Louisiana is largely an agricultural state.
Sure.
And that's a big, big issue in many parts of the state.
Well, we've been talking about what are the effects going to be of this storm. We could see things like down power lines, flooded streets, trees blocking roads, all those kinds of things. If you live in Jefferson Parish and you've got an issue that you need immediate attention from the parish, you can call the Emergency Operations Center. The number there right on your screen, 349-5360. There will be staff there throughout the duration of this storm, there to answer your calls and to help residents.
Well, many drivers packed I-10 yesterday, just packed it, heading east, heading west, passing through Harrison County, Mississippi. The entire county will be under a curfew starting this morning at 8 o'clock, so 2 hours from now, until further notice. Everybody is asked to travel to for emergency reasons only until the conditions are better. We have much more coming up on the strength of this storm, any decisions you may need to make at the last minute, as we continue our coverage of Category 4 and strengthening Hurricane Ida.
Ready for the weekend? Not me. Where others pause, I push. I'm here to stay ahead of whatever happens, whenever it happens.
As a VSP Premier Program doctor, you do so much to keep your patients' eyes healthy. We want to help you keep your practice healthy with a free customizable marketing toolkit. Download yours today at mypracticetoolkit.com.
Hey everybody, it's Randy Dye with Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram. Make this the summer event that you won't forget with these fantastic deals. Get 0% financing for 72 months on a new Dodge Challenger, Charger, or Chrysler 300. How about a Grand Cherokee for just $259 a month? The all-new Jeep Grand Cherokee L for $459 a month. Get 0% financing for 48 months and a $1,000 bonus cash on a 21 Ram 1500. So shop online with Easy Purchase or come visit us at Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram, where we won't waste your time or money.
Nothing's more thrilling than seeing your number come up, except when it comes to COVID-19. If you or a loved one recently tested positive for COVID, a clinical trial could improve your odds. Learn more at combatcovid.hhs.gov.
Explore a long line of high-performance Italian design. Experience luxury and speed. And expect nothing less. Legacies don't just happen. It's just part of who we are. Drive a new 2021 Alfa Romeo with available financing of 0.9% with approved credit. Drive yours today, only at Alfa Romeo of Daytona.
Everyone is searching for the right fit, to blend community, a career-centered focus, and the opportunity to make a difference. Where friendships are formed and students always come first. Our reputation was built in Florida, a not-for-profit university with over 40 years of history, thousands of graduates, on campus and online, and now with a 100-acre residential campus. This can be your right fit. We are Kaiser University.
10 more were expected throughout the night as they got from Terrebonne Parish for the evacuees arriving in Monroe.
A city spokesperson said everybody there had to be tested for COVID-19 because of the pandemic. Of course, people who tested positive, they were actually separated from everyone else, but they were still allowed to be taken on the buses to Monroe. CDC guidelines being enforced really at every shelter that we've heard of that is being opened because of Ida. And again, that shelter in Terrebonne Parish no longer open as they have shipped everybody out. They've bused them up to Monroe for safety.
All right, let's check in with Real Juan Belogan, who is in Lafourche Parish.
Hey, John, good morning. John, Meg, we are in Lafourche Parish. We are at the EOC here in Matthews. I'm talking with our Parish President, Archie Chasson. Archie, we were just talking about the Golden Meadows levy. Kind of talk to us about what do you think this, I guess, talking about the Golden Meadow levees there, what are you worried about, concerns, if any?
Yeah, you know, we have an 18-foot levee on the southern end of the parish. We do have some concerns about overtopping. We spent a good bit of time yesterday talking about that with a sheriff, Wendell Curall, our levee district director in South Lafourche, and the fire chief down the bayou. We have our USAR capabilities in place with wildlife and fisheries with the boats that we have here locally, as well as stuff that is staged around the state that is ready to deploy should we see something catastrophic happen like overtopping or God forbid, a breach.
And you referenced yesterday that this will be the strongest storm to hit the parish. Do you think people who decided not to evacuate for whatever reason understand this?
Yeah, I hope they do. A majority of the calls we got last night as they came in our call center was, is it too late to evacuate? And our response was yes. You know, that's why we put in the 6 p.m. curfew last night to try to get you where you're going. You have a very short window to try to move around this morning, but it's not advisable. Our sheriff's office, state police, harbor police are on the roads, and they will be pulling people over and checking you, trying to figure out why you're on the roads. We're starting to see some raid bands here this morning. We're starting to see some gusty winds down around Port Fourchon, and this is going to rapidly deteriorate through the morning into the afternoon, into this evening as this thing kind of gets toward Thibodaux and out to the north of us. So now's the time to hunker down. Now's the time to hug your kids and say a prayer because it's going to get rough.
As people hear that getting rough is probably worrying them, troublesome here. For those people who are at home with no other option, what are you telling them? What do you want them to understand this morning?
You know, now's the time to figure out in your house where's the safest location to be should you see a sporadic spin-off tornado, should you get some of those 145-mile-an-hour gusty winds. Pick an interior room, a bathroom, a kitchen, something with no windows that you can kind of hunker down in should it get kind of rough. You know, out of a 7, you know, out of 10, I'm about a 7 right now. On the worried factor. We have made all the preparations we have in place. I'm confident in the people we have in our EOC, whether they're from the National Guard, State Police, Harbor Police, Coast Guard, our staff. We have done everything we can to protect our community. Now it's in God's hands.
Your thoughts on the system, all the levee protection system, do you think that will hold up? What are you anticipating there?
Yeah, I have a whole lot of faith in the levee systems around here. These things have been around since Hurricane Juan, you know, but we've never seen a storm like this before. So all bets are kind of off. Like I said, I have the faith in it, but we're going to truly test the system today and see what exactly is going to happen.
Parish President Archie Chasson, thank you so much for your time. If you are at home in Lafourche Parish and you're considering leaving, there is some time, but as he said, limited time to head to the last resort shelters at Central Lafourche High School and Thibodaux High School. Reporting live, Roman Belogan, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, thanks, Rowan. I think the messaging is really clear here because one of the most important things that was said there by the parish president is he thinks it's too late to get out of Lafourche Parish.
Right.
You know, if you live in Folsom,
you have a different
there's plenty
situation.
of time to jump on the road, and the roads are okay. But I think that people really need to be cognizant of what the roads are like before there just isn't time for some mass last-minute evacuation.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think most people have decided to stay who are around now.
Right. At this point, if you're in Lafourche, if you're in Terrebonne, the river parishes, you need to stay put and figure out how you're going to ride out this storm.
And we'll be back with more of our coverage of Ida.
Nothing's more thrilling than seeing your number come up, except when it comes to COVID-19. If you or a loved one recently tested positive for COVID, a clinical trial could improve your odds. Learn more at combatcovid.hhs.gov.
Explore a long line of high-performance Italian design. Experience luxury and speed. And expect nothing less. Legacies don't just happen. It's just part of who we are. Drive a new 2021 Alfa Romeo with available financing of 0.9% with approved credit. Drive yours today, only at Alfa Romeo of Daytona.
Hey everybody, it's Randy Dye with Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram. Make this the summer event that you won't forget with these fantastic deals. Get 0% financing for 72 months on a new Dodge Challenger, Charger, or Chrysler 300. How about a Grand Cherokee for just $259 a month? The all-new Jeep Grand Cherokee L for $459 a month. Get 0% financing for 48 months and a $1,000 bonus cash on a 21 Ram 1500. So shop online with Easy Purchase or come visit us at Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram, where we won't waste your time or money.
They have shifted to post-storm operations, so they are unable to take any surrendered pets. That also means if you call us for an animal-related complaint, if it's not life-threatening, then it will have to wait till post-storm operations. Of course, if there's an immediate threat to life safety, we will manage that accordingly, but I want to level set an expectation. If you call us about an abandoned dog, those types of calls may have to wait unless it's posing a threat to life safety. And finally, when the water does start to rain, we say this every time, turn around, don't drown. We have coordinated.
It is a Category 4. It's gaining strength, gaining intensity. It's going to be a catastrophic storm with catastrophic effects. Let's get right to Zach Fridella to find out. Zach, has the track shifted at all? Are we still expecting it basically to kind of come across Port Fourchon at this point?
Yeah, I mean, we're to the point that the track really doesn't matter anymore. We're going to take a direct hit in southeast Louisiana as a catastrophic storm. And you might be wondering, where do we get these words from? Catastrophic, life-threatening. That's coming directly from the National Hurricane Center. The National Hurricane Center sends out these advisories, and that's what they're saying, because they study these things. As a meteorologist, we study these things, and we know when we see this, when you see this at home, you realize that this is a very scary storm. It's a very devastating storm that is possibly going to make landfall in the next really 6 hours or so across southeast Louisiana. Through the morning hours, you see the eye clearing out even more. This thing is a classic example of what has happened multiple times over the past few years. Hurricane Laura last year, Hurricane Michael back in 2018, that went into the Florida Panhandle as a Category 5. Laura was 150 miles per hour Category 4. This is a 145 miles per hour Category 4. And does it make it to that 150 or maybe even 155? Remember, a Cat 5 would be 160. We hope it doesn't make it there, but honestly, they're both catastrophic. We're going to see significant major impacts, and it will be a life-threatening situation where this core of the storm moves inland. It is a life-threatening situation as that core moves inland, because the winds are going to be so strong that we're going to see devastating impacts. Okay, there's going to be a lot of damage. There's going to be a lot of problems. So what I want you to do, okay, the time is kind of come and gone now. If you're on the South Shore, at least, okay, the time is come and gone. You need to just stay in your place of shelter, and you need to start preparing right now. Okay, where am I going to go if that core comes over my house? Okay, so if this core starts moving towards Grand Island, then that's when folks in Lafourche and Terrebonne, you're going to have to be ready for that core wind to impact you. It's going to be like a tornado, and the National Weather Service, they're going to issue an eye-wall wind warning. Okay, they're going to issue an eye-wall wind warning. You may be like, what is that? That basically means it's a huge tornado warning, and this is a huge tornado that's going to be moving right across all of this landmass as we go into later this morning. You clearly see the eye. You clearly see that is the most intense part of the eye, the most intense part of the storm. You see that eye wall and how defined it is? That's the part you have to avoid with this storm, and unfortunately, southeast Louisiana is not going to avoid that. At least portions of southeast Louisiana will not avoid that. If there's any glimmer of hope right now as far as what I'm seeing on radar, you see how you had a nice formidable circulation. You see how it's fading a little bit. Maybe we're getting a little bit of dry air getting entrained into this thing, and hopefully maybe it gets entrained all the way into the circulation, and it could maybe weaken it just a little bit, but that's doesn't really matter at this point. And yes, we have 150 miles per hour Category 4 now, so it has now gone up again. I told you I saw the National Hurricane Center, saw those hurricane hunters. They have now found 150 miles per hour winds. The pressure is down even more, 935 millibars. Okay, so we have an even stronger storm. This is rivaling Laura last year. This is well over Betsy. So if you went through Betsy, if you're one of those long timers that went through Betsy, this is stronger. This is 20 miles per hour stronger, and it's going to take a track, I think, a little bit farther to the right of Betsy's final destination track. So this is going to be the most intense storm to hit southeast Louisiana in everybody's lifetime in general. And this dates back for a very long time. We might have to go back to the 1800s to find the last storm that we got hit by in this intense. Now, that's southeast Louisiana. We know last year southwest Louisiana was hit by the same type of storm. Northwest at 15, okay? That's kind of good. Let's keep that movement going 15. It's been running 15 or 16 as it crosses the Gulf. That's certainly good news. It is only now 60 miles south-southwest of the mouth of the Mississippi, but again, it's not going to hit the mouth of the Mississippi. It's going to go right here, right over Port Fourchon. Could it go right over Grand Isle, the eye that is a possibility. And again, I said this earlier, we're just now going under a tornado watch. We're going to go under every watch there is possible. We're going to have a major hurricane impacting our state. In our southeastern portion of the state, we're going to have a tornado watch. We're going to have a flash flood watch. Just note, during a major hurricane, you can expect flooding, you can expect rain flooding, you can expect storm surge flooding, you can expect significant wind impacts, and also the fact that we could get those tornadoes spinning up across the area. So I just want to clear this because I don't want it to interrupt my graphics as I play these out here. But that's just that tornado watch coming in. Here's the latest track, and again, it really doesn't matter much. I mean, if it runs right up Lafourche, this is going to bring that devastating wind right over Lafourche, right over St. Charles Parish, and eventually it's going to make its way into the river parishes. So everybody in the river parishes, don't think you've ever been through a storm like this, because you haven't. This is going to be the strongest storm you've ever been through with this type of track. And you might be wondering, okay, what about the city? Okay, we're a little bit to the right of that track. We're still going to, I think, get some of the core winds, okay? It's not going to probably be the 140 to 150, but wind gusts to 100 miles per hour, maybe a little bit higher, will be possible in the city of New Orleans as this plays out. North Shore, folks, as it lifts north, the worst of the weather is going to come later this afternoon into this evening, and you're going to have wind gusts possibly to hurricane force, which we know the pine trees on the North Shore, they can snap pretty easily. So that's something that's going to cause an extensive power outage. This is going to be an extensive storm from a power outage perspective. So unfortunately, those power outages are probably going to last multiple weeks in many areas. They did up the storm surge, and this is big. It's a big deal. Now, hopefully, we don't have anybody outside of levee protection anymore because everything is closed now, but they put up 12 to 16 feet possible from Port Fourchon to the mouth of the river. That's because when that center goes right here, that 140, now 150 miles per hour wind is going to come pushing right into Barataria Bay. It's going to push that water right into Barataria Bay. So those folks in Lafitte, that water is going to rise very fast when this storm starts to move inland. Don't think that it's going to be just a slow rise of water. When that wind starts to kick in from the south, it is going to be a very rapid pace to that wind and that water pushing into Barataria Bay. Here's how the model plays it out, and you can see there's the eye right over Port Fourchon. There's the eye wall, okay? That is that intense eye wall that you try to avoid in all major hurricanes, but it's going to move right over Grand Isle, and then it's going to move right up into Lafourche Parish, and some of it does get into the city of New Orleans. So some of these stronger winds will make it into the city. We could have wind gusts over 100 miles per hour, but look at this latest model. It keeps Houma on the western side of the eye wall. This eye wall is not going to be as intense as this one. Now, it's still going to be plenty intense, but the strongest winds are going to be on this side of the storm. So if this actual center stays like this, it almost goes right over Thibodaux. Look at Gramercy, portions of St. Charles Parish, St. John Parish, going up Laplace. You're getting those strongest winds, and then it starts to lift to the north. And the western half of the North Shore here, you see from Covington through Bogalusa westward, if you get into this, now the storm's going to be much weaker. It's not going to be a Cat 4 at that point, that is for sure, but you're going to easily get some hurricane force gusts along the I-55 corridor going towards Baton Rouge and Livingston Parish, and that could extend all the way off to the east a little bit farther to Covington and places north of there, Franklinton and Bogalusa. If you're on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, look at that band. That's flooding rains coming right into the Mississippi Gulf Coast, probably tropical storm conditions. Slidell, you're right on that edge where you could see tropical storm / maybe some hurricane gusts. Once we get into tomorrow, it is out of here, but it's going to take its sweet old time. It's not going to just hook north and go fast. It's going to probably be tomorrow afternoon before we actually end most of the impacts. Here are some of the winds that the models are picking up on. Mouth of the river, or really Southwest Pass, 127 by 8 a.m., so that's in 2 hours. And then here comes the center, okay, 121 in Port Fourchon. And watch as this plays out. 127 in Galliano, 125 in Houma. Now these are kind of gust / sustained winds too. There could be gusts higher than this, okay? This eye wall is going to be so intense, there's going to be these things called vortices, okay? They're mesovortices that spin about within the eye. If you get one of those, you can get some very strong winds higher than what this model's projecting. But look at the city, okay? 84, 85 miles per hour wind gust, that's going to do damage. That's certainly going to make you lose power, that is for sure. And I'm drawing your attention to the river parishes. Watch reserve here as the center comes north, starts gusting over 115 miles per hour, even in the river parishes. So that's why this core, when it comes inland, there's going to be a devastating impact as it comes inland. And I want all of my folks out here, including those of you in New Orleans, I want you to look at your house right now and figure out where is the safest place to be in my house right now. Act like we're under a tornado warning. And when we tell you later today that, okay, that eye wall wind warning is in effect for these locations, that means you need to get to that safe place, and you're going to ride this storm out with us as we kind of guide you through this. And even once it lifts north, still got some gusts, maybe possibly upwards of 70 or 80 miles per hour, depending on how that center and the intensity plays out as this final track kind of comes to be. Computer models, I really don't even need to show these anymore. They are set. That is Port Fouchon right under every single model, and they don't budge, and they're coming right across Lafourche Parish. So that is the problem with this storm. This track's kind of been set this whole entire time. It was a little bit off to the west. It's come a little bit east. It's not going to come right over New Orleans, but we're going to be in the right front quadrant of a significant and a catastrophic hurricane. The storm is happening. This is not a drill. This storm is happening. This is going to be a significant impact storm, one of the worst impacts that we've ever seen in our lifetime. Be ready for major impacts everywhere. Whether that be you might be seeing significant flooding impacts maybe farther north, or whether you're going to get some of those catastrophic winds farther south. Be ready as we go throughout the day today. Ida will slow down as it turns, which is not good news, but it's going to weaken once it moves inland. And we're saying this, the time to evacuate is basically kind of over with, guys. I mean, now if you're on the North Shore, you have time. You can jump on I-12, you can jump on I-55, 59, and you can go because the weather's not bad there. But along the coast, the hurricane conditions are coming. They're coming quickly, and that time to evacuate is kind of over. But I don't want to scare people. We're going to guide you through this. Keep it tuned right here. We're going to get you through this storm, and we're going to be on the other side of the storm tomorrow.
Well, I think that's a great point, because I think there's a time not to alarm people, but there's a time to, alert people about the threat, and then there's a time, and you're so good at this, to just kind of talk calmly people and let them know that, these are the impacts. We've had times when we've had a significant hurricane that started to unravel a little bit as it approached the coast, and then I guess an unraveling storm, even a mild storm that's losing a little bit of its oomph, if you will, is significantly less impactful than one that's revving up. Is that right?
That is correct. I mean, when you have a storm that's weakening like a Gustav, it doesn't produce the ferocious wind gust. And I saw a lot of people comparing the storm to Gustav, and look how bad that is now. Gustav was a Cat 2, a weakening Cat 2. This is a Cat 4 trying to make a run at Cat 5. Totally different storms, and with the strength of the storm as it moves inland is actually picking up steam and picking up strength. The amount of wind energy with the strengthening storm is so much greater. And so that's going to happen as this comes to the coast. Now, it's also so strong now that this water is very shallow along our continental shelf. The only problem is it's moving at a pretty good clip. If it was moving slower, it might upwell itself a little bit. But again, we're hoping for something. But what's the difference between 150 and 140? I mean, it's really not much. Well,
and I mean, do you see anything there? That any bit of dry air, or just the idea that just something that would zap it a little.
You see, there is a little bit of dry air. You see how it was formidable, and then watch the last you see that little piece of no rain that comes on the western edge. We're getting a little bit of dry air, so maybe it's peaking itself out in intensity, but it's also so close to the coast.
Right.
I mean, it's like we're down to the last 5 or 6 hours before this thing starts to move inland. It's a little too late for it to weaken to where it's anything considerable that's going to change our impacts across the region.
And that's why we keep repeating that message that it's too late. If you're here at this point, and we're going to get you through it, and you need to just be in your safe place and kind of follow along with us as we, follow what conditions are going to happen out there as they deteriorate.
Make sure your phones are charging throughout the day today.
Right.
until this starts to get really serious. Make sure you have a place in your house that you would go to like a tornado, because you're going to have to go there today, especially on the South Shore. And it's not because of tornado warning. It's because these winds are going to be like a tornado when they move inland. And like you said, we're going to get you through this. We're going to come out the other side of this thing. We're going to be fine. But this is a life-threatening situation if you don't take those precautions now and prepare.
You had a great line yesterday when you said you run from the surge and you hide from the winds. And I think that if you're at home and you're just nervous about this, which is understandable, the vast majority of people who die in hurricanes die, and that's the main concern, let's face it, is because of water. They're either out in a flash flood. We don't have a lot of terrain change here, so you don't have walls of water like happened tragically in the Appalachian Mountains 2 weeks ago. And if you are away from the surge or you live within levee walls, you know, the odds get much more favorable for you. I woke up this morning and somebody said, what was your drive in? I woke up several hours ago and I could see the moon. There were broken clouds. There were some stars. And I thought, this is why people died in hurricanes in the 1800s.
Storm, yeah, they don't know it's coming.
And now we have the technology, we know, and you're exactly right. The wind is going to be catastrophic. There's going to be significant damage. But last year, did anybody die from the wind with Laura? No. Everybody got in their safe shelter. It was mainly after the storm that people died, where the generators and whatnot. It's because the fact of the matter is the coastal areas got out, and the people that stayed, they'll never stay through another Category 4 again. I guarantee you that, because they tell me that all the time, because I started my career in Lake Charles. But the biggest thing with them is, look, I saw videos where, you know, the roof flies off and whatnot, but they survived because you can hide from the wind. If you find that safe spot in your house right now, that's what I want you to do. Everybody on the South Shore, find that safe spot in your house that you would go to if you had a tornado warning. And be ready when we tell you later today that you need to go to that safe spot, because it's going to come from many of you.
Well, that's another great point, because the concern partly about Lake Charles last year was it was going to come up, you know, Calcasieu Lake and cause this crazy surge. The bigger surge was over, I guess from the viewer's standpoint, was over to the east.
Yeah.
That's a long way inland, and there's a good bit of land. It's got to go over all of Cameron Parish. So, you know, if it gives you some hope, if you're in the river parishes, or if you're in Tangipahoa Parish or Washington Parish, there's a lot of coastline and land between you and your house.
Yeah, exactly.
Which should zap it a good bit,
yeah,
hopefully.
And also from a water perspective, we have a lot of more protection. They don't really have any protection. The water comes right up Calcasieu Lake. Thankfully, it didn't play out like that. But we have more protection. We have levees in certain areas, and the surge. Look, it's going to test some of our levees on the south side of the metro area. When we're talking, you know, near Barataria Bay, the Lafourche levee and whatnot, it's going to test them. But right now, it looks like we hope that it can hold them. If we get a little bit of overtopping, that's not always the bad thing. We just don't want failure. And that's what happened with Katrina. But we have a totally different system now, and we trust this system.
All right, Zach, well, let's see what it's looking like right now outside. Let's get right over to Christy Coleman.
All right, guys, well, we do have a few cars out and about. Let's take you live outside. This is on I-12 at I-55 in the Hammond area. Slippery conditions to take note of, so please drive safely if you're heading out. Again, just a few cars here, so we're pretty quiet for the most part, which we like to see. No issues here in Covington. Slidell looks good at the interchange. Causeway checks out okay. I-55, no issues heading up northbound. If you are traveling I-10, we do look great there. Heading eastbound out of Slidell. Highway 90 is closed at Highway 11, so I-10 will be your alternate there. This is a live look outside. Look at that. Slippery conditions. Rain is coming down, so please drive safely. If you are heading out this morning, we don't advise that, but if we do see a few cars out there, look at this. This is I-10 at Oak Harbor. Again, the twin span is quiet, and don't forget Highway 11 once again is closed. Heading out from Kenner, 60 miles per hour. Airline looks fine for you. No problems to mention getting on the Crescent City connection for those of you on the West Bank heading inbound toward the city. And the high rise, all lanes are open at this time. Again, buckle up, drive safely. Slippery conditions as well, as you just saw from the live shots. That's a look at your local first traffic.
17, and we're getting a check on some of the different parts of the viewing area to see how emergency workers are preparing, how parishes are preparing. We have right now with us Samantha DeCastro with St. Charles Parish, and you're at the EOC building right now in St. Charles Parish. Good morning to you, Samantha.
Good morning.
So you and I have had a long chance to chat before this on-air conversation. Talk about the evacuation. I know you highly encouraged people to leave out of town yesterday, get out of harm's way. About How many people approximately do you all think got out yesterday?
Yeah, so President Jewell issued a mandatory evacuation for a reason. That decision was not made lightly. It was a very difficult decision for the parish to make. We wanted everyone to leave because the predictions for this storm have been spot on. Right now, it just came out that they're having winds that are as strong as a Category 5, and this is going to be catastrophic winds coming through the river parishes. And so from what we heard, we saw people that were leaving on Friday night. We also saw a bunch of people left yesterday. Obviously, traffic was very bad in many places yesterday. Probably about 50, maybe 40% of the parish stayed. So we're hopeful it's more. There's not really any way to tell, but it's very mixed on social media. We're seeing people said they did leave, but there are some people that did say they stayed.
Samantha, to the people who did stay, what do you want them to know? What do they need to know as we start to feel the impacts of this storm, and especially as things deteriorate throughout the day?
Yeah, like you said, we already are seeing the impacts of the storm. This is not a storm to go out and look and check on things and be a looky-loo and go to the water and see what's going on. Do not do that. Stay home. Stay in your home. Stay off the roads. With the winds that they are expecting, we will see down trees, down power lines, debris. We could see roof shingles coming off. So it is not a time to go out and about. You should really stay in your home. Right now, while you still have power, charge all of the devices. Make sure you have your water, food supply. Make sure you know where your batteries and things like that are, so that when things do get, a little hairier, you're prepared.
Talk about the conversations you all have been having. Obviously, we've all been watching this storm for several days now, but we keep hearing it being described, what it will be for some parts of the viewing area, some parishes, the Betsy or Katrina size hurricane. I guess kind of interpret that, especially for the people who are still at home who may be watching in your parish, what that really could mean.
So here in St. Charles Parish, the discussion has been this will be the strongest storm that St. Charles Parish has seen. Katrina was different. We are on the other side of Katrina. We are on the quote-unquote bad side of this storm. And so we are prepared for that here, but there's only so much you can do when it gets to be a Category 4, Category 5 storm. So our public works team is on standby. They are here. We've had them sheltered and ready to go when we need to as soon as the storm is over. EMS and fire and safety and police are here as well, all ready to stand by and do what we need to once the storm passes.
For those people who decided to stay behind, Samantha, we could really see some of the most intense impacts of this storm as we get into the evening hours overnight. If they might be falling asleep, or they may not plan to, but they may go to sleep because it's nighttime.
Mm-hmm.
What do you need them to know and do before they fall asleep tonight? Again, when we could be seeing the most intense parts of this storm in your area.
Yeah, again, I would just say charge all of the electronic devices you can now. It can be scary overnight. I understand those winds and everything could have people on edge, but do not go outside, especially when it's dark. You're not going to be able to see what's going on. And if we're getting the high winds that they're expecting, there's could be projectiles in the air. And like I said, roof shingles could be falling off, trees could be falling, power lines could be coming down. And then that gets in a really dangerous situation. We have residents out and about with no power and significant storm winds coming through. So please just stay put at this point, or later this evening. Don't be driving around. Just stay inside.
Samantha DeCastro, we appreciate your time. Please stay in touch, and if there's any other information you want to get out to your residents, please feel free to give us a call, and of course we'll get you back on air to get those messages out.
Thank you. Everyone stay safe.
Thanks so much. All right, we're going to check in with Zach really quickly now.
Yeah, we have a new tornado warning. Let me get this to you. This is for Bay St. Louis, okay? So Bay St. Louis and Hancock County, Mississippi, you're under a tornado warning right now for the possibility of a water spout moving off the coast, moving in from the coastal waters and coming inland. So we do have a tornado warning that's in effect. Let me get you to Live Viper and show you where this tornado warning exactly is here. And you can clearly see that we have some rotation with this cell. It's for Pass Christian and Bay St. Louis. Now, throughout the day today, we're going to get these tornado warnings, okay? They're going to be fast. They're going to be very quick. We're talking 15 minutes. We can't really, with these bands move so fast within a hurricane because they're spiraling around the center of this thing that it's hard to kind of show you exactly when they develop. So this is part of that whole thing I talked about a little while ago. you need to be prepared now. You need to figure out in your head, where's the safest place in my house to go if either I go under a tornado warning or you get the core winds later today with an eye wall wind warning as the actual center of this thing comes in. Let me show you velocities, because there it is. There could be a tornado / waterspout moving into Bay St. Louis. You see that strong signature right there where the winds are blowing towards the slide-out radar very quickly. Okay, so we probably have a waterspout crossing Bay St. Louis. So those of you in Diamond Head, I know we have some camps out here on the northwest side of Bay St. Louis here. Okay, this is the bay. That's Bay St. Louis, the sort of downtown area where you have the yacht club. This waterspout is going to cross the bay, and there's some camps right here. I've been in all of these areas. You have that's the Hollywood Casino right there. So we could have a waterspout coming right towards the Hollywood Casino and then moving towards I-10. So if you know anybody who maybe might be evacuating this morning, okay, and they're heading on I-10 east to go towards maybe Alabama or Florida, call them up right now and tell them that we could have a waterspout / tornado pushing towards the interstate. It's going to clip right there near Hollywood Casino, and then it's going to move towards the interstate. It should stay south of you and Kill and also Diamond Head, but this thing is going to be moving very quickly. This was just a few, I mean, it's going to show me the last minute, but I can honestly say this is now here. So that's how fast these things are going to be moving through the morning hours. This is going to be near the Hollywood Casino already, just because this is one of the spiral bands, and they're moving so quickly across our coastal waters. And this is only going to get worse. This is only going to continue throughout the day today. We're going to continue to have these bands of rain that can produce tornadoes. A lot of it's going to be off to the east. So even though Mississippi Gulf Coast, you might not be seeing the worst impacts from this storm, you look out over the Gulf. I mean, you could see, and let me push this out of the way real quick. You can see how we're going to have multiple little spin-up areas that as they penetrate inland, they can all spin up and cause a tornado warning, cause a waterspout, and it turns into a tornado, obviously, as it moves inland. So those of you near the Hollywood Casino and Bay St. Louis, this is going to pass north of the downtown area of Bay St. Louis. Even though everybody in Bay St. Louis, you were alerted, this is actually moving like this. And I can guarantee it's already probably right here, just because we've already been 2 or 3 minutes since this last scan, and this thing is going to be racing off to the east, or really off to the west-northwest very quickly. Let me try and get the latest from the National Weather Service, just to get the latest information here and see what they're saying, because we do have this tornado warning, and they're going to be very quick tornado warnings, okay? So they're not going to last very long, and the good news is we just got a new scan, okay? And it's not as, remember how before, now what I'll do is I'll back this up one scan here and show you what I'm talking about. All right, right there, you see how concentrated it was? Okay, that was most likely a waterspout over Bay St. Louis that moved right through Pass Christian, developed on Bay St. Louis, and now the next scan here, you could see how it almost fell apart. You see how it just scattered out? So there's probably some very strong winds coming into Diamond Head and the Hollywood Casino area and along I-10, but it does look like that might have weakened just a little bit. But like I said, these are going to be very short-fused warnings. These are not going to be the 45-minute warnings that you get during the spring months when we have severe weather outbreaks. These are going to happen, and they're going to happen within 2 or 3 minutes, and 5 minutes later it's going to be over with. But the possibility of a waterspout or a tornado seems to be lessening right now, just because of what I'm looking at on these velocities, where these are winds blowing towards the radar. Now, these little spin-ups could produce 70, 80 miles per hour winds. Some of the rain bands today could produce 70 or 80 miles per hour wind. So it's almost like, I mean, if you're staying here, you need to be prepared for these winds, whether it be a tornado or whether it be, just strong winds associated with the actual center of Hurricane Ida. And I just want to back out. I want to back out and show you how these bands are coming in right along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. These are the heaviest bands right now. This is some very heavy rainfall. This is very squally weather. When you get tropical rains, the raindrops are very small, and there's a lot of them, okay? And that wind's blowing that rain in from the Gulf of Mexico, and that's where you can possibly get that water spout that try to develop over Bay St. Louis. But there's another band behind it that's going to be moving in for you, and then it's just going to continue. You can see all of these spiral bands that are coming across here. Now, North Shore folks, you're getting some bands, but I don't see anything too terribly threatening right now. Picayune, it's going to get heavy. You're going to get some squally weather, and then down through Mandeville and Madisonville, you're just getting some moderate shower activity. It's going to start to get gustier as the day goes on, as the storm starts to get closer and closer to the coast. So you'll go through a band, you'll get a break. It won't be much like a tropical system, and then you'll go through another band, and then you'll get a break. And then eventually the bands are going to come so fast, and once you get to this core of this storm, the bands aren't going to stop. It's not going to come and go. It's just going to basically go where the hurricane force winds are going to move inland. So, John, I know you were talking earlier. We still have that tornado warning up, but looking at velocities, it does seem to be weakening. But today, you need to be acting like at any moment you can get a tornado, and at any moment the wind can blow and cause damage to your house. And that's why today, throughout the entire day, you need to be always alert of what's going on outside.
What is it about, you mentioned earlier that the most serious tornado threat can be not at the center but farther out, because the viewer in Washington Parish said, hey, what about us? And they sometimes happen far away from the center?
Yeah, they do, because near the center of the storm, the closer you get to the center of the storm, there is so much strong wind in there. Number one, there's no way to detect them. Okay, so there's 150 miles per hour winds in there. I mean, that's like an EF4 tornado. There's no way for the radar to detect that. There's always little spin ups in here, but the winds are so strong in the actual eye wall of a hurricane, they're not going to issue tornado warnings. They now issue these eye wall wind warnings. That's basically a broad-based tornado warning. And when it happens later, when this comes inland, there's going to be an eye wall wind warning that's probably going to cover much of the South Shore. And that means, hey, we got to act like a tornado's outside. Let's get to our safe place, and we're going to stay there through the duration of the storm. The outer bands, there's a little bit more instability, so that you can see how it almost looks like the rain's a little bit heavier in these outer bands. That allows the updraft to get higher in the atmosphere, and that allows the spin to develop more. That's why it's usually the outer bands that cause a lot of those spin-up tornadoes.
With a very wide area of nothing happening much in the way of, other than some winds. That happened in Hurricane Andrew in 1992, which went in, really tore up Morgan City, New Iberia. New Orleans sort of looked and said, okay, we for the most part dodged a bullet. It was a big wind in Houma and places like that. But Laplace, far away from the center, had a pretty serious tornado that caused all kinds of damage.
And so with this storm and where it's going to come inland, right around Grand Isle and maybe a little bit farther off to the west of there into Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes, I'm thinking the Mississippi Gulf Coast in the far northern portion of the North Shore, that is the bigger threat area for a tornado as we go throughout the day today and into later tonight. Even later tonight, when the storm's moving inland, the tornadoes aren't going to just stop. We're going to have to watch those very closely.
Now, do you want to stay on this for a while yourself, or what's your thought here?
I mean, I should get a new scan any moment now. This is the tornado warning, so literally I could tell you this is already out of this box that they warned for. Yes, these gusty winds are probably heading towards the kill, but it's already out of you can see the tornado box was only for Bay St. Louis in this area right here with Pass Christian, the Hollywood Casino in Bay St. Louis, and then there's I-10 cutting through there. The bridge for Bay St. Louis is right there. But I can tell you this velocity, this spin in the atmosphere is already out of this box because these things are moving so fast today. When I get a new scan, which is going to be any moment now, it'll jump out of that box, and they haven't said anything about reissuing that warning. Let me go check this chat real quick and just see. Right now, we still technically have that tornado warning up, but let me look in the chat and see.
Sure, and as you do that, for viewers at home, we've had a few more tornado warnings in the last few years. We had a couple years ago when we were almost a new southern tornado alley in Louisiana and Mississippi. In the real tornado alley of Oklahoma and places like that, where you get these just monster cells, the standard that TV stations have is that they will stay on for the duration of a tornado warning because it's such a life-threatening situation, which is why viewers at home sometimes when we have a random thunderstorm might say, why? Okay, we heard that. Why are you still on? And the thought is that it, especially in places like Oklahoma, and it certainly could work here, it can be life-saving. So what does your scan show, if anything?
It still hasn't updated, but I could tell you, I mean, you made a great point that, everybody today, the reality is we have a landfalling almost Category 5 hurricane. It's a life-threatening situation for a lot of people. So you need to be prepared throughout the day today. If you have stayed with us and we're going to get you through this thing, you need to be prepared to take action immediately. Right now, I would still say, I mean, if this is probably on the interstate moving towards Kill, but Kill, you're not under a tornado warning. It's already out of that box. So,
but some of it's technology too. I mean, when I was a kid, you'd be watching Gilligan's Island, and on comes some announcer who you didn't see who would say that there is a tornado watch, and that means that the likelihood is higher that you might get a tornado. Or they would say there was a tornado warning, and when you got a warning, that meant somebody had physically seen the tornado and reported it to the Weather Service, sometimes a first responder. Today, you have all of these computer-generated
radar
and gadgets that tell you all this.
Exactly. Now, when you get a tornado warning, and today we're not going to see it. I mean, these things are going to be rain wrapped. They're going to be swirling with all of this heavy rainfall. That in tropical systems, you should never go outside and try and see these things if you go under a tornado warning today, because you're not going to see it. They're going to be rain wrapped, and they happen like that. They happen 2-3 minutes, and then they're gone. And that's exactly what this looked like. I'll show you again how I'll take it a scan back and show you how it played out.
Well, I think we should say
we just got a new scan. Hold on.
Okay,
we just got a new scan, and let me zoom into this. Now, they still haven't reissued this. But that's concerning. That's concerning right there. Okay, we have a little bit of red and we have a little bit of green next to each other. Red's away, green's towards. So this is blowing towards Slidell. This is blowing away from Slidell. And then there you go. And if we're seeing winds blowing away from the dominant wind in a tropical system, that's very strong. That is very strong winds coming away from the radar right here. So we likely just had a tornado probably cross the interstate here. Now, this is marshy, very marshy right here. Once you go up into Bay St. Louis, there's a lot of camps and marsh right here. But if anybody's in Diamond Head, just south of Diamond Head, and the Kill, I'm watching you very closely. This is coming your way, and it's coming fast. So if you're in the Kill, you need to get to your safe place right now, interior portion of your house. You're not under a tornado warning yet. But looking at these velocities, it does look like there's rotation right there. I mean, you could see it. It's not the best signature, but you're not going to get amazing signatures with so much wind blowing around in a tropical system.
I just wanted to clarify, Zach, because we're saying, for the entire South Shore, obviously your chances of potentially seeing a tornado or even just being under a tornado watch are increased today. But when you say to people, be in your safe space, they don't need to sit there all day. We're not talking about going and sitting in your closet, all day and all night. When things start to deteriorate, and of course we'll let you know here on air when there is a tornado watch or even a warning.
Exactly. The things you need to do today, you need to keep us on. You need to have a way to watch us when the power goes out, because the worst of the weather is probably going to come after the power goes out. We're going to get strong enough winds that knock out the power before that happens. So those are the two main things. You need to be watching the weather continuously, and we're going to alert you when we see these things and when the National Weather Service warns for these things. But I'm surprised that they didn't reissue this warning just yet for the Kill. I'm kind of surprised in that. But technically, it's already out of that rotation's already out of that warning area.
When you talk about interior, what you're looking for is, they say, we don't have basements here generally, so what you're looking for is, check my work, the most interior room of your house, and the one that you may not think of as the sturdiest for some reason. You're looking for the room in the house or the rooms in the house that have no walls, no outside wall.
And no windows.
If possible, and certainly no windows.
Yes, you want that interior portion of your home. My wife, I wasn't really joking with her yesterday. I was being serious, but she thought I was joking with her. I said, okay, where do you go in the house if you go under a tornado warning or if the storm comes over you? I asked her yesterday, and she named the right place. We have a closet that's right down the main hallway, and it's right in the middle of the house. There's absolutely no windows around it, and it's got as many walls between it and the outside of the house that there are. And that's what you need to do, because you got to think of when a tornado's coming or when the strong winds come in later today with the eye wall of this thing. If your house starts to deteriorate, it's going to be the outer walls first. So as long as you're in the interior portion, there's more that the wind has to beat down to get to you between the outside and you. That should be.
And it may not be standing. You may be looking at the sky when it's done, but you might have a wall around you.
Grab a pillow and huddle down in there. And they say, grab a helmet. If you got a bicycle helmet or whatnot, put that in, because that's one of the biggest. I think there's been studies that say that when tornadoes impact homes and they kill people, usually it's head injuries that happen. So that's why they've kind of put in that new little thing, grab a helmet. And usually I wouldn't tell people that here because you don't have the time. But with what's going to happen later today with the eye wall,
go out and get your football helmet or your bicycle helmet and store it in that interior room today.
Yep. Well, grab all your pillows and put them in there.
It might sound silly, but we've actually done interviews with people in just the last few years who've said to us, we watched you guys, we saw that there was a warning, we put our helmets on, and it saved our lives. So it really, truly works.
It is a great practice, and I think you made a great point. Put it in that room right now. That's something you could do right now ahead of the day that we're about to have across the region. Again, not everybody's going to see tornadoes, not everybody's going to see those core winds, and we're going to get through this. But you need to know the threats that are going to be out there.
Well, and I think that's another way to look at this too, from as we continue to watch to make sure that this doesn't develop any further. This tornado warning over in the Kill and Diamond Head area that's been issued, and Zach goes off to look. if you think of all of the structures in South Louisiana, and there may be, some serious damage, there may be some tornado damage, but it will be, at the end of the day, a minority of this. It'll be a fraction of the structures. So all you can do is get to a place that is safest. Hopefully people, if you have relatives that lived a little farther north, that's a good place to go. A lot of people have obviously done that because we've seen the traffic over the course of the last few days. And then realize that the odds are with you.
Yeah, but we want to stress again that the time is now over to leave. I mean, if you're here, you're here. We're going to get you through it, but there's no more evacuating at this point.
And I think that goes to some of the hurricane protection, which we'll talk a little bit more about. And Josh mentioned, or Josh Robertson was talking earlier about the Terrebonne levees, and they're going to have a little bit of a test. Zach, I know you made some reference to the levees, on the West Bank. May have a little bit more of a test. They haven't been tested, but at the same time, an engineer. If you're wondering about the New Orleans levees, an engineer, a civil engineer, put it to me this way: if you believe that the levees won't work and won't hold in New Orleans, then you believe that the best engineering minds in the world don't have a clue about what they're doing. And the fact is that a Katrina happening today would not have the effects. You could have overtopping in some future storm, but you won't have the effects that you had 16 years ago, ironically enough, to this day.
Well, and that was something that was echoed yesterday when Mayor Cantrell had her press conference. She had officials there from FEMA, the Department of Homeland Security, all these places. All of these officials said the same thing. What you saw 16 years ago today, you will not see today in 2021 because of the increase in this system, because of the added protections that we have. All right, let's check in.
Now, what does that mean?
With Zach here.
Tornado.
That means it expired, so that's over. But I also want to point out something. Let's take Max 1 here, because I'm getting reports now that we're seeing 100 miles per hour winds along the coast, okay? A report just came out of Grand Isle that there's gusts to 100 miles per hour now along the coast, and also Pilot Town. And look at these numbers. These are some buoys. Watch this 116. Watch, it's going to pop in there. 116. That is on the northwestern eye wall, okay? That is the weakest part of the hurricane. The northwestern eye wall and the southwestern eye wall, that's weaker than this side. So this buoy is about to go right. I can guarantee you this is going to go calm in just a few, literally probably in the next 30 minutes. It's going to go calm because it's going to go right through the center of this thing as it moves north. But 116, and that's the weakest kind of corner of the storm. It's going to be much greater over here. And again, these buoys are probably hitting the eye wall, not hitting the eye wall. They're not exactly the specific locations, but that buoy is definitely in that northwestern eye wall right now, and that's coming. That's coming right for Grand Isle. So, I mean, it's 6:40 right now. 8 o'clock, those 100 plus, I mean, we're already getting some gust there, but you're going to start to get sustained 100 miles per hour winds in Grand Isle probably by 8 o'clock this morning.
And this is going to be a long one. I mean, we keep saying over and over again, this is not Zeta. This is not going to just blow through here in a couple of hours. We're going to be in this all day.
That's right. This is not going to be a 3-hour storm like Zeta was. We're going to deal with this for the next several hours throughout the entire day, and it's going to progressively get worse across the South Shore as we go. And we pointed this out this morning, and I'll point it out again. The time is over if you're on the South Shore now. I mean, except if you're in the city and you can just roll out real fast. The North Shore, you still have time. But everybody on the South Shore, when you're talking about 100 miles per hour winds coming into Grand Isle right now, that's going to come inland fast. And so we can't have people trying to get on the road right now.
No, and you get 100 mile an hour straight line wind of a gust of that, and that'll feel worse than anything perhaps you've ever experienced.
Yes. Most people have never experienced 100 miles per hour winds probably in their life.
That is a pet peeve of mine. I haven't seen it in a while, but the reporter from some national reporter will be standing on the beach saying, I'm standing in Category 2 winds. No, you're not, because you can't. It will blow you over.
Yep. Yeah, everybody always overestimates their winds. You cannot stand in really hurricane force winds. You probably can't stand up in them. 100 miles per hour winds, you definitely can't stand up in them. So most people have never experienced 100 plus winds. Now there are some people out there that have, and I'm one of them. I've never been in 100 miles per hour winds, and I'll admit that.
Now, some people watching, in Southern there are people in Southern Plaquemines Parish who went through both Camille and Katrina, and Katrina was a very serious storm at that point. There's some people in, very eastern extremes of St. Bernard Parish who experienced winds. I was on the West Bank when Katrina came in at the sheriff's office, and the conditions were very similar to a weakening Category 2 Hurricane Elena in which I was in the eye. So that was, that kind of tells you kind of what was experienced. Let me ask you this question, because I think this is misunderstood sometimes. And I know it's a little more complicated than you can do for just a sheer layman like me, but in a general sense, what do maximum sustained winds mean?
It's an average of 30 seconds to a minute average. Now, the hurricane hunters, they take a 30-second average when they're picking up on their things. Technically, on land, it's a minute. And that doesn't mean it's a minute, 100 miles per hour blowing. What happens is we take an average of a minute of wind. So you go 145. 155, 145, 135, 125, 135. That's what happens when these gusts come through with these hurricanes, and then you average them all out. So 100 miles per hour sustained winds doesn't mean it's blowing 100 miles per hour for a full minute, but it does mean that over the course of that minute, the numbers were going up and down, above 100, below 100, and then your average was 100.
So if your wind gauge breaks at 91, it doesn't mean you had sustained hurricane winds at 91. It means your wind gauge broke at a 91 mile an hour gust, maybe.
Yeah, when you're talking about this, the power that's out here, that's 150 miles per hour, that's coming towards our shore, most of our gauges are going to get blown out. We're not going to see that detailed information as this happens. It's pretty surprising that these buoys aren't just getting flipped over out here because there's 50-foot waves. And so that's interesting to note. Now, I think these are buoys, but there's some out here that are oil platforms, but they probably lost communications at this point. I hope they don't have anybody out there. But all along the coast, we're going to lose all of our wind anemometers very quickly.
It's interesting to look at that graphic and to see, 81, 76, far, far out from the center, where there happens to be a buoy. The issue, because I think we should probably point out, is you sort of made the point, we don't have the buoys right now at the strongest point.
Exactly. I mean, finding a buoy that's right where the center is going in, it is totally luck. I mean, I do believe this one's about to go into, we're probably going to see this one go calm in a second. But this one I think is too far east. It's actually missing the eye wall, but it's still gusting to 104. So it goes to show you the intensity within that eye wall. And I spoke about this earlier. The entire eye wall, can y'all take Viper full? Okay, take Viper full for me. Okay, here we go. And can you pop me up in this, or you want me to step out first? And pop me. Can you
Do you
pop
want to
me
tell
up?
everybody,
There we go.
remind everybody you're actually standing in front of a green
I'm standing in front of a green screen, so I have to step out for a minute so they can key me in. But you see the eye wall. Now, it's not big. It's very skinny. But within that eye wall, there's going to be mesovortices. I spoke about this. It's almost like a tornado. But they can have a lot of them in eye wall. Those mesovortices, sometimes they can kind of jump into the center a little bit where it goes into the eye. And during Laura last year, and I keep comparing back to Laura because this is the same exact thing. It's bombing at the coast. When I say bombing, that means it is strengthening very quickly at the coast, and it's going to make landfall as a significant Category 4 hurricane, 150 miles per hour. It is the same thing that happened to Lake Charles last year, but many people noted that even when they got into the eye, little pieces of the eye wall would hit them, and you would just get this. It would be kind of calm. There would still be a little wind, and then all of a sudden you'd get a 130 miles per hour wind gust. And so that's another thing we're going to talk about as this gets closer to the coast and comes inland. For those folks that stayed over here and cut off Golden Meadow and places farther north, once this moves inland, we always say never go out in the eye. I mean, never go out in the eye. Everybody did it last year with Zeta, but the backside of Zeta wasn't as intense. But with this one, the way it's moving, the most intense part of the eye is the eye wall on the eastern side. So the worst of the weather is going to be right when that eye crosses you. You're going to go calm, and then you're going to get the worst winds that you've seen throughout the entire storm.
So, Zach, we've talked about 150 mile per hour winds. I mean, could they get even higher?
You could have gusts higher than that. Yeah, that is certainly possible. But as soon as this runs into the coast, it's going to weaken. And those 150 miles per hour winds are probably only going to be felt on Grand Isle, Fouchon, maybe Golden Meadow, up through LA1. But it'll drop to 140, 130. That's still a significant storm. And it's still, like I said, most people have never experienced the 100 miles per hour winds to begin with. So anything over 100, which I think there'll be over 100 miles per hour wind spreading into the river parishes as we go throughout the morning hours, or as we go after landfall later this afternoon, you've never experienced that. And that's why it's going to be a very scary situation for you. But that's what we say. Get prepared now. Be ready to jump into that safe place. If you stayed behind, jump into that safe place. because we're going to tell you when you need to be in there, and we're going to get you through this.
When you have 100-mile-per-hour winds, we're talking blown out windows, roofs being ripped off. I mean, power lines obviously coming down, trees everywhere. That's the kind of destruction we're talking about.
Yeah, this is not going to be the kind of storm that knocks over a few trees where that core moves inland. This is going to be the kind of storm that you're going to have some house failures, you're going to have wall failures, you're going to have roofs being blown off of structures. But hopefully we don't have any total failures, but that's one of the definitions. When we say catastrophic, that's kind of one of those definitions of a catastrophic storm, is the fact that some homes might not be able to withstand that whole event.
Sure.
But last year, I mean, looking at the damage in Laura, there was some significant damage, but a lot of times it was just the roof off and people were literally looking up outside during the middle of the storm, but they survived.
All right, Zach Cordella, we took a long time with you there because we started with that tornado warning, which has now expired in the Diamond Head area.
All right, well, we're going to have much more on Hurricane Ida coming up right after the break.
Hey everybody, it's Randy Dye with Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram. Make this the summer event that you won't forget with these fantastic deals. Get 0% financing for 72 months on a new Dodge Challenger, Charger, or Chrysler 300. How about a Grand Cherokee for just $259 a month? The all-new Jeep Grand Cherokee L for $459 a month. Get 0% financing for 48 months and a $1,000 bonus cash on a 21 Ram 1500. So shop online with Easy Purchase or come visit us at Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram, where we won't waste your time or money.
Everything moves insanely fast in the advertising agency world until you need to launch your client's programmatic ad campaign. Don't let your programmatic advertising platform slow down your business. Media teams run best with StackAdapt. Quick setup, no waiting, just load and go. StackAdapt, speed that makes the difference.
Nothing's more thrilling than seeing your number come up, except when it comes to COVID-19. If you or a loved one recently tested positive for COVID, a clinical trial could improve your odds. Learn more at combatcovid.hhs.gov.
Everyone is searching for the right fit to blend community, a career-centered focus, and the opportunity to make a difference. Where friendships are formed and students always come first. Our reputation was built in Florida, a not-for-profit university with over 40 years of history, thousands of graduates, on campus and online, and now with a 100-acre residential campus. This can be your right fit. We are Kaiser University.
As a VSP Premier Program doctor, you do so much to keep your patients' eyes healthy. We want to help you keep your practice healthy with a free customizable marketing toolkit. Download yours today at mypracticetoolkit.com.
Hey everybody, it's Randy Dye with Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram. Make this the summer event that you won't forget with these fantastic deals. Get 0% financing for 72 months on a new Dodge Challenger, Charger, or Chrysler 300. How about a Grand Cherokee for just $259 a month? The all-new Jeep Grand Cherokee L for $459 a month. Get 0% financing for 48 months and a $1,000 bonus cash on a 21 Ram 1500. So shop online with Easy Purchase or come visit us at Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram, where we won't waste your time or money.
Now, if you're just waking up this morning, we are starting to see the first effects of the Hurricane Ida. 100-mile-an-hour gusts recorded along Grand Isle, a tornado warning that has now expired along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Obviously, next in line after Grand Isle would be the areas around Terrebonne and Lafourche Parish. Josh Robertson is in Terrebonne.
Hey, John. Yeah, right now we are here. We're actually in Bayou Blue, kind of north of Houma. We're kind of making our way, as we said, to this area, which is when the storm gets at its worst. This is where we're probably going to have to hunker down. And right now we're seeing kind of consistent build up. We're also starting to get a little bit of daylight, of course, a very big overcast. The wind is starting to pick up here, and the rain has been pretty consistent, but it hasn't been devastating, although it's only going to get worse. Something I wanted to bring up is the reality of the situation when we tell people over and over again that they need to evacuate. Mandatory evacuations are in place. I know right now we're basically saying if you haven't left now, it's probably too late. But I did want to point out a woman while we were here at the gas station did come up, and the problem is that she said she was watching Fox 8 this morning. She's sitting right over a few pumps away, and she's been sitting here with us for about an hour now. She said she watched Fox 8 this morning. She realized I need to leave, and that is when she made that decision, was this morning. She said it finally looked to her bad enough. She made that decision. It's time for us to leave. The problem is her gas tank is almost on empty. All of the gas stations in this area are boarded up and the pumps are shut off. She said she doesn't have a whole lot of money to try to fill up her tank, and so she was looking for the cheaper option. There aren't really any in this area, and so that is really the problem whenever you do wait. That's the reality of the situation when you do wait too long and don't have all the preparations in place. But again, we know yesterday, all day long, that was the case. People going to gas stations trying to get their preparations in order. The gridlock was real, and we talked to quite a few people as they were kind of making their way out of the area and out of the path of Ida.
We got to take advantage of this shelter because it's open. I went to a few gas stations and they closed. So I came and fill up the tank just in case. I know we're going to be out of power for probably a few days, so we got to get ready, you know, and hopefully we're staying positive. We hope, you know, we don't get that major problems around.
And again, this morning we were talking about how we haven't really seen a lot of traffic, a lot of people out on the roadways, which is a good thing. Hopefully that means they're either sitting in place or they've already evacuated. But as we've gotten into some of these bigger areas like Houma, Thibodaux area, we have started to see more people, and it is getting later in the day. And so we are starting to see a little bit more traffic. But anyway, the woman that I mentioned, we're going to see what we may be able to do. We believe there might be a pump working across the street, so we're going to kind of see what we may be able to do to help her out. But again, this is going to be the problem for the people who maybe waited just a little bit too long to try to get out.
Okay. And we've been keeping in contact with parish officials all over the viewing area. With us right now, we have St. John Parish President Jacqueline Hotard. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you as well.
So what is the latest in St. John? I know you said that you guys did highly encourage people to evacuate. What was the outcome of that strong encouragement for people to leave?
We have seen a good number of our residents actually evacuate. I've gone through many of the neighborhoods, and you can tell that a lot of our residents have evacuated. We did issue that voluntary recommended evacuation, and we had also done that for especially our low-lying areas. But there are a number of residents who have actually taken those warnings and have evacuated. We also opened a shelter yesterday evening at 6 p.m. at Emily C. Watkins Elementary School for people who, you know, didn't want to evacuate but would prefer to weather the storm in a more secure building. And so we have that shelter open, and we will keep that shelter open for the duration of the storm.
Seeing as many people leave as you have seen, and seeing what we're expecting with this storm, does that make you feel a little more comfortable knowing not as many people stayed behind in the parish?
It does, knowing that many residents, won't be here in case we have, just the impacts that we think we may have. And also, a lot of residents, they know we're going to lose power, those types of things, and they just didn't want to be stuck home without any electricity and any other infrastructure that may be damaged in the storm.
And what is it that you all are expecting? I mean, obviously, I'm sure you guys are watching the weather reports and talking to likely directly to the National Weather Service as well. But what is it that you all expect as far as impacts in the parish? And this is for the people who are staying behind, kind of letting them know what they can expect.
Yes, and we are in constant communication with the National Weather Service. What we're going to experience is, hurricane force winds for a sustained amount of time, several hours. We will begin to see some of those tropical storm force winds and maybe even hurricane force winds into this afternoon. In addition to that, we will have an extensive amount of rainfall. That's always a big concern because we do have low-lying areas, many of the areas that flooded for Hurricane Isaac. So we will see flooding in the streets. There's always a possibility of flooding in homes. So our biggest concerns are the wind and the rain, and then also on top of that, possibility of some tornadoes. Usually that's a little bit more east, but you just never know when a tornado can pop up very quickly. Those are our concerns.
And to the people who either didn't want to leave or couldn't leave and evacuate to maybe safer parts of the country, what do you need them to know right now, and especially as this storm moves further inland? What do you need them to know as this day moves forward?
Right now, what we need them to do is know what their plan is going to be if there is a tornado. Where will they go to in the home with the family? Make sure that all of the family members are aware what they're going to do. Charge up your cell phones. That was a good recommendation. Make sure that all of your iPads, any electronic device that you have is charged up. Make sure you know where your batteries are if you need to use a flashlight or a radio. When there's an emergency, you get very nervous and you can quickly forget where things are even in your own home. So put all of those things in one area, your medicine, everything that you may need, put that in one area so that you can easily retrieve those items. But definitely make sure that all of your electronics are charged up. You have batteries to a radio. If your electronics aren't charged up, that you have a backup power source so that you can stay in constant communication with us.
St. John Parish President Jacqueline Hotard, we appreciate your time this morning. Please stay in touch with us, and we'll stay in touch with you. If you have any other updates you want to get out to residents, let us know, and we'll try to get you back on TV as soon as possible.
Thank you so much for having us.
Of course, be safe.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, thanks very much for that, Kelsey Davis. Good morning. It's 7 o'clock now. I'm John Snell.
And I'm Meg Gatto. Of course, we are following the very latest on Hurricane Ida. Right now, it's a Category 4 storm. Extremely catastrophic. That could be the effects of this storm. Let's get right to Zach Fradella now. Zach, we've been seeing the winds have increased to 150 miles per hour.
Yeah, they have increased to 150 miles per hour. Let me just push this out of the way and kind of show you this storm right now because we are literally a few hours away from a landfall of an extremely catastrophic storm. A Category 4, 150 miles per hour is the latest from the Hurricane Center. What I'm going to do is I'm going to plot this line. The past literally 6 to 12 hours, it is making a beeline for Grand Isle. Grand Isle, Port Fourchon. You see that little land right there? That's exactly where it's going to go. Yes, it could wobble a little to the left. It could wobble a little to the right, but we're going to take a direct hit from this storm across southeast Louisiana. We're going to have significant hurricane impacts, and we're going to have some possibility of catastrophic winds in certain parts of the area. There's the eye. There's the eye wall. That is the most intense part of the storm. This is the part of the storm that has those 150 miles per hour winds, especially on the northeastern quadrant where you get those very strong reds. That's that eye wall portion of this hurricane, and that's going to be moving right up into Grand Isle, and then eventually it's going to start to spread inland as you go up into Lafourche Parish and also Terrebonne Parish over the next several hours. This is going to happen very quickly, okay? The time is over with to evacuate. If you're on the South Shore, it is over with. You cannot evacuate any longer. This weather is going to happen very quickly. We're already getting reports to 100 miles per hour. 113 is what we're getting gust at the Southwest Pass, okay? It's a little bit elevated, but that goes to show you that wind energy is going to be spreading up Plaquemines Parish over the next several hours. The latest information from the National Hurricane Center as of the 7 a.m. advisory, we're going to get advisories every hour. So we're going to get intensity updates as this comes inland. 150, 933. The pressure is down. It's going down a little bit more. That is a Cat 4, a very strong, intense Cat 4. It's almost a Cat 5. 160 would make it a Category 5. This is the same intensity as Hurricane Laura last year. We saw the damage that Hurricane Laura did to Lake Charles, did to southwest Louisiana. That is going to be the same damage that's going to be coming in where this center crosses the coast and moves inland. We can expect the same type of damage where we're going to see significant impacts. The track It's not changing. This is going to, like I said, it's almost, you can see the trajectory, and even the track is still a little bit to the left where it's probably wrong. It's probably going to go straight into that piece of land that comes south from Lafourche Parish down through Grand Isle and Port Fourchon. That's where I would say landfall is probably going to be. It's either going to be Grand Isle or Fourchon. If we get a little wobble left, if we get a little wobble right, it can happen. But at this point, it's either going to be Terrebonne, Lafourche, or Southern Jefferson. That's what it's going to be. We're not going to see this shift much. It's then going to move through Lafourche Parish. It's going to move north towards the bayou parishes, through the bayou parishes, and towards the river parishes. Still will be a very intense hurricane. So we're going to have very intense winds through the river parishes. This is going to be the strongest storm you've ever experienced if you're in the river parishes. You've not seen something like this in your lifetime. If you went through Betsy, this is stronger than Betsy. And they're now calling for it to be a 155 miles per hour hurricane at that landfall. That is 5 miles per hour, literally. They would go up to 160. That would be a Cat 5. So this could be stronger than Laura last year. This thing is intensifying. It is bombing. It's what we call bombing in weather. It's bombogenesis. It means it is strengthening very quickly as it approaches our coastline. It's basically not the best scenario. It's the worst case scenario for southeast Louisiana, a strong storm that's intensifying right up until landfall. Tomorrow afternoon, we're going to be beyond this storm, okay? And we're going to get through this storm. I know there's a lot of people that might have stayed. Keep it tuned to Fox 8. We're going to keep you ahead of this thing. We're going to make sure we make it all through this. We're going to be on the other side of the storm, but you're going to have to do the things that protect your life over the next several hours as this plays out, especially on the South Shore. Okay, and here's some of the new peak surge numbers from the National Hurricane Center. Where that center goes in, if it goes in right here, on the right side of it, there's going to be such strong southerly winds, 140, 150, 155, that's going to push the water straight into Barataria Bay. Okay, so we're going to have significant water level rise, and it's going to be so fast that if you're one of those people that now most of these areas are outside of levee protection, so most of these areas have been evacuated. Hopefully there's nobody there. But if you're one of those people, maybe Lafitte and whatnot, that water is going to surge up very quickly as this plays out. Also, our eastern facing shores, we're already seeing water level rises. And I don't know if Rico, can you punch up the camera? I have the Riverwalk. The Riverwalk camera is actually to the Mississippi Gulf Coast right now. Can you punch that up? This is a live look at Bay St. Louis. Okay, this is from the Silver Slipper Casino, and let me show you something. You see that? That's the road. It's underwater already. Okay, so we're already getting surge pushing into the Mississippi Gulf Coast, and that is that corner right there where the Silver Slipper Casino is. That's that corner. This is a perfect surge zone because everything just comes together, and you see the wave action that's getting pushed into the coastline and how this camera is shaking. We're already starting to see water pile up in all of our eastern facing shores. We can go back to Max 1 now, go back to the graphics, and let me show you how this is going to play out today. And look, like I said, you need to be prepared. You need to have that interior portion of your house like you would a tornado. You need to have that area ready today, not only for tornado warnings, especially when you get these tornado warnings that are going to happen to our north and east across the North Shore and the Mississippi Gulf Coast, but everybody on the South Shore, when this storm comes inland and that core of the storm starts to move inland, you're going to act like there's a tornado outside. Okay, you're not going to just wait or go look outside. You're going to act like there's a tornado outside. You're going to get into the interior portion of your house. You're going to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And this storm, there you go. There's landfall. This is our high-resolution forecast model. It's showing it right over Port Fourchon. Grand Isle is in the strongest portion of the storm, and this is by 10, 11 a.m. So this is only in a few hours, 3 or 4 hours, this thing will be making landfall, okay? So thankfully it won't be able to strengthen anymore because it's going to be out of water. But it's going to move inland, and then after that, look where it's going right through Lafourche Parish, right up LA1, okay? So Cutoff, Galliano, Golden Meadow, if you stayed here, if you stayed with the storm, this is when, once you get to this probably around 11 or 10 a.m., 11 or 12 o'clock, we're going to see your weather go downhill so fast. It's going to go from 0 to 100 and something, okay? And so that's why you need to be prepared to get in your safe place. Homa, you'll actually might be on the west side. You might actually be get northerly winds, and that'll blow the water out of actual Terrebonne Parish, at least portions of the parish. The right side, this is where the greatest surge is going to happen. During the early afternoon hours, that's when those winds are going to push it right up into Barataria Bay. And you even see some of the core winds getting into the city of New Orleans. So we're going to get pieces of the eye wall that are going to break off as it starts to weaken in the city, and we're probably going to see winds over 100 miles per hour get to the city of New Orleans, especially the West Bank and especially St. Charles Parish points west. Look as I play this out. It's moving right through the river parishes, right through Gramercy. There's Thibodaux. Thibodaux, you might actually go through the eye. Remember, the eye is going to be shrinking. It's not a place you're going to want to go outside because the wind's going to be so intense around that eye that we're going to see significant changes in the weather in a very short period of time. This is not Zeta, okay? And now Zeta didn't even go over here, so it doesn't really matter. But Zeta went across the city. We're never going to get a break in the city, okay? We're going to see heavy rain. We're going to see strong winds for several hours. We're not going to get that whole break where the eye comes over us. That's not going to be what happens with this storm. But we're going to take the right front quadrant of an intense hurricane, and a catastrophic hurricane, honestly, a Category 4. North Shore, folks, later this afternoon is when your weather's going to get really bad. And then as I play this out, it's going to start to lift up. Now, the center is more so over here, but that's going to be hurricane force conditions all along I-55, Meet, Laranger, Hammond, everybody in Livingston Parish. Now, this is probably going to make it all the way to Covington. We're going to have strong southerly winds. This is when the actual North Shore is going to see their greatest surge numbers, is sometime later this evening as the storm penetrates inland. But we're going to have hurricane force gusts probably across most of the North Shore, and we're also going to have to watch these bands. Where do they set up? Watch that the band just sits over the same areas, and that's going to lead to flooding. But I think literally flash flooding is one of the more lower things we have to be worried about. The wind from this storm is what we're going to have to be more concerned with as this all plays out. We're already starting to see those winds to 100 miles per hour at Southwest Pass. Watch as this plays out. That's going to jump to Port Fourchon as we get closer to that landfall. You're going to see those 100+ miles per hour winds, and then look as we go into later on during the afternoon hours as it moves inland. Everybody, Houma, Galliano, everybody in Lafourche Parish, you're going to be 125, 127. You might get a little bit higher than that. The city, straight southeasterly winds, straight easterly winds, probably 80 to 100 miles per hour at times. We're going to have gusts that are going to come through here that are going to be very intense, and this is going to be widespread power outages. I mean, nobody will probably be left with power really across all of southeast Louisiana and maybe even South Mississippi. I want you to focus. If you're in the river parishes, watch reserve. Watch as the center gets closer, 118, 115. So even 100 miles per hour winds will make it to the I-10 corridor as you go through the river parishes. That's why I'm saying this will be the worst storm you've ever experienced if you're actually in the river parishes, because it's stronger than Betsy. And so if you're one of those that remembers Betsy, this is a lot stronger than Betsy. This is 20 miles per hour, 25 miles per hour stronger than Betsy, and then even hurricane force gusts across portions of the North Shore as we go into tonight. So this is going to be a significant storm across the entire region. I really don't even need to show these anymore, but the computer models, they're set. They're going right into Grand Isle / Port Fourchon. That's not going to change anytime soon. And I was saying this morning, you know, what do you need to know? The storm is happening. Okay, be ready for major impacts across the entire Fox 8 viewing area. Ida will slow down as it makes this turn, so the impacts are going to linger multiple hours into tonight, into overnight tonight, and even into tomorrow. The time to evacuate is over. Okay, that you do not need to get on the road right now. If you're on the South Shore, that time is come and gone. If you're on the North Shore, you have some last few hours before the weather gets bad. Yeah, I guess you could say you could try to get out of town. Only North Shore folks or Mississippi Gulf Coast folks. The weather app, you need it now. Make sure you download it, have it ready. Make sure your phone is charged throughout the day today, because when the weather gets bad, your power is going to go out. You're going to lose that charge, but you can live stream Fox 8. You'll get all the tornado warnings. The eye wall wind warning will come across your phone. That eye wall wind warning is basically an indication that the core of the storm is coming your way, and it's going to be like a tornado, and you need to get in your safe place within your house.
You said something, Zach, that I thought was fascinating. You don't see flooding rains as being the biggest threat here? There's a chance we might get by without? I don't want to...
Yeah, we're going to see flooding rains. But the damage from the wind and the surge, I think, is going to be so much more, say, catastrophic.
I got
that,
you. All right.
You know, the flooding rains are going to happen.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and we're going to see significant rainfall. But it's almost like, I don't want people to think, oh, that's my only worry. The wind is what a lot of us have to worry about with this storm.
Right. Gotcha. Well, yeah, when you're talking about 100 mile per hour plus winds.
We have to kind of deprogram sometimes, because for years and years, people said the threats, the winds, the Saffir-Simpson scale, it's category such and such, and then Katrina was the ultimate lesson in no, it really is the surge. But
the
one
winds
is
are
multiple.
strictly the Saffir-Simpson scale. You know, it doesn't take into account the surge. This is not going to have the surge of Katrina. We know that now. But the winds are always the Saffir-Simpson scale, and we've talked about this for many years, that there might be another way to kind of rate hurricanes just because the wind isn't always that biggest impact. But they're forecasting now a 155 Cat 4. That is the top max scale that you can get. I mean, 160 is Cat 5.
You know, and as you say, Zach, every storm is different.
And this one will look, I mean, it's August 29th.
Yeah.
The west, the eastern half of the area, remembers August 29th, 2005. I think many other areas across southeast Louisiana that might have missed the biggest impacts from Katrina, you're going to remember August 29th, 2001,
And
2021.
Correct me if I'm wrong. They categorize these things when they're estimating them. They do it by elements of 5.
Yes, correct.
So when
Yeah.
they say it's 155, it could be
Technically-
157 and not. And
Like a hurricane starts at 74 miles per hour, but they're never going to put a 74 miles per hour storm up there. It's going to be 5. It makes it easier.
Well, it makes it easier, but it can also make it easier later on for somebody to look back and say, oh, this was really a 5. Hopefully, we won't be talking about that.
Hopefully not.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Zach. Let's check in with Christy now to see how it's looking out there.
All right, guys, if it's not a necessity, please do not travel on the highways right now. We've got some slippery conditions, high winds as well, and things will only get worse. So right now we're taking a look at the causeway. As you can see, just a few cars out there right now. No restrictions. I-12, we're looking good here. Lots of green. So if you have to head out, we are looking good on the interstates. I-55, no trouble here. I-59 also looks good. Don't forget that Highway 90 is closed right now, so you'll have to take I-10 to the Twin Span to head east out of town. Live outside, this is in New Orleans East. I-10 at Chef. Again, slippery conditions, so watch out for that. But traffic looks good here eastbound and westbound. No problems getting on the high rise. Heading westbound out of Kenner, we are looking good there toward the Bonnie Carey Spillway. Airline Highway 48 also a go. And if you are heading toward the Crescent City connection, we are looking good here. All lanes are open. Again, if it is not a necessity, please don't hop on the highways. We already had an accident, 610 near Franklin, that has cleared. But again, we don't want any more problems on the highways as of now. That's a look at your local first traffic.
Thanks, Christy Coleman. Nearly 3,000 CLECO customers are without power on the North Shore already.
You know, we've been talking about power outages, obviously going to be a problem with this storm. People could be without power for days, possibly even weeks after a result of Ida coming ashore. And again, already 3,000 people on the North Shore without electricity.
Well, we've seen those gusts and, you know, those 100-mile-an-hour gusts at Grand Isle, and then the heavy band of storms that came through more on the Mississippi Gulf Coast than anything. But I think, unfortunately, that's going to, you know, be a little hint of what's to come.
Oh, absolutely. All right, so one of the areas where there's a mandatory evacuation, where people are being told if you didn't leave, you got to stay in place now, Lafourche Parish. Let's check in with Real One Belogan. He's there live.
Meg, that's exactly right. The message here is it's too late to leave. Now, we are in the EOC building here. We're a number of officials here. This is their plan to stay and ride out this storm and just watch and monitor things here. Now, Parish President Archie Chasson says he is confident in the levee protection system that it will hold, but he just says he does expect some overtopping with the 18-foot levee system in Golden Meadow, excuse me. Because of that, they have the wildlife and fisheries boats and search and rescue teams out in that area just in case that does in fact happen, and they have to go out and possibly rescue folks who may not have evacuated. Now, talking about evacuation numbers, roughly 50% of the parish did heed the warnings here and they left. The rest, the remaining 50 or so, they are telling them to stay in place right now. And the parish president said he even got calls last night around 6 o'clock, people asking if they should leave. Take a listen.
And Real One Belogan, thanks very much for that. You know, we're at a point here where we know that there are going to be some very strong winds, the most powerful hurricane, it seems. It doesn't seem like there's any chance for it unraveling enough that people in Lafourche Parish or in Terrebonne have ever seen.
Yeah, and you know, earlier Josh Robertson spoke to the parish president, Archie Chasson in Terrebonne, who said on a scale of 1 to 10, he was on the 7 as far as being worried about this storm. Let's check in with Josh now to see how conditions are there.
Yeah, Meg. Yeah, we're here in Terrebonne and actually kind of in between Homa and the Thibodaux area, and we're just kind of driving around. We are seeing more and more people. Of course, it's later in the morning, so we're starting to see more people driving around, that kind of thing. We know we want people to evacuate. We've been preaching it, but there are, of course, people that are gonna try to ride it out, hunker down, and get in safe spaces. People in this parish, I mean, they know how storms can be, although this one is going to be very.
And all right, we've got a little audio problem there. I do want to say that my friend and colleague Meg Caddo does know that Gordon Dove is the parish
We've been
president
doing
in
this
Terrebonne.
for so many hours. I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I just said that.
We're just getting going here. So a little
Gordon Dove, the parish president of Terrebonne.
Little hurricane hiccup. The first of it's usually Meg saying no, it's not that.
No.
Anyway, it's what they were saying in Lafourche. And our apologies for the issues there. They were saying that they thought maybe 50% of the residents had evacuated. What we were hearing from Zach earlier was that the window has closed really in the coastal areas.
Right, so at this point you need to know where in your house or what shelter you're going to be in for the storm. Obviously we're already starting to see the effects of the storm. The wind is picking up, the rain is also picking up. So this is the time when you need to kind of have your little game plan in place for where you are as we ride out Ida.
Zach, you're pacing over there. Are you just...
Again, guys, because it kind of shows you what's going on. Now, we don't have cameras down in our south-facing shores. Take the camera, the Bay St. Louis camera, just to show you what's going on along the coast. You can clearly see the water, and I mean, this is what's going to happen. Can y'all pop me up? I just want to show. Let me step off real quick. Okay. And I just want to show what's going to happen on our south-facing shores later this afternoon. Now, this is the Mississippi Gulf Coast. This is Bay St. Louis. Look at the water, okay? Do you see? You can't. There's a road here, okay? This is the Silver Slipper Casino. There's a road here, all right? It's not there anymore. The water is getting pushed right into. You can see the trees off. Now, this is a very susceptible area to storm surge, right here, where the waveland area, really the coastline just kind of makes it concave and right in, but now you see we're losing some rain, and you're seeing it even more clearly how much water is already piled up on the highway right there. But this is what's going to happen in our south-facing shores right now. Pop up Viper for me. Pop up Viper, just so I can jump off of this. All right, I want to show you how this is going to play out in our south-facing shores, because right now we're seeing winds coming east. Okay, so we have east winds blowing that water into here. Okay, that's why you're seeing so much surge building up along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. It's pushing it into the lake. It's pushing it into the eastern-facing shores. It's blocked by the river right here. Okay, so the water's not been able to pile in here just yet. There's probably some water level rise along the coast in our south-facing shores where we're expecting the greatest surge, but it's about to rapidly start to rise, because as this storm moves up and makes landfall, that's when the winds are going to go southeast. And when they go southeast and they start blowing 100 and 150 miles per hour offshore, that's going to start to really funnel that water into Barataria Bay, and that's when you're going to get that surge. So it just wanted to make a point how the water levels in certain areas right now are rapidly going up. In other areas, they're not so much. But the greatest concern right now is going to be that Barataria Bay area of southeast Louisiana from Grand Isle to the mouth of the river. That's where we're expecting 12 to 16 feet of water. Where the center comes in, if it hits Port Fourchon, west of that, it's going to be considerably less. There'll be some kind of runover from the center, but you see the northerly winds over here, that's pushing the water out. And these are not weak northerly winds. They're going to be very strong northerly winds on this side of the actual eye. So that's something we're going to be watching through the day today, Meg, how this plays out with these surge mounts. And I'm going to go check and see if some of our gauges, but when you get this type of big surge, a lot of times the gauges fail just like the anemometers fail with the wind.
Right, they just simply can't keep up with, the amount of water and the amount of wind that we are experiencing or going to experience from this hurricane.
Yeah, and I will point out, this is the start of hurricane conditions. You see that this is the hurricane. This is the tropical storm. These bands out here, and we don't have any more bands coming towards the city, which is good news. We almost have a huge break. But as the storm comes up and in, this whole mass is going to spread over southeast Louisiana, and this is going to bring the hurricane force conditions across most of the area within the next 2 to 3 hours. This is going to be fast.
All right, Zach, we'll let you go check on what you needed to check. And time now is 7:21. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
Everyone is searching for the right fit. To blend community, a career-centered focus, and the opportunity to make a difference. Where friendships are formed and students always come first. Our reputation was built in Florida, a not-for-profit university with over 40 years of history, thousands of graduates, on campus and online, and now with a 100-acre residential campus. This can be your right fit. We are Kaiser University.
Si yo fuera herido en un accidente de carro, quisiera Walter Berenati a mi lado.
Después de un accidente, llame al 407-777-7777. Walter Beninari, el abogado que trabajará para usted hasta el final.
Hey everybody, it's Randy Dye with Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram. Make this the summer event that you won't forget with these fantastic deals. Get 0% financing for 72 months on a new Dodge Challenger, Charger, or Chrysler 300. How about a Grand Cherokee for just $259 a month? The all-new Jeep Grand Cherokee L for $459 a month. Get 0% financing for 48 months and a $1,000 bonus cash on a 21 Ram 1500. So shop online with Easy Purchase or come visit us at Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram, where we won't waste your time or money.
All right, they are seeing the first of the kind of the outer bands and have been for a little while now in Terrebonne Parish.
Let's check back in with Josh Robertson. We had a little bit of an audio issue, but I think you can hear us now. Hey, Josh.
I'm honestly surprised we haven't had more issues this morning, guys. It's going to get more hectic as we go, so bear with us. But yeah, we had a battery die. We're back in business, and actually the rain has actually stopped here in Terrebonne Parish. It's lightened up. I mean, obviously that's not any kind of thing to write home about. It's going to get much worse. We know. Just looked at the track, saw the eye kind of barreling right towards us here. We're in Houma, but again, we're here with Wayne Marcel. They were putting sandbags out in front of their business here this morning, and they said they are staying, but they believe they're going to be okay. And I mean, Wayne, I just ask you, you are putting the sandbags up. Do you feel as prepared as you can be?
Yeah, I mean, we're as prepared as we can be. We've been through this. I know this is going to be one that's unlike anything else, but so many people just can't leave. Sent the wife and kids. They're in Florida now, but we got to stay to check on multiple businesses and animals and pets. So everybody just needs to get to the safest place. There are some areas, I've got friends and family in some outlying areas. Glad that they left because those areas are going to see a lot of flooding. It's going to be a lot of wind here, so we've got a backup plan here. This used to be a Chase Bank, so there is a steel vault if things get too crazy. But hopefully we won't need it, but it's one of those things, just like a gun. Hope you don't have to use it, but at least you got it.
Exactly. I mean, you told me about the bank vault. That's interesting. Yeah, if you got to get in that bank vault, that may be somewhere to go. It may be loud in there. I don't know. But I know you kind of mentioned something that's very important. I mean, the reality of the situation is we can preach all day. It's a mandatory evacuation. You got to get out. But as you said, pets, businesses that you need to stay intact and you need to be somewhere to protect, it can be really difficult. How do you think Terrebonne Parish is going to fare through all of this? And I know you said you got your family out, but you got some folks here with you. I mean, you got everything, water, everything you need?
Yeah, I mean, we've got enough food and water supplies to last for multiple weeks. I mean, we're expecting the worst, hoping for the best. We could be without power for multiple weeks. So generators, multiple, gas cans, everything we need to be prepared. And the community here, even though this is going to be a bad one, the community here is prepared for it. They always pull together in the past, whether it was Katrina or Gustav or other ones that have hit here. Everybody pulls together, so it's going to be fine. So I think, as long as everybody gets to a safe place and, we'll just hunker down and wait. don't try to get out until it's completely passed.
Yeah, and even during that eye, it's not gone when you get to that eye, so that's important. But as you heard him there, I mean, the community obviously pretty aware. Everyone we spoke to, it's not like they don't know it's coming, and they know that this one is going to be worse than the other ones. But for the folks that stay, you just hope, as you heard from Wayne there, just has a plan in place and doing all that they can. And as we've heard, Zach and John and Meg, y'all say, at the end of the day, when people take those precautions that they have to stay, we're going to get through this, and hopefully everybody's going to be okay.
Absolutely. All right. Thanks, Josh Robertson, live in Terrebonne Parish this morning. We say it every single time there's even a heavy rainstorm around here. And of course, it needs to be said today. If you see water, if you are out on the roads, which you shouldn't be, but if you are, you should turn around. Don't drown. 6 inches of fast-moving floodwater can actually knock over an adult. It doesn't seem like it would only take that little amount of water, but that is the case. 12 inches can carry away a small car. So even if we're talking about tomorrow or Tuesday, after the storm passes, if we still see flooded roadways, do not drive onto a flooded roadway.
We do have an update from the Sewage and Water Board. We know that turbine number 4, which was having an issue, they tell us now is up and running. 5 and 6, numbers 5 and 6 are both in service as well. And in the meantime, 4 big diesel generators, they say, are available, and all the frequency changers are in service. So they are closer to capacity. There were the issues several years ago where there was the flooding and the old Sewage and Water Board, if you will, it wasn't letting people know, hey, this equipment doesn't work. So they're more diligent and kind of letting their warts be seen every single time, so people at least have a heads up about what might happen. But they do seem to be in better condition than they've been for a lot of rain events.
Well, and certainly good to hear that all the turbines are now up and running for this storm. All right, so in Jefferson Parish, if you see things like down power lines, flooded streets, trees blocking roads, any of that, you can call the parish's Emergency Operations Center. The number is 504-349-5360. They will have people there throughout the duration of the storm answering those calls.
Let's focus a little on the river parishes. St. James Parish Director of Emergency Preparedness Eric DeRoche says that a lot of residents have decided to stay put and not evacuate. He says people should prepare for major power outages during the storm and in the aftermath.
Well, this is going to be a major storm for us. As it strengthened, we continue to watch and monitor it and all, and there's going to be a huge impact. As we've been hearing, there's going to be long-term power outages. There's going to be a lot of damage, a lot of issues with passing of areas and structures and all that. So, that's going to be a huge impact that we're going to have to contend with and deal and make sure that we have necessary actions as far as post-storm, because during the height of the storm, there's going to be little to nothing that we can do because of the safety of everybody that's going to be around as first responders.
All right, welcome back again at 7:29. I'm Meg Gatto.
And I'm John Snell. If you were just waking up this morning, it is now a pretty strong Category 4 Ida that is bearing down on Grand Isle, the Port Fourchon area, and those places, those coastal communities that are inland. Let's get the latest on where we stand from Zach Fradella.
Okay, so we have 150 miles per hour Category 4. It's at the top of that scale. They're forecasting 155 miles per hour as it hits the coastline later this afternoon. It's going to make landfall somewhere between Grand Isle and Cocodrie. Okay, that window is very small now. Wobble left or wobble right at that last moment could happen, but it really doesn't make any consequence for the rest of the forecast area. At Fox 8 viewing area, especially the South Shore, we're going to experience some significant winds. The catastrophic winds are in this eye wall. You see the eye. Okay, that's the calm of the eye, but around the eye is the eye wall. Okay, and that's the most intense part of a hurricane. All right, and that's the area that you see the 150 miles per hour winds, and that's what's going to happen. As that comes inland, it's going to roll right over Grand Isle most likely and continue to penetrate inland, probably up through Lafourche Parish. And just beyond that, it's not weak. This is not a tropical storm. This is all hurricane force conditions. This is all going to spread up towards the city as we head through the afternoon hours and into this evening. So it's going to be something that's going to happen very quickly. The latest track hasn't changed much. It's right over Port Fourchon, and then it moves right up through the river parishes. So we're all going to see impacts from this thing pretty significantly in most areas, especially south of the lake, and then especially on the western half of the North Shore. Everybody has to be aware of the fact that we could see tornado warnings throughout the day today. And let me read you something. The National Weather Service just put this out in our chat room, and I've been talking about this all morning long, how there's going to be this eye wall wind warning, or in other words, a extreme wind warning. And I'm going to read you their exact wording. They said this is an early notice that we will be issuing extreme wind warnings across portions of southeastern Louisiana as major Hurricane Ida approaches. A quick definition, this is a warning that basically means that the surface winds will be 115 miles per hour or higher, okay? And this truly poses a very significant threat to your life. So that's why they issue these warnings. It's almost like a tornado warning. You know how serious we take tornado warnings. That's exactly what this warning will be in the grand scheme of things. It's an extreme wind warning and eyewall wind warning because this is basically like a tornado that's approaching our coastline with that strong of wind speed. So as we play out the high resolution forecast model, right over Fouchon, that looks to be maybe the landfall location. Could it be Cocodrie? Could it be maybe Grand Isle? That's a possibility with a last minute wobble left or right. But the hurricane, the pure brunt of this thing, that 150, in this case they're forecasting 155 miles per hour as it starts to move inland, right at the coastline. They're saying it's going to be 155. That's going to come right over Grand Isle. It's going to go into Barataria Bay. Some of this is going to possibly clip the metro area of New Orleans, okay? So West Bank, Lafitte especially, some portions of Plaquemines Parish, you can see how the center is going to start to ride right along, maybe close to Houma. You might go through the I, or maybe go right up LA1 in the end. That strong wind, that 140 miles per hour or 150 miles per hour wind is going to be over here. So everybody in Lafourche Parish, everybody in Terrebonne Parish, you need to be prepared for those catastrophic winds, and it's not going to just stop there. It's going to continue moving north. It's going to move into the river parishes, and this is going to be the worst storm you've ever experienced in all of these locations. And it possibly could be one of the worst storms you've ever experienced in New Orleans, okay? Remember, Katrina went over here, okay? So the winds with this storm could be stronger than Katrina. We were on the west side of Katrina in the heart of the metro area, while this one's certainly going to produce maybe stronger winds because it's more significant. It's going to be 150, maybe 155 as it hits the coastline literally in the next 3 to 4 hours. So this is going to be a fast-paced thing where the weather's going to deteriorate, but it's going to last a long time. It's going to slow down as it moves inland and make that turn. So by this evening, all of southeast Louisiana, all of South Mississippi dealing with very strong winds, very intense weather, very heavy rainfall, and there's going to be significant flooding just from rainfall with these bands, but the catastrophic winds are priority number one. And then number two is the surge that's going to be pushed into our coastline as we go throughout the day and as this thing starts to move inland. You might be wondering, how long are we going to put up with this? Well, through this evening, maybe the weather gets a little bit better, especially along the coast, maybe even in the city. We're going to have to worry about these bands setting up because that'll flood, cause significant rainwater flooding, but the North Shore will be getting the worst of the weather by this evening. So these will be hurricane-force wind gusts likely along I-55 in Livingston Parish, Tangipahoa Parish, and even St. Tammany Parish, up through Washington Parish. I would expect that you would also see some of those strongest wind gusts as it all plays out. Let me jump a few graphics ahead because I want to show you what's going on right now with the storm. There's the latest radar imagery, and you can clearly see this thing is not losing steam. It's pouring to the north and west, and it's peak intensity right at landfall. We've seen this pattern before. Last year we saw it with Laura. 2018 we saw it with Hurricane Michael. That was a Category 5 into the Florida Panhandle. This is becoming a reoccurring theme over the Gulf of Mexico where we're seeing storms rapidly intensify as they approach the coastline. And you see these buoys out here, we're losing them. And some of these are also oil platforms, we're losing them because the winds are getting too strong. But you see 117, 119, Pilot Town starting to get up there, 98, and then we just lost it. We had some things popping up in Grand Isle, but a lot of times you can't trust, especially onshore areas, because the winds are they're too strong, and we're going to lose most of these anemometers as we go throughout the day today. And looking at that graphic, we are starting to lose those anemometers already. Hurricane hunters have been flying in and out of this thing at least through the overnight hours, and I haven't looked at this in a while, so I want to see. They came out of San Antonio. This is probably the latest one, and it's going to keep going back and forth, and you can see how it keeps going back and forth. And I mean, the trajectory is basically, they can't fly over land, so that's why they went towards Grand Isle, and they turned around and they came back into the eye. It's amazing how they do that, but it just seems like it's probably Port Fouchon to be a final landfall with this actual storm. The pressures are still, I mean, that's not good because the pressure is 937, but the surface wind is 129. That tells me that they have not made it to the center of the storm, and there you go, 928. The pressure is still going down in this storm. The storm is still strengthening as it approaches the coastline. We're getting into low pressures. We're getting into Katrina type pressures now we're not that low because it was in the low 900s. But when Katrina made landfall, we're getting to some of those numbers when it was coming up or weakening. You can see these waves, they're massive offshore. We probably have 40 to 50 foot waves. And so guys, you know, this is not good. We want to see the pressure coming up. And we talked about this all morning long, how a strengthening storm as it moves into the coastline is going to produce more ferocious wind. That wind energy in a strengthening storm is so much more significant, and you're going to notice it with the damage when this thing starts to move inland.
Why is that? It's just sort of like a buzzsaw that's still winding up?
Yeah, and one thing that happens with hurricanes, okay, the wind's blowing really, really strong up above the surface, okay? Look, right here. Flight level winds, 140 is more than the surface winds, okay? And that's always the case. So when you get those 150 surface winds in the worst part of Ida, these are probably 175, 180. So there's a lot of strong wind up above the surface, but you need some way to get that down to the surface. And how do you do that? With convection or those bands of heavier rains. That's why when you see a band come through, the winds pick up more, okay? So when you have a strengthening storm, its bands of convection are so much more intense that these winds from up above the surface get pushed down to the surface and impact you. When the storm is weakening and it's kind of falling apart, you don't have as much convection. The convection's starting to weaken. You don't have as strong of those downdrafts, and so you don't get those flight level winds pushing down to the surface. So that's why a strengthening storm at the coastline is just so much more powerful than a weakening storm. And I've heard so many people compare this to Gustav, and this is not Gustav. This is going to be nothing like Gustav. This is going to be 5 to 10 times worse than Gustav ever was.
All right, Zach, thank you. Let's check in with Christy now to see, are people out on the roads, Christy?
Well, if it's not a necessity, guys, we do not want you driving around on the highways. We're seeing some slippery conditions. Winds are picking up as well. But let's get a quick check for those of you who may have to get out on the highways. We are looking pretty good on the causeway. Slight delay heading up to I-12 this morning. I-12 is clear. No problems in Covington, Hammond, or the Slidell interchange. I-55 looks good. No problems to report on I-59 as well. Now, Highway 90 is closed at Highway 11, so take note of that. But I-10 of the twin span is clear. Windy here, slippery. This is in Gentilly, I-10 at Louisa. We do have a few cars traveling eastbound and westbound. No problems heading westbound out of Kenner, 60 miles per hour on the map there. I-310 is clear. Bonnie Carey Spillway, no problems. Airline looks fine for you as well. And the Crescent City connection is up to speed, traveling from the West Bank into town at this time. Again, buckle up, drive safely. That's a look at your local first traffic.
All right, thanks, Christy. You know, we've talked a lot about Grand Isle and the areas around Fouchon. They'll be in the bullseye, but there's really not a lot of land between. When you look back at Laura, for example, last year, all of Cameron Parish stood between the landfall and Lake Charles.
Right, right.
There's just not a lot of marsh left, for one thing, and I'm not sure how much difference that would have made for the people in places like Golden Meadow, which and in Lafourche Parish, that has to be concerned this morning.
And right now we know about 50% of the parish actually did not heed that mandatory evacuation order. Let's check in with Real One Belogan. He is live in the parish this morning.
Hey, good morning. You referenced Golden Meadow there. That's where the levee is, one of the 18-foot levee there. And Parish President Archie Chasson says he's confident that the levee will hold, but he is letting people know that it may likely overtop with some water, but they have wildlife and fishery officials on standby along with search and rescue team in that area in case there is significant overtopping of that levee. We are outside where the wind has picked up just a bit here, and actually because of the wind is picking up and how Ida quickly approaches the area, parish officials have moved all of their vehicles from outside the EOC. They moved it over to this parking lot here because they're worried and concerned that this pole here, not the pole there, but that figured item there could likely fall over if these winds continue to increase as it is right now. Now, if we pan over to the left, you can kind of see the tall grass beyond the EOC building. They're showing some of the movement of the wind here as it continues to pick up, and we continue panning over. You'll see some of these branches doing the exact same thing. Now, Parish President Archie Chasson says he is confident in the levee system will hold, again, letting people know it may likely overtop possibly near the Golden Meadow area. Now, there are several officials on ground: Coast Guard, State Police, the Sheriff's Office, Port Commission, and a number of EOC staffers in place waiting and ready to make sure they can be ready to send out alerts or send out folks to assist when it's safely time for them to do so. They're doing this because, again, nearly 50% of the parish at least didn't heed those warnings and didn't stay placed. So a lot of those folks are either in their homes or these emergency last resort shelters that they've set up. Now take a listen to how Archie Chasson, parish president, kind of is telling folks who called him yesterday asking if it's too late to evacuate.
A majority of the calls we got last night as they came in our call center was, is it too late to evacuate? And our response was yes. That's why we put in the 6 p.m. curfew last night to try to get you where you're going. You have a very short window to try to move around this morning, but it's not advisable. Our Sheriff's Office, State Police, Harbor Police are on the roads, and they will be pulling people over and checking you, trying to figure out why you're on the roads. We're starting to see some rain bands here this morning. We're starting to see some gusty winds down around Port Fourchon, and this is going to rapidly deteriorate.
Rapidly deteriorate is something that they're worried about and concerned about. They said that there is time right now if folks want to start moving around, but that time during the day out with the light out now is limited. So if you are planning on evacuating, those two last resort locations are the shelters in town at Central Lafourche High School and at Thibodeau High School. That's where they are taking people who are trying to get to a safer place. Reporting live, Roman Balogan, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, thanks very much for that, Rilwan. Nearly 3,000 CLECO customers are without electricity on the North Shore, and here is kind of the situation. We've seen, some scattered outages over in the area around Lacombe, in between Lacombe, Slidell. That's one of those spots. We anticipate this will be a storyline that plays out very much throughout the day. We're not quite anywhere close to what we anticipate seeing, and the thing is that they can maybe get out in some conditions and address something now, but they will lose their ability to do that very quickly. Once the conditions are safe, CLECO says that its workers will assess the damage by land or air, actually, so we're talking well after the storm. Then transmission and distribution lines will be inspected and repaired. Power will be restored to critical community services first, so they go to hospitals first, nursing homes, water systems, fire and police departments, and then the power gets restored to the greatest number of customers in the shortest amount of time until the power is restored to everyone who can receive power. And that's another layer of this, because there will be structures that won't be in a position to actually receive the power. Many drivers packed I-10 yesterday heading east, passing through Harrison County, Mississippi, which is the Biloxi Gulfport area. The entire county will be under a curfew starting this morning at 8 o'clock, so just 16 minutes from now. And when will it end? They don't know until further notice. Everyone is asked to limit travel in the Gulfport and Biloxi area to emergencies only until the conditions are safe and the curfew is lifted. We've actually already seen some pretty heavy thunderstorms, some of the outer bands of Ida that have come through this morning and caused in a little bit to the west of the Biloxi area a tornado warning from earlier this morning, briefly. Some Louisiana residents packed up and evacuated to Jackson, Mississippi.
It's just a horror story every year, having to pick up, uproot, pack, make sure you have everything, birth certificates, enough food, enough clothes to last you a few days, because you don't know when you're going to be able to go home. You don't even know if you're going to have a home to go to.
Several neighboring states have waived their health certificate requirements for livestock coming into the state. The Louisiana Department of Agriculture and Forestry Commissioner says that Mike Strain says that Mississippi, South Carolina, Florida, and Tennessee have authorized the waivers because of Ida. However, they will require proof of equine infectious anemia test, which is one of the things that is an issue from time to time. All right, it is, if you're just waking up this morning, a Category 4 strong, Category 4 Hurricane Ida as it approaches the Grand Isle Fourchon area. We'll have Zach Friedella's latest thoughts and where we stand in a moment.
Nothing's more thrilling than seeing your number come up, except when it comes to COVID-19. If you or a loved one recently tested positive for COVID, a clinical trial could improve your odds. Learn more at combatcovid.hhs.gov.
Everyone is searching for the right fit to blend community, a career-centered focus, and the opportunity to make a difference. Where friendships are formed and students always come first. Our reputation was built in Florida, a not-for-profit university with over 40 years of history, thousands of graduates, on campus and online, and now with a 100-acre residential campus. This can be your right fit. We are Kaiser University.
Hey everybody, it's Randy Dye with Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram. Make this the summer event that you won't forget with these fantastic deals. Get 0% financing for 72 months on a new Dodge Challenger, Charger, or Chrysler 300. How about a Grand Cherokee for just $259 a month? The all-new Jeep Grand Cherokee L for $459 a month. Get 0% financing for 48 months and a $1,000 bonus cash on a 21 Ram 1500. So shop online with Easy Purchase or come visit us at Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram, where we won't waste your time or money.
All right, we're at 7:47 on this Sunday morning, August 29th, and we are looking at visible satellite. Now we're dark and now we're light, and you can clearly see the stadium effect that's ongoing with Hurricane Ida. This is when you get the most intense storms, but it is kind of getting obscured a little bit, but we're looking right down into the eye. And every minute we're getting a new image of this visible satellite, and you clearly see, I mean, it's not long of a loop, but this is literally just not 2 hours maybe away. Remember, it's moving to the northwest at 16. So Fouchon, Grand Isle, your conditions are going to considerably go down very fast. You're going to go from just tropical storm conditions to hurricane conditions. And yes, there are some people that are still on Grand Isle, I've heard. And then southern Plaquemines, you're already into the hurricane force conditions, and you're only going to get worse. But our surge levels are really going to start to go up into Barataria Bay. The good news, at least from a western perspective, now this is going to be close where the storm exactly moves in. This is all northerly winds right now. Remember, the circulation around the hurricane's blowing the water out over here, but when it moves in, the water is going to come in very fast. And right now what's happening, the wind's hitting the mouth of the river, and it's just piling the water up, and it's pushing it up along the river, and this is where we're going to maximize our surge. It's going to be coming up Barataria Bay as the storm moves inland. The hurricane hunters, they've been in here continuously flying around. Now, last night we didn't have one because they kept having mechanical issues, but this morning they've been left and right crossing this thing. You're going to see they made pass after pass after pass, and you look at some of these pressures coming in 928. That's the lowest we've seen, so the pressure keeps going down. And then each red dot is the center, and you can clearly follow the center almost with their flight path, and it's going to probably make landfall in Port Fouchon as we go over the next literally 2 hours. So John, this is not something, John and Meg, this is not something that we have until, you know, noon. Now in the city, the worst of the weather is going to come during the noon hour into the afternoon, but along the coast, it's happening now, and it's going to get bad very soon.
Hard thing with this too, Zach, is that it's not fast moving. I mean, it almost feels agonizing just waiting to see more, you know, effects of the storm. And then when it actually hits, we're going to see it play out over hours.
Exactly, and it's going to slow down. That's the worst thing. It's not going to slow down to a stall. This thing is going to keep moving, but as it makes this turn, it's going to slow down doing that turn, as they always do, and that's going to lead to the impacts just going and going and going, and those impacts are going to get progressively worse before they get a lot better for many of you.
You know, let's take a look. Zach, I know you started your career in Lake Charles, and you can talk a little bit about what happened last year with Laura and make some comparisons in terms of topography. This is a Google map that you can just get up on your computer. So Thibodaux's up here. Here's Highway 1. This is Highway 90, and then these bayou communities going down to Port Fouchon. So the storm's off down here. And a couple of points, I guess, I would make about that is if you compare that to last year, let's see, here's Lake Charles. There was actually a good bit of land between, you know, landfall in Cameron, where it just had devastating effects, and Lake Charles, Zach.
Exactly, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to use Viper to kind of show you your same map here.
Okay.
So y'all can come to me, and I'm going to show you Lake Charles. Well, take Viper behind me, please. All right, so if we take Viper, this is Lake Charles. Now, you pointed this out, John, and it's great. This is like a horizontal, okay? This land mass is in the horizontal, so it has a lot of land. The water has a lot of land to get to. Now, part of the reason why the water never made it to Lake Charles was because it was mainly east of there. But let's go where this storm is going to make landfall, and you pointed this out. We have these cuts. We have Barataria Bay, we have Terrebonne Bay, and then we have, this is basically Lafourche Parish, even though Grand Isle is technically Jefferson, but from Fouchon up through Golden Meadow, Leeville, and cut off, this is the actual Lafourche Parish. As the storm comes in, the two bad things are the fact that, the two bad things are going to be the fact that we're going to actually have this actual eye wall could run right into every one of these towns. Okay, so Golden Meadow, Leeville, cut off all the way up LA1. Because of the way the land is right here, because of the trajectory of the storm, you could take the brunt of this storm as it moves inland. And then the second thing is we have so much water. And look, I fish along the coast. Everybody's basically been along the coast if you've lived here for any length of time. That's marsh, and marsh is very warm, and it's not going to allow the storm to really weaken all that much as it actually moves inland. And we maximize surge more here than they do in the Lake Charles vicinity.
I think, because my initial point to you, and I think you have a very valid one about they could kind of be right up the track there, especially with this little bend when you get to cut off. But I guess if you wanted to be optimistic, you could look at it and say, well, if it misses just a little bit, the worst of it, maybe it's got less of a it's almost like a ship that's getting a torpedo run against it. You turn into, not to be glib, but you kind of hope that maybe the topography will help them. I guess it really depends on the track.
It depends on that final track. If it goes just a little left of them, then they get that eye wall, that northeastern eye wall runs right up. If it comes right over them, which right now it looks like it might be coming right, it might come right over them. And if anybody's still in Golden Meadow, Cutoff, or Grand Isle, you just heard that alert. You heard it in the studio. That's that eye wall wind warning or extreme wind warning that just went out because they're expecting these 115 miles per hour winds are going to be penetrating inland very soon. So it's great points that you make, John, how our coastline is different. Now, if it goes just a little east of there and runs right over Grand Isle, yeah, that's better for them because they're almost going to get a northerly wind. Here's the problem. If this thing tries to go up Barataria Bay, which doesn't look likely right now, but you see what's next, Lafitte and then New Orleans.
One of the things that Wendell Curall, the levee district director in South Lafourche, has pointed out is they have an extra layer of protection on the east side of their levee system called the Mississippi River levees. But does that play in here because of the path of the storm? It's more of a southerly approach?
I've heard from many people, one storm was, this is not Gustav, but I've heard with Gustav, it didn't produce a lot of surge. And one person that told me that was Tim Kerner in Lafitte. He said, oh, there wasn't much surge. And it's because, well, when a storm comes due south to north, like Katrina did, that pushes the water and just rams it right into the coastline. When you get a far south, like Katrina dug down into the Gulf and then came north. This is coming more towards the northwest, so the water is being blocked right now. The water is piling up over here on the eastern facing shores, but it's struggling to pile up into Barataria Bay. And that's why I'm saying get ready, because right now there's probably not much surge in here because you're having an easterly wind that's being blocked by the river, and it's probably getting blocked also over here from Lafourche Parish. You're probably not seeing much water right now, but as this storm comes up through Lafourche Parish, that water is going to surge into Barataria Bay so quickly. The water level rise is going to be multiple feet in literally minutes, literally half an hour, but maybe even minutes.
And that water is going to stay around for a while.
Yeah,
which is the scary part.
If it does get all the way into Lafitte, that water will find its way and stay in certain places. I guess in Barataria Bay and Grand Isle, it's probably going to wash in and then wash right out. But if it breaches those levees, which probably is likely, then the water is just going to sit on the island and whatnot.
And you know what the scary thing is about Grand Isle? I mean, we talk about a lot of the structures there are raised. There are actually homes on the island that aren't raised. So you think about when we talk about half of the island actually stayed for this storm and some of those structures not being raised. I mean, you just pray that those people have gotten to higher ground, to a higher shelter.
And also, this is not one of those storms that we're only worried about surge with them. We're worried about wind. They're probably going to take the strongest wind that Ida has to offer, and all those homes that are raised on stilts, there's nothing to block that wind. It's not like your home that if you live north where you have trees around your house, that does help limit the amount of wind that actually hits your house. Those things are on stilts, and that wind's going to hit right into those stilts. So there's going to be significant wind damage coming in with this thing as it moves inland.
All right. Well, I think
you want to punch up that
getting
graphic?
an update here? Yeah. All right, we've got a quick update coming here.
I think he wants to show everybody. David's here now, and he wants to show. Take Max 2. Okay, and everybody probably got an alert on your phone. This is the extreme wind warning, an eye-wall wind warning for Hurricane Ida. That includes all of the South Shore. I'll step off, and then you can punch me back up, just so I can show everybody what I'm talking about here. But you can see this includes everybody from Terrebonne Parish through Lafourche Parish, through Jefferson Parish, through Plaquemines Parish, and this goes all the way up towards the city as well, and this goes down towards Grand Isle. So everybody in this area, you're now under an extreme wind warning. Does it include the city, David?
I'm working on it. Hold on.
I'm going to just check real quick just to tell everybody what exactly this means. It's for Jefferson. It says for Jefferson, so I would take that as into the entire Jefferson Parish. So this includes the city, that it's going to be for winds of 100 miles per hour. Now, it does cut off right on the southern end of Jefferson Parish, but these winds, if they're coming up through Plaquemines Parish towards Belchase, some of these winds are going to get into the city as the storm moves inland. Not right now. Okay, this is not right now. Now, along the coast, Grand Isle, yeah. If you're watching us on Grand Isle and you stayed, you need to be ready because that weather is going to get bad, and it's going to get bad very quickly. But everybody else, I mean, in the next hour or 2 hours, that strong 100+ miles per hour winds, they're going to be rolling in, and we're going to have that significant wind that's going to cause major catastrophic damage in spots.
Okay, obviously most of Jefferson Parish there. We'll let you look at that a little more closely so you can update us on that in a couple of minutes. We want to, as much as possible, stay dedicated to a top of the hour, bottom of the hour update from our meteorologist at this point. So let's give Zach just 2 seconds here, and we'll talk to Ricky Templett, the Jefferson Parish Councilman. Mr. Templett, what are your main concerns this morning, sir?
Well, right now we're monitoring the storm. I just got off the phone with Mayor Commodell. We're already having some of those feeder bands and wind gusts, above 50 to 75 mile an hour, hitting the island. The water is crossing Highway 1 from the backside on the western side of the island already, off of the bay, and the Gulf is getting very angry and rising rapidly on the Gulf side.
Obviously, Mr. Templett, one of the big concerns for Grand Isle, that burrito levee. Any idea yet if the burrito levee has taken, any effects from the storm? Has it washed away at all? Is it still holding?
Well, as we speak, the burrito levee hasn't been hit yet. The water is rising now, so the levee hasn't taken a pounding yet across the border on the island. This is the concern that the burrito levee will hold together. This is truly going to be a test of the burrito levee and the improvements that CPRA, the Corps, and Grand Isle has made on that system.
What about the people who stayed behind? We heard yesterday Cynthia Lee Shang saying that about half of the residents decided to stay on the island for the storm.
You roughly only have about probably 50 to 60 people who did stay on the island. A portion of those are first responders. You have roughly about 6 firemen, about 12 of the police law enforcement stayed. So on top of that, you have some other residents, but they're nowhere those individuals are. And they're planning now, even Jefferson Parish and Lower Lafitte and Jefferson. We already have search and rescue operations being established to come in after the storm to look for, if we have to, survivors.
And then finally, Lafitte obviously is another area of concern too, both from a surge standpoint and winds. What do you know about how many people may have stayed there, or what they're likely to encounter when they come home?
And let me tell you, Mayor Kerner is still putting out sandbags as we speak and trying to flood fight and protect that area of Lower Lafitte. I have to say hats off to the Sheriff's Department. Last night, they did a door-to-door search on looking to see who was left in the mandatory evacuation area, and they have a true account of how many people are in locations. They're talking about roughly about 485 individuals, 182 households are still down in Crown Point, Barataria, Lafitte, and Lower Lafitte. And those numbers would truly help out when we have to do any search and rescue operations.
All right. Well, our best to you and to the people down in the lower parts of Jefferson Parish who have stayed there. Ricky Templett, the Jefferson Parish councilman, who has long represented the West Bank of Jefferson and knows all about what the people there on Grand Isle are facing. Hopefully, things will take a turn for the better, but at the moment they do appear to be in the bullseye. It's 8:01 now, and I am joined, good morning, John Snell here, joined by my colleague Kelsey Davis, as we reset here at the 8 o'clock hour and
Sorry, take my mask
take
off.
our masks
Yeah.
off. We do have a mask mandate here
That's
from
right.
the company, and you know, I know you've been talking to a lot of people around the region, and you know, in the river parishes this morning, lots of concern.
Right. The biggest thing at this point is, you know, stay where you are. That window of opportunity to get out is past. So if you did stay, all those parish presidents, the EOC directors, just urging people to stay where they are, charge up your devices, have your apps on with alerts. I'm sure some of you had your alarms just go off with the hurricane wind warning. So yeah, now's just the time to pay attention.
And you know, if you live in a place, you know, you'll get one for St. Tammany later today, I guess, Zach, for example, as one when you might get a surge warning because, you know, there'd be a surge warning for the coastal area, and you're going to get it because you live in that parish.
It depends on, you know, this might go more so into the river parishes where they extend this, but this is a Hurricane Ida eyewall wind warning. This purple box here is for 115 miles per hour winds that are imminent, that are going to be moving in very shortly, first in Grand Isle, Fourchon, and also in Plaquemines, southern Plaquemines, and then it's going to spread inland. If you're in any of these areas, Houma, Chauvin, all along LA1, Cutoff, Galliano, Lockport, Bayou Gauche, all the way up through portions of the West Bank. I mean, Estelle is technically Barataria, Lower Lafitte, Belchase is included in this, Braithwaite, Davant, all across these areas. Everybody in this purple box needs to be ready for winds of 115 miles per hour. That's probably winds you've never seen before in your life, okay? So these are going to be very intense winds. It's going to be like a tornado that's going to start to move in as this eye wall pushes inland. What do you need to do? We talked about this all morning. You have your safe place in your house that you go to for a tornado. That's what you're going to do for this, okay? And so southern areas, I would say if you're along the coast, you need to be in that safe place now because those conditions are going to come, and they're going to come very quickly. Everybody else that's in this box farther north and inland, get the kids ready. If you stayed and you have children, get them ready to move into that safe place because it's going to happen very quickly. And we're going to be tracking this storm, Ida, as it moves inland, and we're going to be tracking this eye wall, which there is that 50 miles per hour winds that is coming with this storm as it moves inland. And there's some hints that there's some dry air getting entrained into here, but what I think's happening is every time there's a band of heavy rain that moves across Slidell, which is happening right now, the radar, remember these tropical downpours have a ton of water in them. There's so much humidity in the atmosphere with the tropical system. The radar is struggling to shoot through all of that rain, and so it makes it look like there's less rain down here, which is not technically true. Okay, so when a band passes, it erodes the rain down here. That's not true. When that band lifts up and then you get a clear sky in Slidell, you're not really clear, but you get past that band, this rain is going to fill back in. So right now we are tracking that eye wall. It's probably, I mean, I can actually track it for you and show you how many miles off the coast it is. Here is, let me see if I can get this up for you, just to show you where this eye wall actually is going to be coming in and how long we have. So I'm going to put the measuring tool on here, and I think Port Fourchon is probably going to be that location that actually sees this eye crossing the coast first. But it's literally about 40 miles, 39 miles offshore right now. Okay, so 40 to 39 miles, that's basically 2 hours. Okay, so you have about an hour before the weather gets really bad in Grand Isle, and 2 hours before you actually get the eye close to you, Fourchon, then this is going to all be moving up as we go over the next several hours. Here's the latest satellite imagery, and the storm is wobbling right, wobbling left as the convection, you see the convection fires around the center, but it cleared out that eye, and this is a very powerful storm. Our high resolution models did this, they figured it out. I posted one on social media the other day on Facebook and Twitter where it showed the satellite, because I was like, I need to alert these people that this is what it's going to look like when it gets close to the coast. It did not look like this back in the other part of the Gulf, and it's very easy for you to feel complacent and not want to leave when you don't see what the satellite is actually going to be. But this is the satellite. This is that Category 4, very intense, strong Category 4. And it does look like it wobbled a little to the left right at the last second, but it's probably going to wobble a little to the right, and the end result is probably going to be Port Fourchon for a final landfall. Here's how the high-resolution forecast model plays it out. It brings it right over the port. Okay, Grand Isle will be in the worst of it. You will be in the northeastern quadrant of that eye wall. That's why you have that eye wall wind warning up for you. And then everybody else inland, get ready, because then that eye wall is going to start to move inland. And this model's set on riding right up LA1. Homa, you actually get in the western part of the eye, the western part of the eye wall, which is somewhat relatively weaker. But we're talking about 150 over here and probably 130 over there. There's not much difference between the two. Okay, that is a catastrophic wind damage is going to come inland as the center penetrates its way up Lafourche Parish, up into Terrebonne Parish, and even parts of the city. Lafitte definitely, but maybe the West Bank, St. Charles Parish. This is all parts of the eye wall that are going to provide a chance for some significant wind damage, and there will be some 100+ miles per hour gusts that are going to get into the city with this type of track. And then it's going to move into the river parishes. You clearly see everybody in Gramercy, St. James Parish, St. John, Laplace, Thibodaux. You're all going to get into this within the next several hours as this comes inland. And the North Shore, you're also going to be dealing with some hurricane force gusts at times as we go throughout the afternoon. Just want to show you the wind forecast, because right now it's probably gusting close to hurricane force in Grand Isle. They must have had a little band when we got that stronger wind, but when the storm comes in, those winds are going to go well over 100. And then watch as this plays out. They're going to go well over 100 in all of these locations. All along LA1, you're going to be well over 100. The city will be over hurricane force winds by the early, literally probably by noon. We'll see hurricane force winds in the city, and I keep drawing your attention to what happens in the river parishes. An 89 miles per hour wind gust, but as the center gets closer, 118, 115. Okay, so there's going to be hurricane force winds, over 100 miles per hour winds that are going to spread all the way inland across all of these western areas, and some of that is going to get into the city. Okay, so we could have 100 miles per hour wind gusts. That means you need to be in your safe place when that eye wall starts to get closer to you, but we're going to be with you. We're going to be tracking this thing. We're going to be showing it to you on Viper. We're going to tell you kind of city by city as this plays out when you need to get to that safe shelter in specific areas. Right now, if you're along the coast and you stayed, you need to be in that safe shelter, because the weather is going to get bad very quickly, and all of this lifts to the north. There will still be very strong wind gusts on the North Shore later on tonight going into the overnight hours. This thing is not going to just speed on out of here. This is going to be about a 24-hour storm with storm impacts. Now, we're not going to see those catastrophic winds lasting for 24 hours, but this is not going to be a fast mover by any means. I wanted to update some of these points, but point number one, the storm is happening. Okay, we see that. That's not a surprise any longer. We need to be ready for major impacts. They're starting now, and they're going to continue throughout the day today, and they're going to be widespread across the entire Fox 8 viewing area, Southeast Louisiana and South Mississippi. We all have our own version of what impacts are going to be significant. Rainwater is one problem we're going to have. Catastrophic winds in specific areas, another problem. Tornadoes, and then if coastal folks, you're going to deal with the significant surge that's going to bump up into those levees as we go throughout the day today. Ida will slow down as it makes that turn, and the key point, we've been saying it all morning long, it's over. Okay, the time to evacuate is over, John. You should not be getting on the road and trying to run from this thing. You have a better chance at getting through this by staying home and getting into your safe shelter and watching us. We will guide you through this thing. We will get you through this thing, and we're all going to come out on the other side of this hurricane. But you got to do the things to protect your life as the storm plays out.
We've spent a lot of time on Terrebonne and Lafourche for obvious reasons, and Grand Isle because there is life-threatening surge, as the Hurricane Center mentions. They call it, that's their term, life-threatening surge, and because of the catastrophic winds that they will be in. And we haven't, we're yet to get into those kind of conditions. Where even the worst of the conditions that we'll see here in the metro come into play. Let's talk for a second, because I'm sure there are people in Plaquemines Parish, in St. Bernard, in Washington Parish, the Bogalusa area, who are probably saying, what about me? So address, if you could, just maybe some timing issues and what conditions folks on the eastern parts of our coverage area, maybe even Bay St. Louis, might experience.
Okay, let me flip through my graphics here, and I'm going to run this out again for you. Okay, so this is basically landfall. Sometime probably 10, 11 a.m. we'll get landfall somewhere near Fourchon. At that point, all of our eastern areas, you're still getting tropical storm force winds in St. Bernard, in the city. Slidell, you're getting some heavier bands, might be some tornadoes in this, and then all of this is going to continue north. So the Mississippi Gulf Coast, tornado activity could be possible. Now, we've only seen one tornado warning, and I've said this, some storms produce a lot of them, some storms don't produce many of them. So we'll see how that plays out. That's one of the hardest things to predict is tornado activity in a hurricane. But then as the storm gets inland, that's when the worst of the weather is going to happen. Sometime early this afternoon from the city eastward, so St. Bernard, Chalmette, New Orleans East, everybody in St. Bernard Parish, you're going to be getting into those hurricane force winds. Now, the farther east you are across the city, Kenner and portions of Wagaman, Luling, all of those areas, you have a better chance of seeing catastrophic winds than everybody on the east side of the city. This is almost the opposite of the two. I mean, Katrina went here, which is the eastern areas got the worst, the western areas got the least. This one's the opposite. The western areas are going to get the most extensive impacts from this thing. The eastern areas, not as much. But Slidell, you're going to still get some hurricane force gusts most likely as we go into the early afternoon because you see how the storm spreads inland. And this is going to produce significant rainwater flooding across the North Shore. And remember, when the storm goes north, okay, we're going to get so much rain up here that all the rivers are going to go into flood. Okay, so if you're one of those areas that floods from river flooding and you stayed on the North Shore, be ready for that water to come up very fast because what's going to happen is the water's trying to come down and we're pushing a southerly wind straight to the North Shore with about 8 to maybe upwards of 9 feet of storm surge in the lake. So the water is not going to be able to drain. So the water is just going to back up, and we're going to have backwater flooding all across the North Shore rivers.
From the Pearl, say, all the way over to the Tikva, perhaps?
Exactly, because, I mean, look at the camera. Can y'all punch up that camera again? I mean, I haven't looked at it recently, but the camera along the Mississippi Gulf Coast, this is a classic example. The water is pushing here. So this water is getting into the Pearl River too right now, and then when you start pouring, the water's going to try and come down the Pearl, and it's just not going to happen. It's going to sit there, and it's just going to go up and up and up as the rain keeps falling.
Gotcha. All right, thanks for that, Zach. Maybe we'll talk a little bit in just a few minutes about surge and how that might affect some of the areas, but Kelsey's got an update here on the CLECO outages.
Yeah, we actually have the CLECO PR person with us, Jennifer Cahill. And Jennifer, you can hear us okay, right, Jennifer?
Yes, I can.
Jennifer, and I know that there have already been reports of some outages on the North Shore. How many are we talking right now?
So in St. Tammany Parish, CLECO is reporting about 5,500 customers currently without power. And that's because those outer bands are starting to reach the area. We have some downed trees already from the winds. So the majority of those customers are in the Slidell area. And we do have our crews out working to help start clearing that debris and get our customers back on. But, there will be some customers, probably around 3,000 of those who will not be restored until after the storm passes, but they are out working and making every effort to get those.
And Jennifer, you always want to clarify that when we're dealing with a storm and power outages, your crews can only do so much. They of course have to be safe as well. So you all can't send them out into the into this weather, and so that's why some of these people are going to have to wait for things to calm down and the storm to pass before they can have their power restored. Correct?
We have a storm restoration plan, and you're right. Once conditions are safe, the company will get out there, will respond to the unsafe electrical situations in our critical infrastructure first. And so that would include like water and sewage systems, hospitals, other medical facilities. And then we'll move on to those circuits that serve the highest number of customers and restore power in that way until all customers.
Jennifer, it seems to me that one of the things that comes into play here is we have a large number of people who stayed because there wasn't time to get out or for whatever reason. There will be a lot of lines down when we get on the other side of this. So from a safety standpoint, remind people what they need to know when there's a line down in their front yard or down the street or standing water or whatever the conditions are.
Right. So one of the most dangerous parts of a storm is right after the storm passes. So you're going to have those down power lines and a lot of debris touching those down power lines that you might not be able to see. So, stay inside. Don't try to start cleaning up immediately because again, lines could be under touching, something that you're trying to clear. Assume all the down power lines are live, stay away, report them to 911, report them by calling CLECO, don't step on puddles. That's also a big thing. And then, flooding is going to be a big concern with Ida. When the water starts rising near your home or business, turn off that electricity at the main breaker. And, certainly make sure after the storm passes that you have an electrician check the building or your home before using your electricity.
Jennifer,
But look,
I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know what, we're prepared, especially after last storm season, but we don't just wait until, the storm is coming to prepare. We do this year round, and we've added additional workers to our team and specialized equipment. With the widespread flooding predicted in our service territory, we have specialized equipment secured like helicopters, marsh buggies, airboats, things to help us access those areas that are going to be difficult to reach in our normal bucket and pickup truck. So again, we have over 2,000 additional contractors right now dedicated to helping our current FLECO personnel. And we're going to add to that as we see the need for it. We've set up staging locations across the state to help us with fuel and supplies. And we're ready once the storm passes and it's safe to get out there and start cleaning up and helping restore power.
All right, Jennifer Cahill from CLECO, and good advice there too on the end about making sure that people, the natural curiosity, you want to get out there and see what it's like, so beware of those power lines. I do want to get to Terrebonne Parish in just a minute, but Zach, you seem to have something imminent you wanted to say?
Somebody just messaged me and they asked me a question. They said, okay, so when the eye wall comes over, can I go get in the car in the garage because they feel like the car is a safe place? That's not a good idea, because the first thing that's going to fly off your house generally during a hurricane is the garage door. And so then you're open to the outside elements. And what does a car have? A ton of windows. So that is not a safe idea. That is not a good idea. Interior portion of your house, a closet, a bathroom that has no windows and that's in the interior side, the interior portion of your house, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And that's what that eye wall wind warning is for. It's like a tornado warning. You need to get into your safe place, and that means everybody on the South Shore from the city southward down to the coast, you're under that eye wall wind warning right now for winds of 115 miles per hour or higher coming inland as the center penetrates inland.
All right, just some good reminders. And with all the, I just wanted to say too, with all those thousands of people already without power, and we're just now starting to feel the impacts of this this storm, just want to keep reminding everyone, leave your devices charged or charging for as long as possible because you want to be fully charged if and when the power goes out, and that way you can still stay in communication with family and friends, and most importantly, see what's happening with the storm and continue to track
those notifications.
Yes, the notifications. You can continue to get notifications.
All right, let's go down to Terrebonne Parish, or if you're in Terrebonne Parish, over to you, because Josh Robertson has been there this morning as the conditions have started to deteriorate. Well, we've obviously got a little microphone problem, so we'll get the message to Josh and get back to him in just a second. You know, we were talking, and you've got him back, guys. Forgive me. We don't have him, so we'll get back to Josh as soon as we figure out that audio issue. We want to get into those places as much as possible and kind of talk about Terrebonne and Lafourche, the areas in and around Thibodaux, Houma, and to the south, because they are going to be, it appears, in the brunt of it. Just incidentally, we showed a map that didn't have anything to do with CLECO a little while ago, and I think it was an Entergy map that showed massive outages already, as you would expect on Grand Isle.
Exactly, in that area. And we actually, you know, there was a mandatory evacuation, but for whatever reason, some people did stay in the Grand Isle area. But we want to get a check, though, right now, though, of what's happening in Lafourche parishes. Is Rowan, are we going to go to Rowan now, guys?
So bad.
Okay, we're going to get a check with Rowan now, right now. Hey, Rowan.
Hey, yes, we are ready here. Yeah, we are in Lafourche Parish here, where the wind has started picking up just a tad bit here. While we were walking from the EOC here, just to kind of show the roadway here, the gust picked up just a bit, as you can see right on cue here, just picking up again. And this is what parish leaders are expecting, just the wind gusts to continue to increase as this storm continues to approach. That's why drivers near the EOC, they've moved their vehicles away because they're worried that any of the satellites, and not satellites, excuse me, and the items on top of the roof the wind may push them over onto their vehicle, so they've moved out the way. This is discerning or difficult to see for parish leaders here. People on the roadways, they have stressed that the people in town now should be staying in place because things will only get worse hour to hour, will only get worse. So this is something they likely do not want to see people on the roadways. Hopefully these folks are driving, getting last minute items, or heading to the destination where they will stay, or maybe they're going up Highway 1 to go to Central Lafourche High School, where the last resort shelter is at right now. Let's hope that's what they're doing, because parish leaders want people off the roadways as Ida approaches the states here. And now you can see that the rain starting to pick up here. Now the parish president, Archie Chasson, says that he is out of a 10, he's about a 7 right now of how worried he is, but he wants to let the people know who are at home right now, this is what they should be doing. Take a listen.
You know, now's the time to figure out in your house where's the safest location to be should you see a sporadic spin-off tornado, should you get some of those 145-mile-an-hour gusty winds. Pick an interior room, a bathroom, a kitchen, something with no windows that you can kind of hunker down in should it get kind of rough. You know, out of a 7, you know, out of 10, I'm about a 7 right now on the worried factor.
Yeah, 7 out of 10, but he says he is confident in all emergency service operators that they have on duty, on staff right now. Another thing that they're closely monitoring is the 18-foot levee in Golden Meadow. They predict that it may likely overtop, but they have rescue crews out in that area, along with wildlife and fishery services that will be able to move out when they deem it safe to do so. Reporting live, Roman Balogan, Fox 8, Local First.
Thanks very much for that, Real One. We apologize for the delay with Real One. Basically what's happening is the signal is so bad because of the hurricane conditions that we've had to change the settings on his live equipment, and that's the reason for the little bit of a delay in communicating. Here's an update we just got out of St. Charles Parish for people who feel as though they may be in danger. There are 2 shelters of last resort. They are open now, Harry Hurst Middle School and Edwin Dufresne Community Center. Make sure they're telling us bring all of your own supplies there at those 2 shelters in St. Charles.
And now we want to try to get back to Josh Robertson. He is again live in Terrebonne with the latest on conditions down that way. Hey, Josh.
Hey, Kelsey. Hey, John. And right now, actually, we're seeing the conditions kind of start to deteriorate. It got eerily calm for a little bit, and we know that I got the alert on my phone about the dangerous, life-changing or endangering winds, I should say, in this area. We're not seeing that right now, but that alert goes out, that very abrasive noise you get on your cell phone. That goes out to everywhere in this area, letting people know that those winds are coming, the storm is coming, and I'm here with Mark Black, the PIO here with Terrebonne Parish, and we're here at the EOC. It's just this big command center, and I know we have some video to show. People are in there. Basically, all the important leaders here, all the showrunners here in this parish, they're in there right now. It's a giant command center, and they're just keeping tabs on everything happening in the parish. And Mart, I just want to ask, how are things going in there? What's the vibe like in there right now?
Well, we've got an update going on right now, and we have that twice a day. And so this one, everybody has a chance to catch up and report on anything that happened in their particular area. There are 18 emergency support function positions, and all the way from 18 is coastal restoration, all the way to number 1, which is transportation. So everything is covered, and everybody has an opportunity to report on their particular areas, and if they need something from the EOC, they can request that, and Earl Hughes will take care of it. Yeah. So it's it's a learning. We're hearing everybody's experiences, and it works well because I take a lot of notes in that as the PIO. Because I want to make sure that I've got all the information, right, just in case a reporter shows
Everybody's
up.
Everybody's got the job to do, and you do a good one as well. And I mean, we talked about right across the street, animal shelter. All the animals been transported. A lot of people down the road from here, the high school, they were evacuating yesterday. That's done now. That's done. No shelters for people immediately here in the parish. It is a mandatory evacuation. Outside the levee protection system, do you know what's going on out there right now, maybe with any possible storm surge?
No, I haven't been down there, but based on the projections and the track of the storm, it looks like that 15-foot surge is not going to happen in Terrebonne, which that's a blessing. Yeah. We're glad about that. So if we get 9, 10, I think we're going to be okay.
Got it. And I mean, right now, I know there wasn't an exact number of how many people heeded the warnings and got out of Terrebonne Parish, but have you had any problem issues? We're very early in this storm yet, but have you had any issues so far with any residents or businesses, anybody needing any help?
Well, except for the people who just showed up a few minutes ago, which will help them. Yeah. No, I'm not aware of anything.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so right now it's just about, having this command center. I mean, you look in there, it is really just it's intense when you look in there because everybody's running around, moving. They're obviously very aware of the situation. And Mark, we appreciate you talking to us. And I mean, we're going to stay here. I mean, this is kind of their fortress, if you will, and they're going to be here keeping tabs on everything, as you said, down the line, everything that impacts Terrebonne Parish. They're keeping an eye on it as the storm does approach. And like I said, I got that very loud noise on my cell phone letting us know the winds are coming, or they're here in some places. We're not feeling it right here where we are south of Thibodaux in Gray, but that doesn't mean they're not coming. And so we're going to be on top of it, and we'll give you all the updates you need as we get closer.
And Josh, really quickly, you said that the conditions are starting to change a bit, and you got that alert on your phone. Are you starting to see or feel those winds pick up where you are?
It's dark, it's cloudy, it's little like drizzle, and the wind, from where I'm standing right now, the wind is no issue, but like I said, it's been kind of off and on. We've been in places as we've traveled around where it got kind of gusty for a second or started pouring rain for a second. It's just sort of a cruddy day right now is how I would describe it, but that's because we're not in it. We're not all the way in it yet, and it's coming. And so I can feel it can feel it deteriorating for sure.
Can almost feel the pressure, I guess. David Bernard will be along in a few minutes to kind of take over for a little while. And we were talking a bit earlier, and David, since he got at the station several years ago, has been saying, we just haven't had a really big wind event in a very long time in South Louisiana. And unfortunately, we'll see what else it brings, surge for one thing, but unfortunately, it just seems as though this will be a wind event like people have never seen many people in parts of our viewing area.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on things.
If you live in southern Plaquemines Parish, you know what a Category 5 can do. Camille, for example, but it was a very extreme part of the area.
And it's been years.
And it's been years and years, right?
So yeah. All right, well, many drivers in attempts to get away from this storm packed I-10 yesterday heading east through Harrison County, Mississippi. That entire county is now under a curfew. It started at 8 o'clock this morning, so about just under 30 minutes ago, and it's under a curfew until further notice. Everyone in the county is being asked to limit travel to emergency reasons only until conditions are safe and until that curfew is lifted.
The estimate from people in Lafourche Parish, the officials, is that maybe about half of their residents evacuated.
A majority of the calls we got last night as they came in our call center was, is it too late to evacuate? And our response was yes. That's why we put in the 6 p.m. curfew last night to try to get you where you're going. You have a very short window to try to move around this morning, but it's not advisable. Our sheriff's office, state police, harbor police are on the roads, and they will be pulling people over and checking you, trying to figure out why you're on the roads. We're starting to see some rain bands here this morning. We're starting to see some gusty winds down around Port Fourchon, and this is going to rapidly deteriorate.
And that interview actually from a couple of hours ago. So since then, we've seen gusts of, Port Fourchon is just to the west of Grand Isle. Gusts were in the range of 100 miles an hour earlier today. Power knocked out to all of Grand Isle. So, it is creeping toward them steadily.
And that window he talked about of getting out, I think at this point, especially for that area, has closed, and people just need to be inside and sheltering in place moving forward. Well, back here in New Orleans, the Sewage and Water Board gave an update. We now know Turbine 4 was tested and is up and running. Turbine 5 and 6 are both in service as well. In the meantime, 4 electromotive diesel generators are available, and all frequency changers are in service and ready for use.
The Sewage and Water Board, had some issues a few years ago, and people weren't necessarily told of it, so we get more regular updates. They share their warts with us. It does appear as though we are in better shape, if you want to look at it that way, than we've been through many potential rain events in recent years. So we'll kind of see. We do have some video, I think, that we're just getting in, and you're actually going to see it at the very first time now, as we do, taken from Jefferson Parish Councilman Ricky Templet on Grand Isle. And boy, look at that in this early part of this storm. And you can see some of the effects already as that surge. Now, the thing about this is Grand Isle, based on the current track, could experience the worst of the surge. So this is not by any means what is coming toward them here in the next couple of hours. It's 8:29, coming up on 8:30 now. Good morning once again. I'm John Snell along with Kelsey Davis as we try to do a reset and get to the weather forecast at the bottom of the hour.
Yes, we want to get straight over to David Bernard. He just got in and has the latest on what's happening with Ida. Good morning, David.
And of course, no good news this morning, as Zach and you guys have been reporting. And last night we kind of saw this whole situation going to one of our worst case scenarios. And as Zach was talking about this morning, we have an eye-wall wind warning that has now been issued for all of the coastal parishes. Okay, it does not include the immediate east and west bank yet of Orleans and Jefferson parishes, but everybody else along the coast. This is warning for winds sustained of 115 miles per hour or greater. And what I'm going to do now is go to Viper tornado detection to give you an idea of the kind of winds that are now coming into the coast. All right, the green, these are winds that are blowing toward the radar or toward the coast. Remember, it's a counterclockwise circulation. So the red side, these winds are blowing north offshore. The green side, they're blowing toward shore. You can see these estimates here, 120, 130. And Zach pointed out, there's the eye right there, but that is probably so strong it's off our color scale, so more likely than not we are seeing winds, and this is slightly above the surface but still gives us an idea of what's going to be going on near the ground of near 150 miles per hour, just as the Hurricane Center has been reporting. So we're able to use our exclusive Viper detection to track these violent winds. They are just now really an hour or two away from approaching the Louisiana coast. We definitely have tropical storm conditions here, some hurricane force gusts, but the destructive winds are just offshore and they're beginning to move in that direction. The 8 a.m. update, winds 150 miles per hour, pressure 930. The plane did measure a slightly lower pressure than that, but it's gone through a couple more times and we may be seeing a leveling off, but it's too late because the storm is just a few miles off the coast, still moving to the northwest at 15 miles per hour. So that means in the next 4 or 5 hours, we're expecting a landfall near Port Fourchon or Grand Isle, somewhere in that vicinity, a 155 mile per hour storm, making it one of the strongest hurricanes on record to cross the Louisiana coastline. Last year, Laura hit at 150 miles per hour. Then, as we go into early Monday morning, this is what we've been talking about since yesterday. This is the problem once we get the storm inland, is that it's going to take 12 hours for it to go from the coast at 1 in the afternoon to 1 in the morning. So that is an extended amount of time of hurricane force conditions. We're talking 12 to 16 hours of hurricane force winds across the area. We're also talking about rain bands that are going to be repeatedly over the same areas for severe flooding. And of course, that's pushing the maximum amount of water across our coastal areas with that slow turn back to the north and west. And not to mention how far inland we're likely going to see hurricane force conditions. Here is the daylight satellite picture, getting our first visible images of the hurricane, now directly related, located just south of Grand Isle. Nothing good about that picture. Now, when we take a look at the infrared, where we see how cold the cloud tops are, very intense thunderstorms all around the eye. This is where the storm has tracked. This is the forecast track, so it's moving right on the track. The latest one from the Hurricane Center, if it continues to do that, the landfall will be at Port Fourchon again in the next 3 to 4 hours. If it continues, there may be some more wobbles. There's a little wobble there to the north, but generally it is heading on that northwestern heading and basically where we've had it going since last night. Here's the Silver Slipper. We've been showing you this all day long. Already flooding across Highway 90. I just saw in Biloxi 2 cars are already flooded out on Highway 90, and this has not even started yet, and we're talking about over on the Gulf Coast right now how fast the water levels are going up. Here are some offshore locations. These are wind gusts. This verifies what I was just showing you on the Viper tornado detection. Multiple wind gusts, 120 to 130 miles per hour, and you can see even well to the north and east of the center off the Alabama-Mississippi coast, these outer bands are producing tropical storm force winds. That's why we have the tropical storm force warning extending so far to the east. But the worst of this hurricane just now beginning to move onshore. Right now we're sustained 36 at the lakefront. Nothing happening north of the lake. Not too breezy. I don't know how long we're going to be getting reports from down here along the coast, but we've had some gusts to 45 at the lakefront with some squalls. Buras 46 so far at Gulfport, 39 Galliano. The airport has been gusting to 33 miles per hour. Here's another perspective on our live radar, and I've got a second radar I'm going to show you, but you see the lightning? That is the sign of a very, very intense hurricane. We have extreme lightning going off in the eastern eye wall right now, and certainly no indication that there's any weakening from Ida. If anything, maybe there's a little bit of a slight leveling off. We do have rain showers moving across areas north of the lake. These have some gusts with them. They're not particularly that heavy. So again, the main weather has yet to move in to southeast Louisiana. Here was the close-up picture I was going to show you. Look at all the lightning that is going off on the southern and eastern eye wall there. That's also where we've been noticing some of the most intense winds associated with the storm. And this is the area that we have that extreme wind warning for as it begins to move across these coastal parishes later on today. So what you're going to want to do is to shelter in place. And something to think about when these violent winds do move across your area. I know I heard Zach and John talking about this. It really is treating it like a long tornado warning where we're going to have the winds blow for quite a bit amount of time. One thing to do is that if you are able to go to closets, you want to go to the first floor in the middle of your home. Also, if you're in a closet or a small room and you don't have windows, put a mattress against the windward side of the room. So if the door is facing from where the wind is coming from, place a mattress there as an added layer of protection in case you do lose that door. That's how violent these winds are going to potentially to be. And in the Midwest, I mean, people laugh, but they have hard hats, they have batting helmets, and they have put those on their kids as well, because if you get something, people's homes may come apart with these kinds of winds. These are the kind of winds we're talking about. And so if we start to have structural failures, you want to protect your head as much as possible. Pillows, blankets, mattresses up against doors or exposed areas, especially if it's facing from where the wind is coming. And early on, remember, the wind for most people is going to be coming from the east, but then as the eye passes by, it's going to come from the other direction, from the west. Here is the hurricane hunters. The lowest pressure, 928 they found. They found flight level wind of 161 miles per hour. It looks like they may be heading back now. I'm not sure, maybe they're going to cross back through, but these are the center fixes. So notice they found the center there, and now the eye looks like there. So it's on that northwestern heading based on those fixes from the reconnaissance aircraft. It does not look like that's changed much at all. The chance for hurricane conditions now near 100% for most of southeast Louisiana. As you head toward the east over the Gulf Coast, sustained hurricane force conditions unlikely. Hurricane force gusts, though, could extend as far east as parts of the Mississippi Gulf Coast, especially with some of the more strong and significant squalls. All right, let's kind of look at the wind field. The wind field has doubled. The hurricane force winds were like 35 miles across last night. They're now 70 miles across. This storm has doubled in size in the last 12 hours. The yellow areas are tropical storm force winds 39 to 57. The orange areas are 58 to 73 with hurricane force gusts, and the red area is sustained hurricane force winds greater than 74 miles per hour. So the analysis right now has strong tropical storm force winds on the coast, and that is the northern eye wall just now beginning to touch the coast, getting very close to Grand Isle. As we go throughout the day, here is the noon hour. So this is going to be a really long 24 hours. So this is in about 3 or 4 hours, strong tropical storm force winds spreading into the South Shore, sustained major hurricane force winds showing up in the coastal parishes. And remember, the eye wall wind warning is basically this area you see in red here. Now, as we go farther into the afternoon, let's stop this at 6 o'clock. Again, destructive hurricane force winds moving across the river parishes. even into portions of the metro area. Remember, the orange area is going to be hurricane force gusts. The red area are sustained hurricane force winds. So a large part of the immediate South Shore likely to have sustained hurricane force winds, and certainly gusts to hurricane force, not only covering all of the South Shore, but then spreading into parts of St. Tammany and then also into Tangipahoa Parish. And then the Baton Rouge impacts really kick in this evening, and this is toward morning. This is midnight on Monday morning. Still a hurricane wind field moving over the Baton Rouge area. And then finally, this wind field slowly starts to shrink. But even tomorrow morning, we could have gusts to tropical storm force still blowing across the area. But overall, at least from the wind perspective, things should begin to improve somewhat. Dangerous water levels already rising across southeast Louisiana. Again, here is the peak storm surge forecast from the National Hurricane Center. And again, with the center line moving over Port Fourchon, that puts the highest surge east of there, 12 to 16 feet. Then west of there into Terrebonne Bay, 8 to 12 feet expected, 8 to 12, Breton Sound, Lake Bourne, the Mississippi Gulf Coast, and a surge in Lake Pontchartrain of up to around 5 to 8 feet. Now, let's see. Let me. Did I have? Let me go.
You want Viper?
Yeah.
Take Viper full for
Okay, yeah. If we could go to Viper, then just for 1 second. I thought I had this slide. Now I know what I did. Okay. Now let me explain what I'm looking at. You know what, Zach? Could you go on the show prep side? And if you go on the show prep side, the slide in there has the center line right there. Boom. Okay. So here's what we're looking at now. Now, I showed you the Hurricane Center peak storm surge forecast. This is our Fox 8 exclusive storm surge model, modeled by QRisk. And this is a deterministic model. So this is based solely on the center line. All right. So it's very track sensitive. And what we're seeing here, this is where the center line is from the Hurricane Center. So if the storm tracks in this direction, notice we're going to be looking at significantly less impactful surge for western Terrebonne Bay and then back toward Morgan City. So that's how much of a difference the center line makes. But this is why they've increased it to 12 to 16 feet. And that's what we're seeing. All these red areas in here around Grand Isle, devastating storm surge. In addition, 3 to 6 feet of storm surge at least has pushed even farther into the Barataria Bay with 6 to 9 feet getting near Lafitte. But again, the worst case in the forecast is for 12 to 16. And then you can see here in Breton Sound, very high numbers as well. Now, if we go into Lake Pontchartrain, let's go north to the lake. And remember, we're going to have water piling from east to west most of the time. And so this indicating up to 9 feet of surge. The orange is from 6 to 9, up to 9 feet of surge on the western end of Lake Pontchartrain and the western end of Lake Maurepas, with widespread storm surge up to 6 feet for all of the lake. Again, the Hurricane Center specific forecast is for 5 to 8. And I think with our storm surge model, we're saying possibly up to 9 feet, a little bit higher. That would include areas near Madisonville, along Tangipahoa there. And then also we got to watch St. John and also St. Charles Parish in the southwest corner of the lake. Moving to the east, we'll also see water funneling into Bay St. Louis, where we could see up to 9 feet of surge potentially into the bay there. The outer part of the sound looks like we're talking about up to 6 feet. And so that's, and if you notice around the city, that's the hurricane risk reduction system. So not showing any flooding within the risk reduction system. None of the surge models will do that. They don't forecast within the risk reduction system because of the combination of rainwater flooding and not knowing how to combine that with the possibility of overtopping. But let me emphasize, like I did yesterday, at this time, there are no computer simulations that are showing overtopping in the risk reduction system. Or if there is something like that that occurs, it is going to be on the minor side and not impactful like we might see otherwise. Okay, if we could go back over to Max 2 now. Again, here is the broader view of the storm surge forecast. Very dangerous forecast, not only in Barataria Bay, but also to the east. So let's time out the day a little bit. Here is where we are. Here's where we are right now. There is the center of the hurricane just off the coast. There it is moving to the northwest. At noon today, bands moving across the North Shore. The intense rains beginning to move into the city late morning and midday. We continue with hurricane conditions through 6 p.m. And you see these bands, the way they're lining up. This is where we're going to run into the extreme rainfall across the area. Even as we go toward midnight, we're getting extreme rain. This could be a disaster in the city with rain like this. And these high-resolution models started signaling this last night around 7 p.m. that the worst of the rain would be somewhere over Metro New Orleans and maybe even potentially along the Mississippi Gulf Coast, including along the Pearl River in eastern Washington and eastern St. Tammany Parish. 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. I mean, we could be talking about flooding rains as far east as Mobile Bay. Look at all of these significant rain bands that still extend back into the city. We're looking at 12 to 18 hours of very heavy rain across the region. Needless to say, we're a level 4 high risk for flooding today. No shock there. Now on Monday, because we may have some tails, some bands that are lingering, we're still in a level 3 flood risk on Monday. And believe it or not, even on Tuesday, there could be a tail across the area, and we have a level 2 slight risk for flooding there, although that would be a little less widespread. This is the high-resolution model we started looking at last night, and the scale goes up to 25 inches. Now, thank goodness it's not showing 25 inches, but it is showing in green. You see all the areas in green? That's 5 to 10 inches of rain. And so in my head, whenever I see a model that paints 5 to 10 inches of rain over such a widespread area, and then you've got these pockets of 10 to 15 in here, and there's 15 to 20, that's telling me that it might even be higher than this. But as we know, 5 to 10, that's going to be bad enough. We know we're going to have to expect some flooding. So the headline at this hour, Hurricane Ida eyewall wind warning has been issued for the coastal parishes as winds of 115 miles per hour begin to approach the coastline as Ida continues to move in from the south, John.
David, that's a lot of information. Thank you. I want to get on to something else here real quickly and to make sure that we have time to get back to you at the top of the hour. But one quick question. Do you happen to know off the top of your head, I've been meaning to ask, how wide the eye wall is?
It has shrunk considerably. It was almost 30 miles wide yesterday. Now I think it's around 10.
And what's the significance of that? Obviously, the
well,
wind
it's indicating a much stronger storm. Although big hurricanes can have larger eyes, and it's also saying that you're not going to get much of a break when that eye moves through because it is so small. I was trying to get back over to our Viper tornado detection here real quick. Let me see if we can, yeah, here we go. I just can't see where I am to plot it. I might get Zach. Zach, are you over there? Yeah, let's go ahead and plot this one more time, John. It's pretty dramatic. So again, there is the eye right now, and that is so strong, it's off our color table. But maybe just plot a number on 142 miles per hour, and then probably somewhere in here we're getting around 120 or maybe 115. Right, so the strongest side on the east side, but nothing to sneeze at on the west side. So very violent winds, now just a few miles off the coast. Obviously, hurricane conditions occurring now in lower Plaquemines Parish. You can see radar estimates on tornado detection showing between 90 and 120 miles per hour at the mouth of the river.
So you, just so I understand, you can use your tornado detection model, your Viper model, to estimate the winds.
Absolutely, because typically when we're using this, we're using it to analyze like a small supercell storm that might be producing tornadic winds. And so, you know, we always say, oh, look, there are the greens and the reds together indicating the circulation. That means we have a twist and likely a tornado. Basically, we're analyzing a gigantic tornado now. So we're using it the same way, even though it does say Viper tornado detection. These measurements are a little bit off the surface, but again, they verify with with what the hurricane hunters are finding and estimating the winds to be with Ida.
All right, well, thank you so much, David, and we'll, of course, get back with you to get another update in just a few moments. Right now, I believe you want to check in with Meg Gatto. She's on standby to get another update for us.
All right, thanks, Kelsey and John. We want to check in now with Michael Vincino. He's the spokesperson for St. Tammany Parish. Michael, good morning. Thanks for joining us. We just heard David Bernard talk about the storm surge, and he was saying we could be looking at a potential 9 feet of storm surge for parts of the North Shore, Madisonville, because of Lake Pontchartrain. What are you urging residents this morning as a result of this situation?
Well, going into this morning, we have instructed our residents, especially those who are in the coastal communities, those who are in the river communities, they know where they live. They should heed extra precaution and make sure that they're taking care of themselves and their families if they had to leave, and then we're asking them to please leave if they felt that was the decision they had to make. Yesterday, Mayor Madden said the folks who were south of Monroe Street on the Mandeville Lakefront, he was asking them for a voluntary evacuation. So that area, like you said, we could be possibly several feet of a storm surge up into the Mandeville Lakefront, and it's really one of the primary concerns here in St. Tammany Parish is our coastal communities who are prone to flooding, and they're used to these types of situations, but they're not used to a Category 4, possible Category 5 hurricane coming into their community. So we're just asking those folks to, heed extra precaution. We believe at this time it might be too late to leave, so try to find a safe place in your home to stay for the next several hours or days.
That's the thing. A lot of the homes, especially along the lakefront, are raised. So people there are used to flooding, as you said, but the water is going to be there for a long time. And it's probably a lot more water than they typically see with a rainstorm, even a tropical storm. So that could be the inconvenience. Then you're talking about down power lines, without power, down trees for a significant portion of time.
Yeah, we could be without power for several days here in St. Tammany Parish, and that's just something that our citizens and our neighbors should be prepared for. You're talking about those coastal communities. It's not just the heavy rainfall, but also the wind that we're concerned with. The combination of heavy rain and wind, especially in those coastal communities, could make a dangerous situation. So those folks should be getting to where they need to be. They should be there by now.
The advice was also given to residents, to the people who live, along the rivers that could typically, surge with this type of flooding situation that we could see in the storm surge and the winds. Have people been taking that advice? Have they evacuated?
We believe there's a percentage of people here in St. Tammany Parish that have left. There's obviously also a large percentage that have stayed and believe they're going to be safe. But, our primary concern here in St. Tammany, or one of the primary concern, is the wind. And we have so many trees, specifically those pine trees, that are prone to snapping. So, that could be a major concern. So, those folks who have, trees in their property or live near water should have heeded that extra precaution and either leave or find a safe place to stay within their homes. But, here in St. Tammany, the primary concern is that wind and the storm surge in the coastal communities. But when you mention a Category 4 or 5, you're mentioning a different beast.
Right, absolutely. Something that most people have not lived through here. When you talk about evacuating, there are 2 shelters that are open in the parish. Can people still go to these shelters today?
Yes, so Creekside and Lee Road Junior High, those are on each end of the parish, where those are open for the general population to go to. If you do go there, you do have to bring your own sleeping arrangements, the food and necessities like medicine or anything that you may need. We are just providing a roof over our citizens' heads to stay, to be safe, for the duration of the storm, and it's safe for them to go home or to go somewhere else. But it is at Creekside and at Lee Road Junior High, 2 ends of the parish.
We're talking about the downed trees, the power outages that are likely. In fact, we had already heard thousands of residents already without power this morning, and we haven't even seen the worst of it yet with this storm. Do you have any updated numbers for us yet about how many people are without power? At last check, I believe it was around 3,000.
Yeah, at this time, I don't know the exact number. But it's just we are prepared to lose power. Our residents should expect to lose power here in St. Tammany Parish, and not just for a few hours. It could be days, especially as those power crews have to deal with possible downed trees or water on the road, and they have to get through and use chainsaws to clear out the road and then put the power back into place. So, we're really asking for our residents to be vigilant and aware today, but also be patient through this process, because there's only so much you can do through a certain amount of time.
Absolutely. All right. And the parish president, Mike Cooper, is actually going to be providing an update a little later this morning, 10:15, right?
In just about an hour or so, you'll hear from President Mike Cooper about the status of St. Tammany Parish and going forward.
All right, Michael Vincento, the spokesman for St. Tammany Parish, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Take care.
Thanks. We'll send it over to John and Kelsey.
All right, Meg, thanks so much. And we want to get a check on what's happening closer into the New Orleans area with Garland Gillen. He's live on the lakefront here in New Orleans.
That is right. I'm out here on the lakefront there on Lakeshore Drive. It is closed obviously right now, but the water is just whipping over onto Lakeshore Drive, completely flooded over onto the other side of the grass. The wind, it's a howling. There's no rain. I mean, you can tell the wind's going. I'm leaning forward right now, and it's kind of pushing me back there. There's a few onlookers in the back area kind of staying far away, but it's impressive how high these waves have gotten on Lakeshore Drive there. It has been quite a morning out here. It's getting pretty vicious out here as I keep going down on this path here. It's getting down to like ankle deep here in the water. So it'll just keep getting worse. Luckily, we're up on a hill, so we don't have to worry about dealing with flooding water. But it is definitely. You can definitely feel the wind and the waves. I mean, geez, look at the waves crushing over onto Lakeshore Drive. It is an amazing sight there. Luckily, as I said, the roads are closed out here. There's only a few people out here, but they're staying far, far away. Very smart. And it's only going to get worse, obviously. But at least right now, at this point, there's no rain, just a lot of wind. I'm going to send things back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks, Garland. The thing about that is that they're kind of northeasterly winds right now. They're really not the big north winds that come piling in. And so if you're saying, oh, I want to go see that show, it actually will probably get not as good in a little while because the winds will be more from an easterly direction pushing up.
Right.
They won't hit kind of the shoreline in that way. But
and I was going to say, probably just need to stay inside at this point. There are a handful of people out there, but
that little bathtub known as Lake Pontchartrain gets stirred up pretty easily.
It sure does. All right, well, we want to get a check on things in Lafourche Parish. Rowan Belogan is live with an update for us.
Hey, good morning. We are right off of Highway 1 here where people are still driving up and down the roadway, letting people know that curfew is still in effect. We have seen deputies stopping a number of vehicles here, asking them exactly why are they on the roadways. They're telling them they need to go somewhere safe. Now, you likely see a few folks over our shoulder here. We've talked to them. They say they're just securing some things before they head on out. But the vehicles that we have seen driving down Highway 1, a lot of them have been making this left turn. That left turn not too far from here is Central Lafourche High School. That is one of the last resort shelters as we watch this vehicle approach us here. Now, each time we've watched, as vehicles get closer to the area, there are deputies maybe half a mile ahead and half a mile behind, stopping these drivers, asking them, where are you going? What is your plan? Put that plan into work and stay safe for the next 24 hours plus here. Now, we're not too far from the EOC here where the officials are all here waiting. They're manning everything, watching things here to make sure they are ready in case they needed to change situations at any minute's notice. Now, we've seen some folks driving to gas stations trying to get gas if possible, but all of the gas stations here up along Highway 1 are closed. The pumps have been wrapped up, so there isn't any gas for drivers to get here. So if you're at home, asking yourself if you can get gas near here at this area, no. All of the gas tanks here, as you can see, are wrapped up here as drivers make their way down Highway 1. Again, Highway 1, driving in Lafourche Parish. It's a parish-wide curfew in effect, still in effect until further notice. That's directly from the sheriff's office. They're telling people stay off the roads. Reporting live from Lafourche Parish, Rowan Belogan, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, thanks for that, Rowan. Jefferson Parish Councilman Ricky Templett talked about the burrito levee, that levee where they put sand material in a man-made material and then stuff it inside a sand dune, a man-made sand dune, and the concern about how that will hold up.
Well, as we speak, the burrito levee hasn't been hit yet. The water is rising now. So the levee hasn't taken a pounding yet across the board on the island. You know, this is the concern that the burrito levee will hold together. This is truly going to be a test of the burrito levee
If you look at the radar track that we had up just a moment ago, you'll notice that they keep talking about in the kind of Fushan area, and what we learned, or what we know from Laura as an example last year. So look where it looks like it's going to come in right at Fushan, maybe just off the shore of Fort Fushan, which is on the western side of that peninsula of land, the couple of peninsulas of land of Grand Isle. Grand Isle is over depending upon where you're going on Grand Isle, 7-10 miles to the east, which is where you would see the most serious of the storm surge. So Grand Isle looks as though it is going to take the absolute worst of this surge, perhaps in the 15-foot sort of area. And the concern that Ricky Templin was talking about is this burrito levee. There's actually some concern that David Carmardell, the mayor, has raised in the past that the island could be cut in two, or perhaps even more pieces, depending upon whether that levee can hold up.
And we did have some people who stayed back there. We did hear officials say that some of those people are first responders, a handful of them are first responders, but just really hoping that they are, really hunkered down right now. That's the only phrase I can use, that I'm hoping that they are in right now, because things have likely gotten pretty dicey already down there.
Absolutely. Well, it is 9 o'clock now. John Snell along with Kelsey Davis, and we like at the top and bottom of the hour as much as possible to get to our meteorologist. So let's get the latest update now from David Bernard on where we stand.
Okay, guys, and if we go ahead and take Max 2, I want to bring some important information right now. As you may or may not know, we do partner with iHeartRadio, and our storm coverage is now being carried there. Pardon me. During Zeta, we had 90% power outage in the city. It's going to be much more widespread across the area than that today. So if you have a transistor radio, and a lot of people probably still don't anymore, you're in good shape there. But if you have mobile devices through apps, you'll be able to listen to these stations so long as you can keep your devices charged. So, of course, we're on WRNO, and there you can see the rest of the stations. 5 stations right now carrying Fox 8 live coverage of the storm, and will be until the danger is over. So when we think about that on getting information, you know, of course, here we'll be updating you as long as possible on TV. And as long as our internet holds up, we'll be streaming continuously. So I told you about I told you about our radio partners, but then also we have the phone, okay? So on your phone, your tablets, your news and weather apps, you can watch our streaming coverage there. Also through your TV, you can download our Fox 8 weather app to your streaming devices like Amazon Fire and Roku and Apple TV. You'll be able to watch us through that as well, as long as your internet stays connected. And of course, our social media channels are constantly being updated. And then on your desktop, you can go to our actual website, fox8live.com, and that's where we're streaming this coverage as well. So multiple ways to get information. The radio, kind of the last ditch effort if we lose power and you're still able to use your internet devices. Hurricane Ida, eyewall wind warning. This is now in effect for this morning. This is for 115 mile per hour plus sustained winds coming into the coastal parishes as it appears that Ida is about to make that landfall. The Viper tornado detection we were showing you, especially that eastern side of the hurricane, we're finding winds 120, at one times 130, 140 miles per hour. There are winds. It's getting a little hard to measure. We're losing a little bit of the data there, but we are getting winds up to 100 miles per hour on the western side of the storm. That's where the eye of the hurricane is currently located. We just got the 9 o'clock position. The 9 o'clock position now puts it 40 miles south-southeast of Grand Isle, moving to the northwest at 14. No change in pressure, no change in winds. Still a very powerful Category 4 storm. This now rivals Hurricane Laura's intensity last year. And the 2 strongest storms on record, the last island hurricane and Hurricane Laura to hit Louisiana. So we're in unprecedented record territory right now as far as the intensity of this particular storm. All right, visible satellite picture this morning. No question there is the eye. And we were just mentioning on that 9 o'clock update, that's now 40 miles south of Grand Isle. And that would put it about the same distance from Port Fourchon, where it's heading in that general direction. direction. On this particular satellite picture, this is where the storm is tracked. The white line, the red line is the forecast track, and it is moving right along that forecast track. There's Port Fourchon, Grand Isle right here, so that landfall expected there, and then right along the Terrebonne Parish line is where it's expected to track later today into the river parishes, and then eventually across Baton Rouge. Here's a live picture of the Silver Slipper, and this is, I think it's Beach Road, is what Zach was telling me, and that has been overwashed, I mean, for hours now. The water's already overwashed that, and even on Highway 90 around Biloxi, there's cars that have already flooded out on Highway 90, and we're just in the beginning of this hurricane event. Here are some offshore oil rigs and buoys. We're seeing multiple gusts here, 100, 119, 120 miles per hour. So obviously the core of the hurricane just now beginning to reach the coastline. Here's a live look at downtown New Orleans. We have some squalls beginning to increase in frequency across our area. The winds are starting to bounce pretty good. Sustained at 37 at the lakefront right now and 28 at the airport. Galliano is reporting a wind of 30 miles per hour. These are the peak wind gusts so far, 43 at the airport, 45 at the lakefront. So keep in mind, we've already seen wind gusts between 40 and 50 in the city. The storm's not even here. So I'm just trying to give you guys an idea of what is coming over the next 12 to 18 hours. Another look at the satellite picture. Violent lightning going off on the eastern eye wall, indicating it's an extremely intense hurricane. You only see these in the most powerful of hurricanes, of which now Ida, unfortunately, is one of them. Across the rest of the area, we do have these showers going by. They're producing wind gusts between 40 and 50 miles per hour. The good news at this point is that the extreme rain has not started. So the flooding situation has not kicked in, but obviously the storm surge, that water is rising. Here's another look at the eye wall. Look at all this lightning. Just incredible that continues to go off on that southern and eastern eye wall as Ida continues to make that approach toward the Louisiana coastline. Hurricane Hunter has been flying out there for the last several hours. It's getting ready to go through the center again. You see that, guys? 928 is the lowest pressure it's found so far. It found flight level wind there of 161 miles per hour. The current observation, so it's right there, right? And so the circulation is going like this. So it's getting south winds at 123 at flight level right now and a surface wind estimate of 101. The pressure is 971, but he's outside the center. And so in the next few minutes, we're going to see this number drop dramatically and these numbers drop. Both numbers drop dramatically. The pressure will drop dramatically as it goes through the center again, and the winds will drop off as well. It looks like the hurricane has leveled out. Thank goodness. I mean, not that, I don't know how much worse it could get, but we don't want it to get any worse. But we have not seen any significant drop in pressure over the last hour or two. So that's the good news there. We'll probably go back to this in a few minutes to see what it finds. All right, here are the updated chances of hurricane conditions. They have been now raised to 100% for southeast Louisiana. Hurricane sustained winds are now expected for just about our entire viewing area. Even Slidell has increased to 82%. And there you can see Bogalusa and Bay St. Louis, it drops off, but at least tropical storm force winds with hurricane gusts are going to be possible. The hurricane force winds are just now touching the coast. We could see on our tornado detection, Viper tornado detection, that we were already getting hurricane conditions at the mouth of the river. So that's the current time now at 9 p.m. You saw that we've had wind gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour around Lake Pontchartrain, and this wind field, gigantic wind field, is going to continue to push inland as the day goes along. Here is the noon hour. So in 3 hours from now, we're going to see strong tropical storm force winds moving into the South Shore, destructive hurricane winds right along the coast with tropical storm force winds increasing north of the lake. By 6 p.m. this evening, the wind is still blowing. Destructive hurricane force winds as far to the east as Jefferson, possibly Orleans Parish, the core of the Category 3 winds located in Terrebonne, Lafourche, and also the river parishes. But where you see these orange, even into St. Tammany Parish, that's where we could see gusts to hurricane force, not just strong tropical storm force winds, 58 to 73. You see that in orange. These areas will also experience hurricane force gusts, and it's just going to be a long slog. This is midnight tonight, and we still have very strong winds across the North Shore. We're going to have trees coming down, multiple massive power outages, and hurricane conditions impacting the areas around Baton Rouge. Once we go into Monday morning at 6 a.m., the wind field starts to shrink in as overall the storm begins to decrease. There still could be some tropical storm force gusts even over southeast Louisiana, but at least from the wind perspective, it looks like things should start to get a little bit better. Here's our storm surge warning in effect. That now includes all the way to Mobile Bay. So, you know, I told folks, I said, don't go to Mobile Bay. We had a few people that wanted to head there, and I said they've got a storm surge watch in effect, and you don't want to be in that location. Peak storm surge 12 to 16 feet. Now Grand Isle, Barataria Bay, west side of the river, and Plaquemines Parish. Then for Cocodrie, Terrebonne Bay, 8 to 12 feet of surge is going to be possible, and same for areas on the east of the river. Breton Sound also for Shell Beach with a surge as high as 5 to 8 feet. Across portions of Lake Pontchartrain. We'll get back to our QRIS storm surge model in just a minute. We'll probably show you that coming up in the next half hour. Let's time out the rain now and see how that's going to go along through the day. Here's our current setup. There's the hurricane, the biggest rain band still offshore. Conditions getting worse by noon. Strong winds, very heavy rain moving in. Our rain probably gets most intense around Lake Pontchartrain late around midday into the afternoon. This is 6 o'clock. So, I mean, from noon to midnight tonight, really bad. Those are probably our worst 12 hours. And then we get to midnight. We still have heavy bands across the area. The hurricane is lifting out to the north and west and gradually weakening. But even on Monday morning, there's still going to be some very heavy rain as far east as portions of Alabama and Mobile Bay, where we could see really significant flooding that far to the east. Level 4, high risk of flooding. Don't think we need to stress that much more. On Monday, we still are going to have this flood risk. It's going to take a while to get this moisture out of here. And even into Tuesday, we could still have what's called the tail of Ida as it departs, leaving some heavy storms across the area. There are high-resolution models showing widespread 5 to 10 inches of rain expected with Ida. Then you pick up some of these yellow areas in here, and that's indicating up to 10 inches of rain. And then orange and reds are showing 15 to 20. So we expect flooding to be a major problem only if you're west of the track is where we think the rainfall may not be that big of a deal. Again, if you lose power and you have the capability with a transistor radio, or you're able to listen on one of the apps on your phones or devices and keep them charged, we are carrying our landfalling program on these iHeart radio stations, including 99.5 WRNO. So guys, that's how things are kind of looking at the current time. We're going to go back over to John and Kelsey.
Well, I think we're going to also get a quick check right now because more people are kind of getting situated across
David
the
needs a
viewing
break,
area.
drink
David,
of water.
Yeah, I was actually about to run your water bottle over to you a couple seconds ago. And let me know if you need me to do that at any point.
David, our meteorologists are amazing. They keep going and going, and
I know.
David did that all on one breath. So.
Maybe two.
Maybe two.
Two breaths. All right.
In the meantime, let's get to St. Bernard. Natasha Robin is there.
And that's right, we're actually here in Reggio along Delacroix Highway, and you can see the water is already coming over the road here. Joining me now, Parish President Guy McGinnis, just kind of tell us what's happening here and kind of what's going on in this area outside of the hurricane protection system.
Well, you know, Natasha, here in Reggio, the water's coming in to the Wyclosky, Hopedale, Shell Beach area, and on the backside of Reggio and Delacroix. So this is one of the things we worry about. We got trees on the highway already. Water's coming over. Pretty soon we'll have too much water on this road to let anybody back. That's why we want everybody to stay in. You know, for the next 12, 13 hours or so, we're going to have sustained winds like this, and we're going to have more and more debris on the road. But, you know, CPRA called us earlier today and said that they expect all of our ring levees on the outside of our main levee system to overtop.
Okay, so the water's already coming up pretty fast. Is this faster than what you expected? I know the storm surge, we were talking last night, 7 to 11. Now that's moved up to like 8 to 12, right? So it's coming up faster than you originally thought.
You know, it was kind of slow overnight. We were kind of wondering why the water wasn't coming in, but it's obviously, you can see it's rolling in now. This is something that we see all the time, but today we're going to see a significant overtopping of these levees. Usually we get it in a few low spots, but we think we're going to get it in all of them. So that just means post-storm, we're going to get in here. CPRA, we got pumps staged at the Verret Wall. We're going to get in here and cut the levees, pump the water out, and try to get our people back to work and back to recreation so they could get to their camps.
Okay, and obviously, again, we're talking outside of the levee protection system. On the inside, we know that the wall was closed there along Highway 46. What are your concerns now, just a few hours away from landfall, for the people inside of the hurricane protection system?
As far as storm surge, Natasha, we really don't expect any problems with storm surge. What we worry about is a lot of rain in a short period of time, and this wind. We didn't think we would get this much of sustained wind at this time. So, we're expecting another 12 hours of this, and it's only going to get stronger. So, our thoughts and prayers are with Lafourche, Terrebonne, and those guys at Grand Isle and Lafitte. We're going to, God willing, that we can assist them after this is over and we're okay. It's just something we're thinking about. But I can tell you, we're all going to get back as soon as we can. We're resilient, and we're going to pray ourselves through this. We're going to get to work after.
I know a lot of people evacuated St. Bernard Parish and left, but there are a lot of people who are here, who stayed, and a lot of people are going to lose power, and the power outages can be extensive. I know yesterday Entergy representative said could be weeks in some areas, depending on the damage. Are you concerned about that and the loss of power?
We are very concerned about that. People are calling in at 504-278-4200 if they have elderly, or just to let us know that they're at home. After the storm, we will check on everyone, or we would call everyone who is reporting in to us right now. So yes, that is a huge concern of ours, and especially having a sustained wind like this for a longer period of time, let's say, than Zeta. And we were out of power for a week or so for Zeta. So, we worried about that. We are prepared, and, it's just, we see too much of this during hurricane season.
Now, on the way down here, down Judge Perez, we already saw debris across the roadway. Tree limbs have already fallen, and we know it's going to get probably much worse as the wind picks up. So what is your message to the people of St. Bernard Parish? I know last night you wanted everybody hunkered down. What is your message this morning?
Right now, everyone needs to stay home. We don't need anybody on the roads. It's too dangerous. Things are going to be flying around real soon here. We've saw debris on the road before getting here. I'm worried about all those camps and boats again on Highway 46. We're going to have some of those top over. So we know what to expect with this. We know we're going to have overtopping of our levees. Our crews are ready. We're just asking everyone to be safe. And if something happens during this storm, please call that number. And if there's an emergency, call 911. But it looks like sooner rather than later, our first responders will not be able to get out.
All right, thank you so much, Parish President Guy McGinnis. And of course, we're going to be checking in with you. We'll be here for the duration of the storm, and we'll be checking in with updates throughout the day, tonight, tomorrow, and of course, again, throughout this evening. But you can see the water here over the road. Pretty serious conditions. We are beyond the hurricane protection and levee, and we are going to be going back over on the other side because the conditions are deteriorating very quickly. Here in Lower St. Bernard Parish, Natasha Robin, Fox 8, Local First.
I was about to say, Natasha, what are you driving or riding in?
we're in the Fox 8 vehicle. So let's see, we're in a Ford Explorer. Ford Explorer. We're in a Ford Explorer.
Well, in that case,
so
we will.
The water's already coming over the road.
We will not keep you. We will let you get away from there.
Okay.
Hopefully those cows can get up on the hurricane levee down the highway.
Yes, and John, if you can still hear me, can you hear me, John?
I can. Go ahead.
So I don't know if you can see,
those
but we
are
have
hogs.
some we have some
those are
hogs.
We thought they
That's
were-
hogs, yes, here.
We thought they were cows. Okay.
Trying to get away from the rising water. No, that's hogs. So the wildlife, we're seeing some of that happen here too as well.
I'll bet you. All right, Natasha Robin in St. Bernard for a very brief period of time before she heads back on the other side of those hurricane risk reduction levies.
Right. Well, John, we've already got reports of power outages on the North Shore, thousands of CLECO customers. We want to get a check now with Entergy to see how customers are faring so far this morning. On the line, we have John Hawkins with Entergy Louisiana. Good morning, John. Can you hear us?
Hey, good morning. Yes, I can.
So we're watching, or we're looking at rather, an Entergy outage map, and it looks like we already have reports of outages in areas we'd expect: Grand Isle, Port Sulphur, Empire, Galliano. Pretty expected in those areas, but what else can you tell us?
We could tell you that we're starting to see those bands from Hurricane Ida having those impacts that we expected. But I will tell you, the storm is increasing. We just got off a weather call, possibly making land as a Cat 5. So this is a very dangerous storm. So I would ask everyone to focus on their personal safety and shelter in place if they haven't already evacuated.
Are the conditions such that you can't even really address these outages at this point? I know something like 30-mile-an-hour winds is the cutoff point, or is there what's the forecast here, if you will?
Yeah, for us, at 30 miles an hour, we can't put our buckets in the air. And so that is the cutoff point for us. And down in that southeast area that you mentioned, Grand Isle, Terrebonne, Lafourche, we're over that point. So right now, all of our workers are sheltering in place and focused on their safety.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Kelsey.
I was just going to say, speaking of your workers, John, I would imagine you all have brought in extra teams and stationed them around to be ready for this. But as you mentioned, they can't really do anything until the storm passes. How many extra crews have you all brought in?
Well, we're amassing a team of over 16,000 to be able to respond to this storm. So we started making those requests via mutual assistance and not non-IOU partners. We started that 3 days ago. So we've been working to secure additional resources to be able to respond to outages. And we've had folks that started arriving yesterday, some arrived today, and then others will arrive tomorrow.
Well, as you point out, this is a strong Category 4 hurricane. Our meteorologist, David Bernard, was seeing some evidence that perhaps it might be peaking, so hopefully we won't get to a 5. But either way, one of the vulnerable spots in the past has been these high voltage transmission lines way out sometimes in the marsh. They have been hardened since, Hurricane Gustav. But is there enough? Do you have the infrastructure out there or that can withstand this kind of wind, or what's your outlook?
Yeah, we've made significant investments in our transmission systems, but I will tell you, every storm is unique. And that's the challenge for us, and we just have to see what the actual impact is.
And then one thing I want to get to very quickly is, because I think we have a lot of people who stayed this time for a very serious situation. So if you would tell us when people want to get out because they've been cooped up for maybe 2 days or a day and a half, and they want to go outside in their yard and see what it looks like, when you see power lines down, standing water, what is the assumption people should make about the electricity?
We would tell everyone that you should assume that any down wire, whether you think it's telephone or electrical, is energized. Do not touch any down wire. We would also advise anyone that if you're driving down a street and you can't see, there's the strong possibility that street is flooded. So don't traverse down that street. And then we'd also tell folks to, stay alert for natural gas leaks, be careful with generators because of backfeed, and really just focus on executing your personal plan. Everyone should have a personal storm plan, and this is the time to activate that plan.
All right. Well, we appreciate your taking the time to talk to us, give us an update on where things stand with Entergy. John Hawkins. Let me go out of line here for just a moment, guys. Toss back to David because you have some quick thoughts on intensity.
Yes, I do. Okay, so when I was looking at, let's go to Max 1. And I know we've been bouncing around on you guys. We saw this came in a surface wind of 166 miles per hour. However, it appears that observation may be contaminated by rain. so that may not be valid, but certainly 150 or 155. So if anything, we're still looking at an extremely strong Category 4 storm, but some additional analysis that I saw coming in from the Hurricane Center says they're not quite sure if that is valid or not, but that is Category 5 winds, and that is a surface wind that was measured, and they found the lowest pressure of 928 millibars. So we can say whatever we want to say about that. Hopefully it's not 166, but what it does say is this storm is not any weaker at this time. We're going to have a new advisory coming up in the next 20 or 25 minutes from the Hurricane Center, and the plane may try to circle around and come back once more before that happens.
All right. Thanks for that, David. Let's go to Josh Robertson in Terrebonne Parish.
Hey, John. Yeah, just an update on the conditions. Obviously, we're down here in Terrebonne Parish, expected to get hit very hard by Ida. And so right now we are seeing the winds really ramp up. The rain really has not been an issue for maybe the past couple of hours, but doesn't mean it's not coming. We've had rain on and off early this morning. The conditions are deteriorating with the wind. I mean, wind is we're actually getting protected a little bit where we're standing. We're out in front of the EOC Command Center. And so, yeah, the winds are definitely picking up. You can feel it looking at a lot of the flags around here. It's definitely whipping, appears to be whipping to the south pretty hard, it looks like. But anyway, we're talking to Mark Black, the PIO here with Terrebonne Parish. He just kind of walked out and checked to see if we needed anything. I asked him just any updates. He said they've all of their emergency capabilities. I mean, everything. He said, and they've got basically every branch of official that you can think of in this building right now, all getting everything in a row. They said all their emergency capabilities, the levees, everything that needs to be in place is in place. The pumps, everything that it should be up and running is up and running. And right now it's really become kind of a waiting game. They keep kind of walking out periodically. I've talked to Mart a couple times. He's just walking out kind of checking, seeing what the conditions are doing, and it's just not here yet. It's almost like the deep breath before the plunge. You're just kind of waiting for it to hit, waiting for it to deteriorate rapidly, and I'm sure it's definitely coming. So people here, their command center is very intense right now. They've got all the everything in place, and so of course we're going to kind of be hunkering down here when it does get really bad, and keep bringing you all the information as those conditions do change. And again, at this point, they say, they don't want anybody trying to evacuate. If you're in, and just try to stay put. But they do believe that maybe around half of the people here in the parish did take that warning and did evacuate. And obviously they talked earlier about all the storm surge starting to creep up past the levee system. And so any updates, we will bring them to you right here, of course, in Terrebonne Parish. But for now, we will send it back to you.
All right. Thanks very much for that, Josh. An important update on the roads. The Causeway Commission General Manager Carlton Dufresneau says that they are experiencing wind gusts of 50 miles an hour on the causeway. They anticipate, based on that, closing it at 11 o'clock this morning. So if you are on one side of the lake or the other and you need to get across, now is your chance. If you are planning on a quick round trip, don't count on it unless you're really, right there practically at the foot of the bridge. And that could vary because, they don't know what this jello that is a hurricane system will throw at them.
And that's why we've been saying, the window to move around is, honestly, I would just tell you to not get out right now unless you absolutely have to. Things are changing so fast. You're taking a live look right now at the causeway. It looks like most people are, taking our warnings and just holding tight. Don't see a car not a car in sight.
Not a creature was stirring.
Not even.
Somewhere out there is somebody who will feel lucky. But so again, it's 11 o'clock is what they are anticipating. That's not firm. They could move it up because they will close that bridge when they get to tropical storm conditions. 11 o'clock is the estimate now.
All right, we want to get a quick check of things down in Lafourche Parish. Real Juan Belogan standing by live.
Yeah, the wind is picking up just a little bit here. Now, the rain has been on and off right now, just about sprinkling a bit, but it's that wind gust that we're starting to feel directly in front of a business with boarded up window. There you go. The wind just picking up again there. Boarded up buildings and businesses, we're seeing a number of them boarded up. If they're not boarded up, they have a number of sandbags out front. There's another one across the street. That's a car wash there. Now, we're panning over. You see this truck driving around. So each time a vehicle gets gets on Highway 1. We've watched as deputies with Lafourche Parish Sheriff's Office stop each individual driver and see where they are going. While we were walking to this spot, they stopped us. They were just making sure we were at the media and just telling us what they were seeing. Now, directly behind me, where you see all those vehicles, this will likely is the good thing here. Now, people are, the folks who are on the road so far, according to the deputies we spoke with, they are all heading right there. That's Central Lafourche Parish High School there. That's one of the last resort shelters. The other last resort shelter is in Thibodaux, as this wind gust picks up just a bit here. So the wind, hey, you can see it there. The wind is picking up. The rain is still not heavy right now. It's just some of the wind pushing that rain towards us. Most of the people we have seen driving on the roads, some of them, I said about half of them, are heading over to the shelter here. Now the other half, the leaders are telling them to stay where you are. Stay there. You have to prepare to stay there. And Parish President Archie Chasson says he feels he's nervous, but he feels confident in the system of things. Take a listen.
You know, now's the time to figure out in your house where's the safest location to be should you see a sporadic spin-off tornado, should you get some of those 145-mile-an-hour gusty winds. Pick an interior room, a bathroom, a kitchen, something with no windows that you can kind of hunker down in should it get kind of rough. You know, out of a 7, you know, out of 10, I'm about a 7 right now on the worried factor.
Again, he's about a 7 out of a 10 on the word tracker. He says all of these services, emergency services, are in place to assist after the storm passes. They're letting people who are staying home, again, just like he said there, you have to stay in place right now. Go wherever you know there aren't any windows and just stay there as long as possible, or until all of this passes here. He's telling folks, stay where you are. It's better to be safer there because these emergency services likely won't be able to come to you until the storm passes. Reporting live, Roman Belogan, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, thanks, Real One. We'll do our 9:30 reset. Good morning to you once again. I'm John Snell, along with Kelsey Davis.
And we want to get straight to David Bernard for the latest on Hurricane Ida, strong Category 4 storm.
I'm starting again, Kelsey, with a look at the hurricane hunters that are going to fly this all the way to the coast, and then they'll be done. Again, we reported this surface wind of 166 miles per hour, but the data was flagged as possibly being rain contaminated. Certainly, though, probably supporting 150 mile per hour winds and a pressure, the lowest they found so far, 928 millibars. I'll probably zoom this in the next time, but every time you see one of these red dots, that's where the plane found the center. So there it was moving northwest. It jogged a little west. Now it's jumped back to the northwest, still on a heading for a landfall, looks like right at Port Fourchon, where we've been targeting for at least the last 12 hours or since last night, as we saw that gradual eastward shift taking place. So this plane is probably going to stay out there until it reaches the coast. We're only about 30 miles or so from landfall, so we're expecting that in the next couple of hours. Hurricane Ida eyewall wind warning. You may not see another one of these issued in your lifetime. It's an extremely rare event for the Hurricane Center to put out something like this. It affects all of the coastal parishes right now. That means you need to be bracing for winds of 115 miles per hour or greater in these areas. What does that mean you need to do? You need to shelter like this was a tornado situation. You need to be on the lowest level of your house. You need to put as many walls between you and the outside of your house as possible. Stay away from glass. If you're in a closet or in a room that does not have windows, on the windward side of that room, if that's where the door is, brace a mattress against it in case you do lose that door. It is possible with the winds coming in, especially right at the coast, that we could start to see homes come apart, roofs could start to fall off. So if anybody remains in these areas, those are the precautions you should take, and cover your head and your children's heads with blankets and pillows while this eye wall is going through. And this is going to go on for a number of hours. So again, a life-threatening situation. Eye wall wind warning now for all of our coastal parishes for violent hurricane-force winds moving through the area as Ida makes landfall. Currently, it's located 40 miles south of Grand Isle, moving at 14. That means in 2 or 3 hours, it's going to cross the coast, either near Grand Isle or more likely closer to Port Fourchon. Highest sustained winds 150, pressure 930. We did see that pressure of 928, though. That did show up on the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. And again, we are going to see a new advisory coming out between now and 10 o'clock. It's probably not going to change all that much, and it's not going to change the reality of what we're facing over the next 24 hours. Here's our satellite picture. This is the previous track of the storm. The red line is the forecast track, and the eye is moving right along the red line. So Ida is staying right on track. Here's Grand Isle, and there's Port Fourchon right there. That's where it is indeed heading, in that direction, and then for a second landfall in Terrebonne Parish after it moves through portions of lower Lafourche. Some of our gusts that we've seen offshore, 117, 119 for some buoys and some oil platforms, and then we're seeing some of the data disappearing, so it's possible that we're going to lose a lot of data here in the northern Gulf. That would not be a surprise. And here are some of the, there's Grand Isle. That just popped. Let's see, I think we saw a 65, 62 mile per hour gust, and obviously those are going to go higher than that. Back home, this is what Landry's lake camera looks at the lakefront right now. It's getting bad, folks. And as you heard Carl with the Causeway Boulevard said they were getting 50 mile per hour gusts. They're probably even higher than that now. And we're going to be seeing hurricane force gusts again in the city developing around midday today is what I'm estimating. The sustained wind, the last report was 37. That's sustained at the airport. We've seen that peak gust, as he mentioned, near 50, 52 at Galliano, 46 at Buras, 46 at Gulfport so far. Kenner has had a wind gust to 43 miles per hour. Here's another look on radar. And we can see some of the lightning. I'm going to take a closer look at that, but still lots of lightning going off on the eye wall. You only see that in the most intense destructive hurricanes. The really nasty band looks like is moving across Grand Isle right now, one of the outer bands, but then here is the really violent part of the hurricane, the eye wall there with that lightning going off, and that's where those 150 mile per hour winds are located. Now, what about the rest of the South Shore right now? These are those strong gusty showers we were just showing you on our lakefront camera. And so the rain is not particularly heavy at this point, but the wind is picking up, and it's certainly the rain rates are going to increase as we go into the afternoon. North of the lake, it's the same story, same within South Mississippi. Gusty showers passing from east to west. We'll see that increase in frequency and also in intensity as we go throughout the afternoon. And then also on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, we saw around Gulfport, they've had some gusts of 40, 50 miles per hour. We have strong showers blowing through Diamond Head and Bay St. Louis right now as well. There's Grand Isle. There is that eye of the hurricane. I mean, just 20 or 30 miles south of Grand Isle. Tremendous storm surge now pushing into Grand Isle. Lots of lightning now going off around the hurricane eye, as we mentioned. Timing out the wind field, this is what it looks like. This is the 9:30 analysis. And again, this is a wind analysis that's put out by the Hurricane Center to give us an idea of just how big the storm is. Look how far out tropical storm force winds are. The ones that are between 39 and 57 miles per hour. They extend all the way across the Gulf Coast and all the way west to Morgan City. And the hurricane force winds, those are just now beginning to touch the coast. As we go into the noon hour, there you can see the violent winds continuing to move across southeast Louisiana. And this is going to go all day and all into the evening. Even by midnight, we're talking about bad winds in Tangipahoa Parish. Hurricane force gusts, sustained hurricane force winds still forecast to make it not only through the river parishes, but also into Baton Rouge. And on Monday morning, we'll finally get to see some improvements, but some tropical storm force gusts still are going to be possible. Storm surge warnings are in effect. We know about that. Peak surges of 12 to 16 feet just east of where the center makes landfall, as high as 8 to 12 feet possible east of the river, Breton Sound and Shell Beach, 5 to 8 feet. We're looking at for Lake Pontchartrain, and east of Bay St. Louis on the east end of the Mississippi Gulf Coast and Mobile Bay, a storm surge of 4 to 7 feet. Actually, that goes just west of Mobile Bay, and then west of Grand Isle, an 8 to 12 foot surge. But let's look at our Q-risk storm surge model, and the difference between that And the map I just showed you from the Hurricane Center is this is a deterministic model based on the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center, and it's based on the center line. And this is the center line. And so if the storm tracks like this, and it looks like it's going to, the storm surge is going to be significantly less west of that line. As indicated here, it's going to be significantly higher to the east. So all the areas we were highlighting, Barataria Bay, Grand Isle, Breton Sound, also the west-facing shores of Lake Pontchartrain, up to 9 feet of surge there. That's a 5 to 8 foot surge forecast from the Hurricane Center. Our surge model is indicating it could be as high as 9 feet, so it's right in line with that. Also in Bay St. Louis, could be talking about surge as high as 9 feet there. So everywhere east of that line, significant water inundation is going to be likely. Here is how the rain is going to track through the afternoon. There's the noon hour, rain getting progressively heavier as we go into Sunday evening, and it's not much better by midnight tonight. We've got heavy rain all across the area. Once we get to Monday morning and the storm starts lifting out to the north and east, some of these bands will start to break up, but somebody is still going to be stuck under them. They're going to be a little more isolated in nature, but we've seen what an isolated rain band can do, and it can do a lot. This is a 25-inch rain scale legend. It goes up to 25 inches here. Widespread 5 to 10-inch rains expected in green. Yellow areas could be 10 to 15. And we're seeing maximums here on the coast near Grand Isle and then out in the marshes of St. Bernard and then potentially along the Mississippi Gulf Coast showing 15 to 20 plus inches of rain. Now, so this has kind of been where it's been focusing, guys, but, you know, this could easily shift a little bit back to the west over the city. Regardless, this is 5 to 10 inches of rain. Certainly, that is not good either. Want to remind you, if you lose power, if you have a transistor radio, we are broadcasting with our iHeart Radio network, including on 99.5 WRNO, and you can also find them on your app, of course. You just got to be able to keep those tablets and phones charged, and you'll be able to continue to listen to our broadcast there. Of course, you'll be able to also watch on all your streaming devices, whether through our Fox 8 News or weather apps. Also, you can download the Fox 8 weather app on Roku, Amazon Fire, places like that, and you'll be able to get our coverage there. Our Fox 8 weather app, a reminder to download to your streaming device. If you don't have it yet, grab it in Google Play and App Store before we lose too much more power.
All right, thanks so much, David. And just really want to quickly say that the airport just put out a note that said all flights are officially canceled for the rest of the day. They're saying airport staff is on site monitoring the situation, and they'll keep a close watch on conditions. A total, they're saying, are about 226 flights were canceled today and 40 were canceled yesterday. So again, people trying to get out at the last minute today, even early this morning, likely couldn't make it. This storm intensified so fast.
Sure.
Of course, airlines want to get their crews situated and not stuck in New Orleans or stuck anywhere else.
And their equipment too.
And their equipment as well.
So there's a couple of different layers of that on top of the fact that it gets to a point where it's just not safe to do this.
Right.
All right, we've been gathering some video, and Meg Gatto has been looking at some of that.
Yeah, I want to show you guys some of the pictures and videos that are coming now into our Burst app. That's part of the Fox 8 News app. It's an area where viewers can submit their pictures and videos to us. So let's take a look. This first video I'm going to show you, this is the beginning of Ida in Myrtle Grove. As we play the video here, and as the camera zooms in on the water, you could see the white caps there on the water. And I don't know if you could catch it, the flag that was flying in the very beginning portion of that video, you could see just whipping back and forth as a result of those high winds as the storm roared ashore. Let's go to our next piece of video here. This one is in Diamond Head, Mississippi. You can't necessarily tell the high winds in this video, but you can see those dark storm clouds that are rolling in as the storm approached. Let's now go to, I've got video. This is from Grand Isle. This was taken at 7:52 this morning, and this video clearly taken by somebody on a boat. They are inside the boat. But look at the rain that's falling. I mean, I can't imagine riding this thing out on a boat in Grand Isle, how terrifying that must be. We're going to play that one more time so you could see. I mean, it's hard to even really see what's going on around them because there's so much rain falling at this time. Let's move it along here to show you. This is a photograph, a still photograph that was taken by that same person who submitted that video to us from Grand Isle. And then lastly, this is from Hancock County, Mississippi. And Again, look at the cloud coverage and look at how dark the sky is in the background there of that photograph. Again, all of these pictures and videos submitted to us from the Fox 8 News app. If you go on the app, there's a function there called Burst where you can upload your pictures and videos. And of course, if you can take pictures and videos for us safely, we will show them on air to try to give our other viewers a sense of what is happening around the area as Ida approaches.
All right, thanks for that, Meg. Let's go now to
Garland Gillen.
Garland, that's right, Garland Gillen. Whoops, there's my my little hurricane hiccup. Garland Gillen, who's watching those conditions deteriorate on the lakefront.
John, that is right. The conditions are deteriorating on the lakefront here. The rain is now picked up. As you can see, the water is starting to get up here, get to my ankles. Lakeshore Drive obviously has been shut down since this morning. Total mess out there. I saw one car go through 30 minutes ago. Don't know what that car was thinking. Luckily, it was a pickup truck, so it kind of mowed through the water there. But the water has been overtopped from Lake Pontchartrain all the way on a Lakeshore Drive. It's over into the grass area here. A lot of the things out here to stop people from bringing their cars out have moved significantly by 20, 30 yards down the road there. Luckily, since the conditions have deteriorated, people that were out here watching the storm have all left. People that live in the neighborhood have gotten out, so that's good. But yeah, the only few people out here are just photographer taking pictures and us there. But yes, the conditions are no doubt deteriorating right now. I am, it definitely is coming down here. But luckily, like I said, we have security out here now. That's good at the top of the hill. Luckily, my photographer is hidden behind a car there, so he's nice and safe. But like I said, it's closed out here. People that were living in the neighborhood have gotten out because the conditions are deteriorating out here. The wind is picking up there. Definitely kind of holding my own here. Got a good wide stance here to hold it in there. But I'm going to send things back to you in the studio, guys.
Garland, just really quickly, so the people who are out there kind of checking out the conditions, they've since left. They've gone inside. They're not out there with you anymore.
Yeah, they had guy even brought his dog out here. They have now left. They have security out here now, so I think that people that live in the neighborhood will stop there. Like I said, there's only one other crew out here and us, and it has gotten quiet. Luckily, we have not seen another car come out in the last 30 minutes. That was the last time there. I don't think that's a wise move now. I mean, it'll overtop there. I mean, it's right now, as I keep going further on a Lakeshore Drive, it's going to get up to my knees. So it has gotten really, it's gotten flooded on the roads here. The waves are just whipping. I mean, Lake Pontchartrain is vicious right now with those waves overtopping Lakeshore Drive. So yeah, no one's out here. So at least everybody's gotten inside there. They've gotten smart. But yeah, the waves are definitely overtop Lakeshore Drive, and the water is getting up to my ankles right now, and in some other spots that get up to my knees.
I was about to say, I know you can see where you are. Just watch your step out there.
Yes, sir. I'm on the road right now, John. So luckily, I'm holding down here. This is a road going up over into to West End. So yeah, this is luckily we're high up on the levee. Our car is. So yeah, I'm on the bottom of this. But yeah, I'm standing on a road right now. This isn't grass. This is roadway. So definitely do not come drive out here. Bad idea there. I don't know how that last person got around possibly barriers, but don't come out here anymore there. It's not a smart idea.
Garland, you're standing in the lake right now.
I mean,
or it's come and surrounded you, but quite a sight from Garland Gillen. In Lake Pontchartrain.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the lake is, you're right. The lake is into the water, into the road now. Yeah, I'm gonna start moving up here because yeah, it's definitely pushing me in. I mean, I don't, you know, I'm not that too big of a person here, so I can definitely get pushed around with this wind. But yeah, the lake is now under the road there, and it's gonna keep going up. When we got here, the water was just getting over top on a Lakeshore Drive. Now it's just, I mean, the start of Lakeshore Drive is right over here where these barriers are, and now the water has gotten significantly up. I'm probably walking about 15 to 20 yards in flooding water there, so before you know it, it'll start getting to the top of the hill. Back to y'all in the studio.
All right, Garland Gillen, who normally does sports for us, out there being a trooper and bringing us those conditions. And consider that that's not really the most dramatic angle for the lake. You normally need more northerly winds, but they're so strong that that's whipping it up.
And we were talking about how normally it's that little kind of curve in the lake closer to where the restaurants are that you normally see that wind and water kind of churning. So to see it overlapping and as much as it is on the kind of the straightaway of the road,
right.
So a little more.
On a serious note, Garland's right there on the edge of the water or the road. He knows where he's going. If you get into a situation where you do have flooding, just bear in mind you may not know where, if you've got something up to your thighs, you may not know where the manhole cover is in a particular community. So you really have to be careful about knowing where you're going. Absolutely. Let's get an update on Lafourche Parish. Here's Real Juan Valogan.
Hey, we're in Lafourche Parish. I was just looking around, just trying to get an idea exactly where these vehicles are going because that curfew is still in effect, and deputies with Lafourche Parish are stopping these folks as they approach different locations to make sure wherever they are going, they're doing it safely and they're ready to stay put. So as we pan out to the far left here, what you're taking a look shortly here is Central Lafourche High School. This is one of the last resort shelters. As you can see, that parking lot is full. We were here this morning, we counted maybe 20 vehicles. Now it's filling up at the front here and along on the side to the left there as well. That means more people are listening to parish leaders. They're leaving their homes really quickly and heading over here. Now, that's what they want people to do. But if wherever you are now, if you are comfortable, the best thing to do is stay there. They no longer, as of now, want people to be on the roadways for any reason because, again, that curfew is still in place until the sheriff's office lifts that curfew here. And the wind has been picking up a bit here, about the better half of an hour or so. And you can see it right now is pushing my jacket here, but nothing ridiculous at this point, but we are bracing for things within around noon. I believe that's what David said, around noon, for things to really start intensifying here. That's the conditions out right here in Lafourche Parish. Most of the folks on the roadways here, for the most part, are just other media outlets. So most of the people are just heeding the warnings of parish officials. Either they are going to a shelter like this or they are staying right at home. Reporting live, Roman Blogan, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, thanks very much for that, Real One. The areas of the most serious concern, obviously, in Jefferson Parish are those lower-lying areas immediately. Grand Isle, which is getting punched right now, and then Lafitte. Ricky Templet, the longtime parish councilman, talked about the issues.
Last night, they did a door-to-door search on looking to see who was left in the mandatory evacuation area, and they have a true account of how many people are in locations. They're talking about roughly about 485 individuals, 182 households are still down in Crown Point, Barataria, Lafitte, and Lower Lafitte. And those numbers will truly help out when we have to do any search and rescue operations.
And of course, that's the lower part of the parish. But right now we have Sabrina Wilson live in Jefferson Parish, and she is actually with Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang.
That's right. We're here at the Jefferson Parish EOC, where we hope to hunker down during the worst of Ida. I want to bring in Cynthia Lee Shang, Jefferson Parish President. So, Ms. Shang, can you tell us how things are going around the parish, especially Grand Isle and Lafitte?
Obviously, yeah, Grand Isle is our most vulnerable part of the parish, and we're watching them closely. We had a camera on Grand Isle. We lost that camera view of the island at about 5 a.m. They lost electricity within the past hour and a half or so, and we're expecting that eye wall is about to hit Grand Isle now. And of course, you know, our concern is for Lafitte, which will be next up. So even though we haven't really felt major effects here, we know the lower-lying areas of the parish are really feeling it.
What have you heard about evacuation order compliance in those low-lying areas? I was in Lafitte last night and talked to people, longtime residents, who said, we're staying.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, we had I called a mandatory evacuation for outside the hurricane protection system. I do feel like many people left Grand Isle, but I think that I spoke to the mayor yesterday and I'm in touch with him. He probably thinks there were 40 people that remained on the island, and of course that is our big concern. Probably a few hundred people in the Lafitte area. So as soon as it's possible to get out, our sheriff's offices and our firefighters and the National Guard, who's working in conjunction with us, will be looking to those areas first, probably, to do some search and rescue.
To speak to the seriousness of it, while I was in Lafitte, Sheriff Joe Lapinto actually arrived to start knocking on doors and urging people to get out. This is serious.
We have such a strong first responder community, and they are that proactive that they did go to Lafitte yesterday and try to understand where people are and how many people were in that area. Lafitte has that just one road in, and it gets water very quickly, like Grand Isle. So, our firefighters, our sheriff's office, they have boats, and they're prepared to do it and do what they do best. But right now, until the storm passes, they're gonna have to shelter.
What are you bracing for in terms of rainfall and possible flooding?
Rainfall up in the hurricane protection system is certainly a big concern that we have. We have so many open canals. And if you've never been in a car, it is an extremely dangerous situation. It does not take a lot of rainfall to have your car actually float, and you completely lose control of your car. I've been in that situation myself. Next to an open body of water is really a life-threatening situation. So we want to remind everyone, when this storm passes and there is flooding, we need to just stay off the streets. We need to let our first responders have full control of the streets, let them do what they need to do, and if you're fine and you're at home, we really need you to stay at home when this passes.
Yesterday you said you thought with the storm surge that in some low-lying areas it could be unsurvivable. Are you sticking with that?
Yes, I mean, the storm surge is expected to be so high and so strong for such a long period of time. And Grand Isle, that area, if the storm is reduced by the time it gets to us, it's only because Grand Isle took that first punch for a long time. And so our concern is really with those residents that will stay on the island. But hopefully they got into strong shelter and are able to withstand it.
Aside from those low-lying areas, there is improved flood protection since Hurricane Katrina. But what are you concerned about as we speak?
I'm concerned about, obviously, the rainwater up here, the loss of electricity with the grid. We are expecting major electricity loss. Obviously, Entergy is going to do their best to restore power to us, but it's going to take some time. If you think about the roads that have to be cleared, and there are teams that are going to have to come from outside our area, and this storm is so wide that the roads outside of our area could be impassable. So people need to remember, look at the size of this storm. This is a historic storm, and we're going to have to give the people patience to get our life back to normal. And I know we're going to want our life back to normal as soon as possible. We're going to work as hard as we can to make that happen. But everybody needs to understand the severity of this storm and just the sheer magnitude of what it's going to take to get the grid back into play.
Driving over here, we saw people out walking around. Not advisable.
Not advisable to walk around. You need to start getting to where you are. You need to shelter in place. You need to get your supplies nearby where you are. And even the most common sense things of staying in your house, understanding how the trees are around your house. If that tree were to fall, where would it fall on your house and be in a different section of your house? Because we did lose somebody last year in Louisiana for that kind of situation. So very common sense things. Do not go outside. The electrical outlets, somebody was electrocuted last year in our area just from stepping outside. So please be careful.
Any other message to people in Jefferson Parish while we have you live?
We're all hunkering down. It's going to be a tough ride before it gets better. We want everybody to pray for each other, strength. I've been reached out to by so many other parish presidents in the area. We're going to pull together. The state is in contact with us. We know there's going to be aid out there. And if it doesn't hit us as bad, we're ready to give assistance to whatever area needs it. So,
but you're planning now for post-storm relief.
Yeah, I think we all want to do our work. Right now, I think a lot of us feel helpless. Last night it was kind of eerie. I think we're all feeling very eerie with the anniversary of things. I finally was able to get some sleep, but last night it was so calm. It really was literally the calm before the storm. It was a very eerie feeling, very surreal feeling for us. But really, everybody here, we have the energy. We're anxious to get out there, but we want this storm to come and pass over us so we can do our work.
Thank you very much, Jefferson Parish. President Cynthia Lee Shang updating us on conditions here in Jefferson Parish and preparing for Ida. We'll be here throughout the worst of it. Reporting live from Jefferson Parish, I'm Sabrina Wilson, Fox 8 Local First. Back to you.
All right, Sabrina, thank you so much. And just really want to quickly say that the Orleans Parish Emergency 911 Center is saying that they are experiencing technical difficulties with the 911 line. They're asking that if you have an emergency at this time to call the following number, 504-821-2222. That's to report an emergency. They tell us they'll update everyone once the technology has been restored and that issue has been resolved.
All right, in the meantime, let's take a couple quick minutes and get a fresh look at some video and pictures from Meg.
You guys just heard from Cynthia Lee Sheng there, the parish president of Jefferson Parish, talking about the possibility of downed trees. And I want to show you, we just got our first picture of a tree that's fallen in Harvey. Now, Dee, who sent us this picture just about 15 minutes ago, says this tree, a portion of it fell on a house. You can't exactly make that out in this photograph. But again, we know that this is bound to happen. As the winds pick up, we will see more trees fall, as well as power lines as well. All right, let's take a look now at some video. This was sent in by Richard in Hopedale. You can see the water rising. These are from his security cameras there around his home, and you can see his dock. If I can fast forward here, I'm going to show you. Okay, here we go. Another section, and you can see the water rising, and you can kind of make out in the background the wind that's pushing this water closer and closer to Richard's house. We're going to go a little bit further into this video to show you another view here. And again, look at the water rising. Of course, you know, living in this area, he is used to seeing a significant amount of water at his dock there in Hopedale, but still the water is rising at a pretty quick rate there in Hopedale at the moment. This is video from Lower Terrebonne Parish where the winds are starting to pick up. This video sent to us by Zachary. And as you take a look around, the rain is falling. This was sent just a short time ago from Zachary. The trees blowing in the wind there, and hopefully that debris, what looks like some wood from what may have been a shed, doesn't go flying, as we know that the winds are bound to pick up here as Ida rolls ashore. All right, now let's see if we have another. There's a closer view there of that tree that fell in Harvey from Dee. Again, that sent just about 15 minutes ago. The important thing is here, you know, we're asking viewers to send us pictures and videos. You could do that via the Fox 8 News app. Of course, only if you could do that safely. There are so many people that are watching us too on the Fox 8 News app, streaming us from around the country. I've actually got family watching right now up in Buffalo, New York. People are trying to see what the situation is here in our area, and also checking on their loved ones if maybe they can't reach them, especially as we're about to experience power outages. So if you can upload these pictures and videos to burst through the Fox 8 News app, we would appreciate it. All right, we'll send it back to John and Kelsey in the studio.
All right, Meg, thank you so much. And just want to reiterate, in case you missed it a couple seconds ago, reported that the Orleans Parish Emergency Communication Center, they're saying that they're experiencing some issues with the 911 technology. They say if you have an emergency, until they get the situation resolved, call the number there on your screen. That's 504-821-2222. And of course, they'll update us as soon as things get correct.
All right, in the meantime, it's coming up on 10:01 now. Good morning. Once again, I'm John Snell along with Kelsey Davis, and let's get at the top of the hour to David Bernard and the 10 o'clock advisory.
All right, so the latest on Ida is that it has slowed down. This is expected. The gradual turn is going to happen in the next couple of hours. It's moving northwest now at 13 miles per hour. No change in the wind. A powerful Category 4 at 150 miles per hour. The pressure has leveled off now after hitting a low of around 929. It's at 933, and it's likely that we're not going to see any additional intensification because it is so close to the coast. Currently, it's 80 miles south of New Orleans and just a few miles south of Grand Isle. Right now, they're getting 100-mile-per-hour winds on Grand Isle. A horrific storm surge, and of course the power is now gone there. By this evening, a Category 2 storm still forecast to track right along the spine of Lafourche Parish into the river parishes with damaging hurricane-force winds. The last measurement was the hurricane-force winds extend out about 50 miles from the center. All right, and so the tropical storm-force winds about 130 miles. By Monday morning, still a strong tropical storm into southwest Mississippi. Because of the nature of this storm, it's a Category 4 storm. Anything greater than a Category 3, they issue an eye-wall wind warning, and that's what we have for all of the coastal parishes. That means Category 3 or stronger winds 115 miles per hour or greater are possible, or expected, I should say. It's a warning, expected in these areas. Some areas could see winds even higher than that, especially right where the center makes landfall. The most powerful winds likely to be in Grand Isle, Lower Lafourche, Golden Meadow, into parts of eastern Terrebonne and then even into Lafitte. That is where we're likely going to see the most destructive winds. So that is the past track of the storm. Here's the new forecast line that was just issued. It has not changed. It has the center just now approaching Port Fourchon. So I think we're going to have a landfall called here in the next hour or two, if not sooner, as this continues to move off to the northwest, then gradually bending a little more north across St. James Parish and then approaching Baton Rouge just a bit later on tonight. Some wind gusts offshore, lots of, you kind of see them go 117, 119 showing up there. There was a 62 in Grand Isle, and then we lost that. We're not really seeing much more observation there. This is our lakefront camera at Landry's. I got down at the parking lot, and we're getting lots and lots of overwash. We've seen this picture many times, but the storm hasn't even started for us, really. And so you know it's going to get worse. Our wind gusts continue to increase in the metro area. 52 in Kenner now, 51 in Belle Chase, 53 at the lakefront, 52 at Galliano are the peak gusts so far, and 46 at Gulfport. So those are at least the observations we have. Obviously, we're not getting anything from Port Fourchon right now and any reliable information from Grand Isle, but that purple indicating where the hurricane force winds are beginning to spread into the area. There is the eye of the hurricane. Once again, just a few miles south of Grand Isle. A pretty heavy squall just went across parts of Jefferson Parish. Otherwise, we've got moderate to heavy tropical showers covering the rest of the South Shore, and not as much on the North Shore. It's kind of coming and going, but we do have some heavier rain now, just moving on to the Gulf Coast between Gulfport, past Christiane, Bay St. Louis, and Diamond Head along of Interstate 10. Also heavy rain near the Stennis Space Center is showing up there with some strong winds going on. Look at all the lightning that is happening in this eye wall. I mean, you just only see that if it's a big time hurricane, and that's what we have. Of course, we have our tornado watch. There's our red box, and so that northeastern quadrant, the northeastern side of the landfalling storm, most likely area for tornadoes. Kind of hard to predict tornadoes with a hurricane. Some of them don't produce any, really, and some of them produce tons, but there's certainly the possibility, and that tornado watch extends east all the way along the Gulf Coast. So here's our wind analysis right now. The hurricane force winds are at the coast. Hurricane conditions occurring now in Port Fourchon and also in Grand Isle. Then as we go toward noon, those spread a little farther inland. The orange areas are strong tropical storm force winds, 58 to 73 miles per hour, moving across the immediate South Shore with possible gusts to hurricane force in the next few hours. And then as we go around 6 o'clock in the evening, we could see hurricane conditions covering a good part of the metropolitan area. Category 1 winds with hurricane gusts extending all the way into parts of St. Bernard, Upper Plaquemines, and north of the lake. Notice Mandeville, St. Tammany, southern Tangipahoa. Strong tropical storm force winds. That's going to be enough to bring down trees and power lines. So widespread power outages have been expected. And by midnight tonight, still big impacts in the Baton Rouge area, but overall the wind field beginning to shrink. And finally tomorrow morning, at least the wind is going to stop to blow. But the question is, what about the rain? Storm surge, already very dangerous storm surge occurring all along our coastlines. We could see up to 8 to 12 feet of surge along the Mississippi coast in Lake Borgne, also in Breton Sound, 12 to 16 feet. That's where the highest is expected, just east of where the center line is. And then you can see these numbers to the west of 6 to 9 feet and 8 to 12. But we're going to be getting an offshore wind there because of the track of the storm. And so if we go to our Fox 8 storm surge model, if it follows the new center line, again, that would limit the amount of onshore storm surge for areas into Terrebonne Parish and particularly into St. Mary Parish. And this is now showing 12 to 16 feet of storm surge. That is the forecast from the National Hurricane Center. The area here, Golden Meadow and Grand Isle. And then also as we continue in areas of Breton Sound, that's indicating up to 9 to 10 feet above ground as well. No change there. Zach, do you want to let's push up just a little bit. And again, the Hurricane Center is forecasting a high storm surge in here. That's indicating up to 9 feet there. Here's Lake Borgne. And then as you back into the west corner there, that's That's showing up to possibly 9 feet of storm surge as well near Shell Beach. And then once we get into Lake Pontchartrain, that's indicating up to 6 feet. It's 5 to 8 feet is what the Hurricane Center is calling for. And our Fox 8 storm surge model confirms that up to 6 feet in the lake. But on the western edge of the lake, we could see water as high as 9 feet. Same on the western edge of Lake Maurepas. We could see storm surge levels of 6 to 9 feet showing up in that location as well. Here's our Fox 8 forecast high resolution model. And this afternoon, the rain really beginning to pick up as the hurricane begins to move across the area and continues off to the north. Midnight tonight, we still have heavy rain. We're very concerned about the flooding. And by tomorrow morning, this is 6 a.m., still some bands are going to be across the area. It looks like the bulk will be moving into Mississippi. Will be drying from the southwest, so we'll be improving from west to east as we go into the afternoon hours. Again, our high resolution model, we've been pushing the threat for this all day long. The green area is 5 to 10 inches of rain. This is showing almost the entire area. You can see 5 to 10 inches of rain. And then where you see this, that's 15 to 20 plus. Is it going to fall out here over the water? That would be great. There's no guarantee that might shift a little bit more to the west, but even 10 inches of rain is going to be enough to cause problems around here. A reminder, you have our Fox 8 weather app. We're streaming our live coverage there. In addition, if you have a transistor radio and you lose power, we're broadcasting on these iHeart radio stations, including 99.5 WRNO. A lot of people after Zeta, guys, said to me, we had a 90% power outage in the city. Something tells me it's going to be at least that on this go-around, plus across a wider range of the area, and said, hey, that was the only way we heard you, was listening on the radio. But nevertheless, you can also download our Fox 8 News and weather apps to your streaming device. If you want to watch through Amazon Fire or Roku, we're available there as well. So that's where things stands right now. We are just a couple of hours away from a landfall, John and Kelsey, which is likely going to be around Port Fourchon.
You know, I talked to, or actually texted with a friend in Kenner a little while ago who said, I'm kind of regretting my decision to stay, and talked to a loved one on the North Shore who said, I'm scared. And I think there are a lot of, for understandable reasons, there are a lot of scared people. But I think it's important, David, and maybe you could expand upon this. This is bad. This is a wind event we haven't had. Everything David is saying is true. But I think you have to, at this point, if you've decided to stay, and push back if you disagree, kind of take a deep breath and realize that if you are in a structure, especially a solid structure, not a mobile home, you're away from the coast, you're away from the worst of the winds, the odds are overwhelmingly in your favor. You can have tornadoes, you can have bad things happen, but you know, you kind of, as Zach said yesterday, you run from the surge and you hide from the winds indoors. Thoughts?
That is exactly the case. Now, of course, in these coastal areas and maybe some areas that haven't evacuated, you have to know how well your house is built. And the building codes in Louisiana, especially for homes that may have been built 20, 30, 40 years ago, weren't necessarily meant to withstand 150-mile-per-hour winds. Now, we're talking about those winds in the immediate coastal areas, and hopefully a lot of these people have evacuated. So I can't discount the possibility there could be structural failure of some homes, maybe some roofs coming off, something like that. The farther inland you go, the less likely that's going to be. But what people need to do in that case, you're right, John. First of all, if you're away from areas that are in danger of rising water from storm surge, that puts you in a good position as well. But it's really about this wind, and the best way to do that is to stay away from your windows, find interior rooms and closets, and if it's really getting bad out there, you know, just go ahead and shelter in place there with some pillows and blankets, and if you have a mattress, lean it up against the windward side of those doors of where the wind could be blowing against. And this is going to be particularly true in Terrebonne and Lafourche and into the river parishes where we think the most intense hurricane force winds are going to be moving.
And I think that that's an important point is, you know, we've spent a lot of time this morning for obvious reasons talking about this thing kind of splits the difference between Houma and Lockport, for example, if you go right down the center line. For understandable reasons, we're focusing more on Lafourche and Terrebonne where there's the most life-threatening situation, and we will continue to do so throughout the day. But I think, you know, if you're in New Orleans and you have a modern structure, or you're in, you know, St. Tammany or some of these other places, you can take a deep breath and realize that at least in a lot of the areas, the hurricane protection is significantly better. So, you know, we could have a lot of damage, but which would still affect a fraction of the overall structures.
Absolutely. And let's make some points that we were talking about last night, especially about levee protection, okay? In the main hurricane risk reduction system, this grand system that has been built since Hurricane Katrina, we've never had hurricane protection like this. The way this hurricane is tracking is not the worst case scenario for our risk reduction system, right? That's across the east and the west bank. That would be if it was coming east of Grand Isle or even from the east, southeast like that. That's what would really push the highest water into Lake Borgne and Lake Pontchartrain and create the potential for significant overtopping. And what happened in Katrina was levee failure, a complete failure and breakdown of the system that caused 8, 10, 12, 14 feet of water to end up in people's neighborhoods. And so there's a difference between that and overtopping. In a lot of overtopping situations, it can be very minor and does not lead to those kind of catastrophic water levels. That being said, the rain situation in the urban areas around Orleans, Jefferson Parish, St. Bernard, that's going to have to be watched because that could become quite severe later today. That's a different story, but if you have water coming into your home because of it's raining, hopefully you have a second floor or somewhere you can go to get away from that water. That's the one thing you would want to watch for if we have flooding that's going to be, you know, actually that bad. And then down the road, we'll have to see how heavy the water is or how high the rain totals are on the North Shore, because we will have to watch the river situation.
And I'm not trying to downplay it by any means, and if you're in a mobile home in certain places, you probably ought to take this opportunity to go see a friend or a neighbor or a family member.
I moved two people last night had called me. One was an email, one was a call. They were in mobile homes in St. Tammany Parish, and I said, I'm not comfortable with that. And they said, that's fine. We have some place to go that's more substantial.
Right.
Well, I think a good reminder, especially today is the anniversary of Katrina, so a lot of people are kind of feeling that, honestly, PTSD from 16 years ago.
Sure.
So I think it's good that we have these conversations too, just to at least, of course, express the significance of the storm and the intensity of it, but also to talk about the differences.
And nobody wants to be here, sure.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
And also, I don't want to go down that road of, and John, I heard you say that before, you know, you just can't ever compare one storm to another. They're all completely different, all right? Isaac in 2012, which by the way, today is the anniversary of Isaac. Also on August 29th, it made landfall at Fouchon, just like today. But Isaac is Isaac, Katrina is Katrina, Betsy is Betsy, and Ida is going to be what Ida is going to do. So it's always bad for people to use frame of references like that because they're all going to have different impacts and on different regions depending on the track and where they come in. The bottom line is we're facing one of the strongest hurricanes to ever make landfall on the Louisiana coast. If this makes landfall at 150 miles per hour, it will tie Laura from last year and the last island hurricane.
Where people got out of the way and not a lot of people died. So we do have some people in harm's way. We will keep our fingers crossed that, you know, just a little jog to the left or to the right can make a big difference too. All right, thank you, David.
All right, well, Meg Gatto's been tracking viewer submitted images and videos. We're going to get a check on that and see what people are seeing outside their homes right now.
Yeah, that's right, guys. You know, it's very important to keep an eye on what exactly is happening right now. I want to show you this quick live picture here. This is in Golden Meadow. We're going to come back to this in just a little bit. But first, here's St. Tammany Parish President Mike Cooper giving an update on the situation there.
This is Mike Cooper, Parish President for St. Tammany Parish, along with Sheriff Randy Smith and St. Tammany Parish Director of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness, Clarence Poe. We're coming to you this morning from the Emergency Operations Center here in downtown Covington to give an update on the serious storm, Hurricane Ida, which poses a serious threat to southeast Louisiana and St. Tammany Parish. And as I said yesterday, in advance of this dangerous storm, an emergency declaration has been declared for St. Tammany Parish in advance. Landfall is expected shortly around the Grand Isle, Port Fouchon area as a Cat 4 hurricane with 140-mile-per-hour winds. The storm will move northerly and affect St. Tammany Parish this afternoon, this evening, and early morning hours tomorrow. We can expect strong force winds, strong wind gusts throughout the day on Monday as well. We're expecting 70 to 80 mile per hour winds and 90 to 110 mile per hour gusts. With that, we can expect extensive tree damage and widespread power outages. We have reports now of over 7,500 power outages in St. Tammany Parish. In addition, we can expect a 5 to 8 foot storm surge along Lake Pontchartrain from Gus Island in Madisonville to the Wrigley's area in Slidell and all points in between, Madisonville, Mandeville, Lacombe, and Slidell. If you live in low-lying areas, you can expect to experience flooding. We know what flooding we experience when we have normal high tides or tropical storms or just hard thunderstorms. This you're going to experience much greater. The hurricane is expected to bring 10 inches or more of rain to our area. And because we're on the east side of the eye, there's a possibility of tornadoes. There's a tornado watch in St. Tammany until 7 p.m. tonight. Yesterday, we opened 2 shelters for the general public. They remain open. Creekside Junior High School in the Pearl River area. It's a general population and electrical dependent shelter. And Lee Road Junior High School north of Covington is a general population shelter as well. You must bring your own food, water, and bedding. But it's getting kind of late to leave to get to a shelter. What else can our citizens expect due to the effects of the storm? Local roadways will be inundated and impassable because of high water and downed trees and downed power lines. Widespread power outages for an extended period of time, and inland and riverine flooding. We are monitoring rivers throughout St. Tammany Parish, and most are at current levels below flood stage, but have predicted crest flood stages in the days to come. The Defuncta River near Covington, it's expected to crest at 28 feet, which puts it in major flood stage. That's the gauge at Highway 190 near Goodby, Defuncta River near Covington, in the Goodby area. The Bogafly River at Boston Street, it's expected to crest at 15 feet on Tuesday at 8 a.m. These numbers can change as the amount of rain is determined. The Bogafly River near Camp Covington, that's off of 25 near St. Joseph Abbey and River Road. It's expected to crest at 56 feet on Tuesday morning, which is at critical flood levels. Other rivers, Abita River at Abita Springs, Bogachita near Bush, Pearl River near I-59, and Pearl River near Pearl River. We continue to monitor and will provide information on those rivers as that information is obtained. During and after Hurricane Ida passes, if you're using generators, please use outside only to avoid carbon monoxide poisoning. And please avoid sightseeing after the storm, as there may be high water, downed trees, and power lines. Help your neighbors in time of need, now and after the storm. We have contact information for our citizens who need to report 985-898-2323. 985-898-2323. We have stakeholders representing law enforcement, first responders, DOTD, utilities, faith-based, and other agencies that are here to serve and respond immediately. For true emergencies, please call 911. A flash flood watch remains in St. Tammany through Tuesday at 7 a.m. Of course, tomorrow, Monday, we announced closings before. Schools, North Shore Technical Community College, parish government offices, St. Tammany Parish Justice Center, parish libraries, and I'm sure many others will be closed tomorrow based on the effects of the storm. Out of abundance of precaution, Meadow Lake and French Branch Estates in the Slidell area are under a boil advisory, a water boil advisory, due to a power outage. The electric provider is en route to restore power as quick as possible. I'm announcing at this time that I have signed an executive order declaring a parish-wide curfew effective at 12 noon today. It's parish-wide, including all municipalities. While the curfew is in effect, the only vehicles allowed on the streets within the parish shall be those necessary to address life-threatening emergencies and those vehicles under the direction of first responders and utilities. Please, I urge all of our citizens to heed these precautions, as it will be dangerous. Dangerous winds, dangerous gusts, rising water down power lines. This curfew is enacted out of the public safety, health, and welfare of our citizens. And it will be effective until the danger of Hurricane Ida has passed and a new executive order is enacted to lift the restrictions. And I'm sure Sheriff Smith will provide information regarding the enforcement of that. I'd like to say that we are prepared for immediately after the storm. We have what we call our push contractors on standby. They have mobilized equipment and are prepared to push or remove debris from our roadways, particularly our heavily traveled major roadways, so that emergency vehicles and those that need to be out on the roads and byways are able to move through. Ida relief funds have been set up. I'm just going to give that information now so that we could push that information. The United Way of Southeast Louisiana, their website is unitedwaysela.org/Ida relief. And the North Shore Community Foundation, northshorefoundation.org. I'm sure people are going to want to support and help those in need, and those are two ways to do so. At this time, I'm going to turn over to Sheriff Smith for his comments. Thank you.
Thank you, President Cooper. This is common sense, folks, common sense, and we need to follow these rules that are being put in place. Let this storm pass. We're expecting flooding down in the lower lying areas of Lake Pontchartrain, again, throughout St. Tammany Parish. Trees down, power outages, and power lines down. We appreciate the curfew. I've been in touch with the mayors and municipalities, law enforcement, fire chiefs, and also all first responders, because we're working together. Once this storm passes, we will be eligible to go out and provide rescues for people who are stranded, trapped, and need emergency services. Once the storm is gone through and it's safe, we will respond to those emergencies. If you need us, call 911. After that, we will do a damage assessment We will be out and about doing damage assessment, videotaping, and taking pictures of the areas most damaged here in St. Tammany Parish. We are here through the duration. If you're at home, stay off the streets. This is very important for first responders when we are trying to provide safety to not only your property, but to lives here in St. Tammany Parish that may be affected from this storm. The worst is among us and should be here in the next couple hours. Again, we are doubled up and ready. We have our high water equipment, high water vehicles, our boats, and other resources available to work with us to provide these safety measures. Thank the media for covering this story, all our first responders, our EOC, and the people of St. Tammany Parish. We know you're going to be dedicated to listen. We've been through this before. We'll get through it. And again, preparing for the worst and hope for the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. And by all means, our St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Department is prepared, experienced. They've been through this before. We've all been through this before. And we appreciate the coordination and cooperation with our sheriffs, law enforcement agencies, and all of the agencies. Yesterday we had a press conference here that included representatives, mayors of our municipalities, fire districts, and others. We're all prepared and working to assist our citizens. I did want to make mention before ask Clarence to come is if I did not already do so, in anticipation of damages to your homes, ask our citizens to email damage at stpgov.org. That's DAMAGE at stpgov.org. That's a means of reporting to us your damage of your homes. You can also urge to contact your insurance company as well. This will allow us to receive information along with the sheriff's assessment of properties, and we'll be doing self-assessments as well. At this time, Clarence Poe.
All right, that's the St. Tammany Parish President, Mike Cooper. We'll take just a minute here as we adjust our shot in Pointe aux Chenes, down one of the very end of the levee areas, one of the five fingers of Terrebonne Parish. And our apology, our crew is, Rob Krieger is just setting up now, and he's taken actually a police escort down there to take a very brief look at the Pointe aux Chenes area. Rob.
Yeah, that's right, John. Yeah, we're down here just lower Pointe aux Chenes, lower part of Terrebonne Parish right now, here at Madison Canal. You can actually take a look just beyond where they have, this is the kind of the last line of levee system defense here for those folks up north in Montague here. You can see just a massive amount of these giant sandbags that they've put up here to kind of shore up this effort even more. Now, if you take a look behind, I don't know if you were following us yesterday and the day before, we were talking about the system here that Terrebonne Parish has all throughout this area. You can see all of this marshland. That's Zone 1 right behind there. That was a mandatory evacuation as early as Friday morning, and you can see those homes right there all raised up off the ground. It's very likely that the water will come up pretty high right here. Obviously, we're still waiting to see if any of the storm surge impacts this area right here in Lower Terrebonne, but right now, we really just wanted to get a look at this. I want you to take a look back behind here. You can see this is the bayou that runs right by Montague, right in between those areas, in between Duarge and Montague here. That bayou has begun just barely to overtop just right at the portion of the side of the road here in the lower area of this portion of the parish. However, it seems to be holding a little bit up north. Being out here in other storms, Barry, we saw a lot of water impacting this area, almost up to the top in some of these places here. And I can tell you right now, the wind is really picking up.
That's Rob Krieger.
And it seems, it's obviously very windy out there, and this microphone could have very likely got really wet out there. It's pouring, as you can see.
And forgive me, just to, if we could for just a second, guys, let's talk just a little bit more about where he is. And I don't know if you can take the studio airplay thing, guys, and we can kind of show that too. But this is, again, Rob got a police escort down there, a pretty quick one. The thought is the levee district was checking on the situation, seeing how things were, and then everybody will get out. So I was told Pointe-aux-Chenes, it may be closer to Montague, which is up the road just a little bit. They call these little bits of roadway, these are the 5 fingers of Terrebonne Parish, and these are the spots where the Morganza to the Gulf levee system is being constructed, a radically, dramatically better system than they had 15 years ago, 20 years ago when they had some events there. But, you know, they are getting a test because this will be a very large surge that will come their way. So thank you very much, Rob Krieger and the Terrebonne Sheriff's Office for allowing us to see what was happening there.
And hopefully that crew is getting back out of there pretty quickly. Bruce is saying it's getting to be a little bit too dangerous.
Well, and before we get to Bruce, let's go to Garland Gillen, who's live with a look at the scene on the lakefront.
Hey, John. Yeah, we're still out here at the lakefront. The water keeps rising and rising, as you can see. We've backed up. The water's starting to rise up Canal Street, right off of Lakeshore Drive. So, I mean, we're at Lake Pontchartrain's like right here. I mean, it is coming up. It is about 5. I mean, it's 3-4 feet in some areas over here. So it is definitely rising. All these safety cones have shifted all the way down almost to like Landry's restaurant. It's gotten kind of quiet. The rain has kind of calmed down a little. The wind is still picking up pretty heavy. But I will say this: the waves have just kept on going. I mean, as we've only been here for the last 2 hours there, the water went from just being on Lakeshore Drive to rising up Canal right now, and Canal Boulevard right now. So, yeah, we definitely moved the car back to a safer place there. We're using our truck as a blockage there for our photog Tim there, so we can get this good shot there. But, yeah, only 1 or 2 onlookers have come since the last time there, so it's been kind of quiet with people in the neighborhood there. But, hold down here for a second there. The wind definitely starting to kick up here. Let me, there we go. Just hold here and use the cement here as a whole. But, yeah, the wind is definitely starting to pick up again there. The rain is definitely, you can start feeling it whipping there. But, yeah, the rain, the wind, and Lake Pontchartrain, wow, it's definitely getting impressive there. It's definitely coming over on a Lakeshore Drive. Back to y'all in the studio.
All right, Garland, be careful there. This is a view, I believe that this is LA 665, which is is the police escort that we had from Rob Krieger just a little while ago. And Bruce, you were telling us that they are literally about half an hour from, now they're moving away from it at a pretty rapid rate, so that time pulls, but from where they were standing on the levee, they were about a half an hour away from the northern part of the eye wall.
That's right. I'm going to ask my director, and this really gives a good perspective. Let's go now to Viper if we can. Then we can come back to this shot. Rob Krieger, I mean, they're getting out of Dodge right now because this is getting close. Now, here again, this is Golden Meadow. Here's Pointe-aux-Chenes, and he was in this area here. So if you'll notice, this is the northern end of the eye wall. So you're talking in the next 30 to 40 minutes, that eye wall is moving in to that area. So again, that's probably the last shot that he got out of there, and he's got to continue to move north. Yeah, John?
Excuse me, I do think that he was a little bit north of Pointe-aux-Chenes, closer,
here's what
closer
I'm
to
gonna
Monaco, but he was, you're talking, 5 minutes difference in that range. So, but that does give us some perspective, and I will tell you, there was water covering the roadway. It was passable. They were getting down there, the levee officials, to check on this very critical part of their levee system. And Rob took a ride in that pretty dramatic scene, but that sheriff's deputy is booking it to get out of there.
And I was going to say too, we watched, because this cameras had been up as they were making their way to that levee, and we could see, that, as John mentioned, a little water on the roadway, but the wind, and they've only been down there for 10 minutes max.
Right,
and
I
that
don't know
wind
if we're in a position to take
Right,
that
let's
shot
take
or
that
now,
shot back.
but what you'll notice about this, and it's frozen for a minute, but it should come back on here in just a second, and there is very little typically between sometimes waterway, but you know, broken marsh on both sides of the highway. They are slivers of asphalt, really, that jut down into these areas, now surrounded by a significantly better levee system, but it will be one, Bruce, that will endure a test.
Right. So again, in this area here where he was, the northern eye wall, I mean, it's moving in. It's moving in right now. In fact, Golden Meadow, you are just about to get into it. Leeville, you're into the extreme northern eye wall now. Grand Isle, Port Fourchon. I think landfall is going to be in the next 30 minutes right into that area. So first, as we come on back, I want to show you a couple of things. Now we're on Max 1, guys, so I know we're kind of shifting gears here. So here we go. Power is being lost hour by hour. So what we want to do is get this information out to you now, because if you lose power, you can always listen on the iHeartRadio app, or you can go to the Fox 8 weather app or news app. We're going to be streaming on iHeartRadio now live, as we are right now. So if you're listening to us by radio, we appreciate that. iHeart, our partner for years now, WRNO, QUE, Voodoo 104.1, also WYLD and WODT AM 1280. So again, we have a lot of resources for you to listen via the radio in the event you lose power. And here's what I'm talking about as well. Download the Fox 8 weather app or the news app. We have a live stream on the app. So even though you may lose power and maybe your say laptop or your iPad or whatever pad or phone you have, you can see us. Google Play or the App Store, download it, and if you're in your safe place, you can certainly stay with Fox 8 for the duration, and we are going to stay with this thing until it's done. Just an unbelievable storm. Winds of 150 miles per hour. Again, rivaling Laura back last year. Category 4, moving northwest at 13. Now, again, it's slowed down a little bit because it's getting interaction with land very soon. As it moves inland, anywhere from Port Fourchon just to the east of Houma. This is the border of Terrebonne and Lafourche, so right up the gut for central areas of Lafourche, and then moving in south and east towards St. Charles and St. John Parish. And you can see just how close this is to the river parishes and actually even the city. So as we put this in, you'll notice around Baton Rouge moving northward, we are expecting this to be a category 1 to a 2, and eventually it will begin to die down beyond that. Now, as David's been mentioning, Hurricane Ida eye wall wind warning, a very rare event when you have a major storm. This is a product that's been out for a while, but we haven't used it much. This is an eye wall wind warning event, meaning that, as we just showed you on Viper, the eye wall is moving in right into the coast and moving northward toward Leeville. So this entire area, Houma, Lockport, Chauvin to Lafitte, Port Sulphur, as that eye moves in, it's large. We're going to see that wind up to 140 to 150, even gust even higher. So here's our track, and we've been showing you this over the last couple of days. This was the historical track. This is the future track in red. And the storm has really been on that track, moving pretty good at a clip, wobbling a little bit, maybe a little west or east, but at this point, it's inevitable. Here is the lower end of Lafourche and also areas of Grand Isle, so Port Fourchon. I think we're going to see that landfall coming in probably within the next half hour, if not sooner. Take a look at this close-up shot. Here's Grand Isle, Galliano, Golden Meadow. Here's the eye wall getting ready to move in on the western edge toward Port Fourchon on the western side of the island. And on that eastern end, Grand Isle is going to get hit incredibly hard. I mean, this is going to be a devastating blow. And, you know, there's been some talk of, you know, could that eye wall cut this in half? It's going to be interesting to see what happens. It's a very small sliver of land. And again, we are taking it right, basically, Grand Isle up the gut as it's moving in right now. Again, just an incredible sight of Mother Nature. Here's a look now at Ida on radar, and you can see a lot of lightning, very intense thunderstorms. We're talking 60, 70,000 foot, and with that, we're seeing all that lightning moving in. So Grand Isle, Port Fourchon, eventually Lafitte to Galliano. Your weather is going to deteriorate now through late morning into the afternoon. So now's the time, if you did stay and you didn't heed the warning, now's the time to get into the interior and try and ride this thing out. This is an incredibly dangerous and catastrophic storm. I don't use words like that and just throw them around willy-nilly, but this is going to be an incredible punch to southeast Louisiana. Here's what we're looking at on the eastern side. We had some of the wind gust on the buoys up to 117 to 120. Now, of course, in the main core of the eye wall, that's where those winds are up to 150. But as you'll notice, as it moves inland, we've had some big gusts at the airport up to 40 to 45 already, and the storm is still basically just offshore. So we have got a long day, afternoon, night ahead of us, even into tomorrow. Winds right now sustained 30 to 40 at the lakefront, 30 down south, 15 to 20 north, Mississippi Gulf Coast at 15 to 20. But look at some of the winds now. Wind gust near 60 at the lakefront, 52 at Kenner, 52 Galliano. These numbers are going to be growing within the next hour, incredibly, with probably triple digits coming into Galliano in the next hour. Hurricane Ida and the wind surge and also the storm surge, we have that warning in effect, and we have upgraded it now that it is on basically the higher end of the Category 4 status. 8 to 12 at Cocodrie, 12 to 16 Grand Isle to Venice, and then the eastern-facing shores, Orleans, St. Bernard, into areas of Lake Bourne and into Lake Pontchartrain, especially on the western side, and also Mandeville on the western side of Lake Bourne. And we will see in Maurepas as well, we will see anywhere from 5 to 8 foot rises in that water. So we showed you this earlier. Here comes the storm. Port Fourchon here, getting ready to move into the northern eye wall. So it is on. The storm is going to be making landfall in the next 30 minutes to an hour, and the wind field has actually expanded. This wind field earlier was a little bit further west, but now as it's expanding, look where these hurricane force winds are. This is 3:30 this afternoon. All of the metropolitan New Orleans area is going to be getting hurricane force winds moving northward through 6 o'clock, through 9 o'clock. So this is going to be a long and painful day and evening as we go by. So again, we're going to toss it back to John. John, this thing is just on the verge of making landfall right near Port Fourchon. We're getting a little eye wall replacement here. What we're thinking is this eye is going to kind of fade out. Another eye is going to develop, and then it's going to come pretty concentrated, where the unfortunate thing is these winds are going to be shifting north. And if that replacement does take place, which it looks like it will, these bands will have those strong hurricane force winds, and they will be pivoting by 3 or 4 into New Orleans. So again, southeast Louisiana getting hit pretty hard, and especially the Gulf Coast right now down to the south. Worst case scenario, John, no, but nevertheless, this is going to be a devastating blow to many areas farther south.
And a worst case scenario perhaps for if you're in Lafourche Parish.
Absolutely.
By all means.
Absolutely. So we're going to be watching it, and again, I think landfall 30 minutes from now, if not sooner.
And I was going to ask you that. Landfall pretty soon.
Okay, so back up for a second, because that was a critical point.
Okay.
I want you to, because some of us don't have meteorology degrees, we just have communications degrees. The eye reformation, run through that again if you could, and the consequences, what that possibly might mean.
Okay, if we come back to the map, here's what we're looking at. Notice the eye earlier was very small. It's kind of expanded, and notice here we're starting to get some open areas where we don't see any precipitation. What's happening is sometimes a hurricane overworks itself, and it's got to gain back any type of information. So, John, we're going to toss it back to you. I think we need you.
Thanks so much for that, Bruce. Lane Landry is the former police chief on Grand Isle. Chief, you are there right now, I understand?
Yes, I am. I'm in Grand Isle right now.
So we're obviously watching conditions in several parts of the viewing area, but tell us what's happening where you are right now.
I would say right now the winds are blowing 130 plus miles an hour. We do have a good bit of water surge. I'm right now stationed with the Grand Isle Fire Department. I'm part of their organization. We're up over here, stationed here, and we have a lot of flooding on the neighborhoods. All of Highway 1 is underwater. Back streets are underwater.
Sometimes Grand Isle will get hit on both sides. It's I guess, given the direction, it's mostly a Gulf front issue right now, or what are you dealing with?
Yes, sir. We're having steady wind direction that's coming from the Gulf direction, and the water's, it's got to be a lot of wind coming from there, pushing a lot of the salt water from this side. We just had a couple of firemen. The fire chief, Joel Bradbury, just came out, tried to do a little bit of scouting around just to check conditions a little bit, and he had to come right back in and whatnot. And I believe he's right now. We're in constant contact with Councilman Ricky Templet kind of giving them on the ground live conditions.
And obviously there's always concern about the burrito levee. We talk about that because it's the protection for people. The concern is for the people. So obviously the conditions are such you really can't tell what this is doing to the beach.
Absolutely, we can't. We did have some private camp footage we reviewed earlier, an hour or two ago. It does appear that there's some breaching on the west side of Grand Isle. Before we had wanted to get inundated with water over here in the central part of the island.
And you were saying you guys were trying to get out there to check to check those reports, but it was too dangerous for the firefighters to get out there. They had to come back in. That's what you just said, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Chief Bradbury tried to go out in one of his Army Deuces just to do a quick survey, and they had to be turned around very quickly.
Mr. Landry, it appears as though you will be just outside the levee, the hurricane eye wall. You might get in on it a little bit here in a matter of minutes, really.
Okay. So we're experiencing outer eye wall conditions at this time.
Bruce is saying yes. That's what you guys are likely dealing with right now.
And we'll bring up Bruce Katz's microphone, and he can actually talk to you a little bit if you have any questions for him about what you might experience. By all means.
If we can, guys, can we bring up Viper real quick, and I'll show exactly where he is and what's happening there. So if we can pull up Viper, I'd appreciate that. On the weather key, here we go. Okay, Grand Isle, Port Fourchon. Here's the northern eye wall, touching basically within the next 2, 3, 5 minutes. Port Fourchon, so where you are, you're about, I would say, maybe 20, 25 minutes from the northern and eastern eye wall. So I'm not sure if you have a television, you can watch it with me, actually live, but Grand Isle, you all absolutely will be in the northeastern and eastern side of that eye wall. So right now, some of the winds that you're seeing, more than likely at that 130 range that you're saying, these are some major band squalls coming in. The eye wall has not even moved over you yet. So hunker down. I mean, this is a very, very dangerous situation. And again, I don't know if you have a television and you're able to watch with me as I'm pointing it out, but Port Fourchon right now is basically getting touched by the north central and northwestern part of that eye wall. Incredible winds, 150 gusting to 170 to 180. And then where you are, as mentioned, this is moving northwest. I would say in the next 15 to 30 minutes, you're in a situation, you may think it's bad right now, but when that eye wall touches in the next 15 to 30 minutes, you need to go into the interior of your EOC or building you're in, because this thing is, when I tell you on the doorstep, it is on your doorstep.
Well, great. That's I really appreciate the real-time information. We are in the actual fire department in the safe room. I'm actually just on the outside where I can still see through one of the windows. And, I'm not around a television at this point, but I will pass on to everybody upstairs where we're at and to get hunkered down for the next hour.
Absolutely. I think Bruce's point is that we appreciate very much the update, sir, but everybody on the island needs to stay inside. And based on the conditions, I would say not move unless there's some incredibly compelling reason.
Yeah. While we've been on the phone the last few minutes, I probably watched the water, and I'm on Chickazola Street and Highway 1 at the corner, and I probably watched the water come up at least another foot in the last few minutes that we've been on the phone.
In the minutes we've been on the phone, really?
Right.
Yeah.
Again, you're getting ready to get this surge. Again, I can't be more specific, and I don't want to be an alarmist. If we can go back to Viper, you all, right now, you should probably get off the phone with us, go into the interior, because you all are about to see a massive surge, as well as just an extreme wall of wind on that northern and part of that eastern eye wall, which is the absolute worst. And again, right now I'm looking, really, Port Fourchon, the eye wall is moving right now onto Port Fourchon. I mean, right at this moment, the last image is showing right on Port Fourchon. But where you are in Grand Isle, of course, you're a little bit north and east of that area. Now, on the central and northern eye wall, you're going to have probably another 20, 25, 30-minute delay. So for right now, things are going to start getting very hairy for you, and that surge will be coming in, as well as the most extreme winds. And you're going to be in those winds for at least the next hour and a half to 2 hours. I mean, you're going to have to go through basically that entire eastern eye wall, and that is going to be absolute catastrophic winds. And also, John, as we mentioned,
I want to get to more on that when we in just a few minutes, because I think that's important for people who are farther inland. Mr. Landry, for the benefit of anybody who's watching, you're up about 25 feet, if I remember that building, 25, 30 feet in the air?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We're in a very, very well-built, fortified building.
Modern building. All right, we're going to stay true to what Bruce said, sir, and let you go inside. We appreciate the update. Check back with us if you can.
Well, I appreciate the real-time information. I'm going to go upstairs and brief Chief Bradbury on what's going on, and then also stay, like I said, I'll stay in touch with Councilman Ricky Templet at Jefferson Parish. But thank y'all for the information.
Well, thank you, sir, and best wishes to you there on
And
Grand
do it now,
Isle.
Lane. I mean, it's coming in. It's moving in.
Yes.
Good luck to you guys.
All right, in the meantime, let's talk about St. Bernard Parish. But the parish president, Guy McGinnis, said that CPRA, the Coastal Protection and Restoration Authority, had told them about the overtopping possibility of levees. Now, before we go into that, we're not talking about the big levees that were rebuilt after Katrina that protect the city in St. Bernard and Jefferson Parish and part of Plaquemines. We're talking about these little speed bumps in the Delacroix area, but they're important to the fishing communities and to industry out there. They're talking about maybe 5 feet or more.
All right, citizens of St. Bernard Parish, people who have equipment, who have camps down in Delacroix, as you can see, the levees, this is early on in this storm. These levees are going to overtop. CPLA let us know they're going to overtop by about 5 or 6 feet. So it's already happening. Please stay indoors and keep yourself safe. This is going to be for the next 12 hours or so. Thank you. God bless.
All right, the St. Bernard Parish President, Guy McGinnis, and let me show you the little red dot on the map there is southeast, technically, of New Orleans. The community of Delacroix, built decades and decades ago on a ridge, which is now surrounded by wetlands, and this highway is what he is talking about. Somewhere in that general area is where Guy McGinnis was, so he is not talking about the levees that are protecting, St. Bernard Parish in the communities of St. Bernard that's surrounded now by 26, 28-foot flood walls.
And right now we're going to be taking a look. Chris Hagan filed this report from the causeway, which will be closing in just a few minutes.
We're here at the entrance to the Causeway Bridge in Metairie, and as you can see, the conditions kind of speak for themselves right now. We're getting pummeled with some wind and rain that is blowing straight off the lake right into me. Believe it or not, I've actually seen and counted probably about 6 or 7 cars making an entrance to the Causeway Bridge. It does close at 11. I guess they were making their last-minute decision on where they wanted to ride this storm out. Maybe they're going to the North Shore or even further, but I'll tell you this, these are not the conditions you want to be driving in. I mean, literally, since we turned the camera on seconds ago, the wind and the gusts have significantly picked up, and right now you see a utility vehicle go past there. There's a Causeway police officer sitting over there getting ready to close the bridge. These are not conditions that you want to drive in for wind purposes, rain purposes. Even before this rain started up, we could feel the car being blown and kind of pushed as we were driving down the road to get to this spot to shoot this. So again, as you can see, conditions aren't awesome. It's getting wet, it's getting rainy here at the Causeway, and that is a good reason why they are going to be shutting this bridge down within a matter of moments at 11 o'clock. For now, reporting in Metairie, I'm Chris Hagan. We'll send things back to you.
And we're getting reports that the winds are starting to pick up in the city of New Orleans. Rob Masson was on Canal Street, and here's what he saw.
Yeah, Kelsey, things are really starting to pick up here in downtown New Orleans. We're on Canal Street, just on the other side of Harris. You could really see how the winds are pushing around those palm trees out there. And if you listen really closely, you can hear a very ominous howl down here on this end of Canal Street. The wind started really picking up about an hour and 15 minutes ago. We just got some alerts to start expecting tropical storm force winds in New Orleans. And I would say we are feeling gusts of close to 45 miles an hour out here at North Peters and Canal Street. There is traffic out here. All roads are passable, but there's very, very few people out here, as most people seem to have adhered the voluntary evacuation order. Up on the top of the Four Seasons Hotel, you can see something flapping up there. I don't know if they had a sign up there or something. They just opened about 10 days ago. And there's been something of a vortex sort of developing here at the corner of Canal and North Peters. Looking toward the French Quarter, you can see some fencing has been knocked down already. The trees are really starting to kick up, and very, very little activity in the French Quarter right now as a few cars come by. But it is a situation that is developing. It is growing worse by the minute as Ida starts to push ashore toward Port Fourchon and Grand Isle right now. But definitely the effects are being felt here in New Orleans with very, very strong winds down here on Canal Street. On some of the side streets, you really get sort of a wind tunnel effect. It was a little bit dangerous. Some of the hotels were taking down some mirrors, some signs, some flags that they had up as this wind started to kick up. But have seen a little bit of metal tearing off some buildings, but really not a lot of property damage so far. And as you can see, the traffic lights are still on and the power is here. But here's one of those vortexes sort of developing right here at the corner. We're seeing a lot of these as that can just sort of spins around in a little mini tornado. So really starting to pick up here in downtown New Orleans. We haven't seen much rain so far, and that's a good thing. We don't want the pump system to be tested too badly, but clearly that's probably not going to be the case as Ida pushes ashore. So we are just seeing very little traffic out here. There are very few people out here, hardly anybody on the streets, but the wind definitely starting to pick up as Ida starts to make her presence felt in downtown New Orleans. That's the story from Canal Street. Rob Masson, Fox 8 Local First, back to you.
And Rob, I was going to ask you, I saw a couple cars passing by during your report just now. Any people at all walking around still? I checked the Earth Cam on Bourbon Street earlier this morning. I did see a couple people walking around. Any people out there still today?
We have one. Kelsey, we've seen one or two. There's been one person over in the bus shelter over there since we've been out here for the last 20 minutes, but that's about it. There's somebody on a bicycle over there by Harrah's Gym. I don't know if you could see them just below the sign, but no, very few people out here, but most people seem to have heeded the warning and are getting inside now. I mean, we could feel the wind just picking up in the last couple of minutes that we've been talking to you. It's
we can hear the wind
probably
swirling
sustained of 35 to 40, and maybe it's up to 45 now.
All right. Well, thanks very much for that, Rob Masson, and that strange video of the can that just seemed to circle all around him.
Shows you how the wind is doing
We're still doing so. It is as we come up on the 11 o'clock hour. Let's go to David Bernard, because he's got some really more important information about winds.
A couple things. I think we just called the landfall at Fourchon, and also this eyewall wind warning, meaning be prepared for sustained winds of 115 to 150 miles per hour. It's been in effect for the coastal parishes. It's now been extended to include the West Bank. So the West Bank now under an eyewall wind warning. Everyone needs to shelter in place. Hurricane conditions rapidly approaching the metro area. Now, they've only issued the eyewall wind warning till 1:30 for the West Bank. I don't quite understand that, so we're going to issue it for the East Bank as well. Everyone on the South Shore needs to be in place. Hurricane force conditions are rapidly approaching the city, meaning we're going to get sustained winds of 74 miles per hour or greater. And in some of the more intense areas where the eyewall passes closest, we could see winds, destructive winds of over 115 miles per hour. That is like tornado conditions. So what I was saying earlier, go to the interior part of your home on the lowest level. Put as many walls between you and the outside of your house as possible. If you go into a closet, get some blankets, get some pillows if you feel the wind is that severe, and use that to help to protect yourself. Even if you got kids and they've got some baseball helmets, stuff like that, hard hats, you can even use that, because if we do see winds in some areas of this magnitude, there will be structural failure of some homes and some roofs. That is a possibility in this situation. Here is the 11 o'clock advisory. Basically, it is over Port Fourchon right now, technically beginning its first landfall and then on to a second landfall eventually into Terrebonne Parish. Right now, 60 miles southeast of Houma. Again, this is the 11 o'clock update. 28.9 north and right on the 90-degree longitude line, so that puts it directly south of the New Orleans area, moving northwest at 13 miles per hour. Here's the satellite picture, and it's tracking right along the forecast track. There's the previous track. Here's Port Fourchon. Here's Grand Isle. Grand Isle right now we confirmed 136 miles per hour, and then we lost the gauge. That was the last report we had from Grand Isle. Winds 136 miles per hour, but everything now has apparently failed there on the island. We're not going to get any more reports there, and that's the forecast track. So it looks like it's following that line, and that's going to continue to push incredible storm surge into Lafourche Parish and also portions of the eastern end of Terrebonne. Wow, look at the lake right now. Look at these waves that are crashing over near the Landry's parking lot right here. Things are deteriorating rapidly across the city. Conditions are getting bad. So yesterday we kind of estimated around 11 a.m. midday is when you really absolutely had to be in place in the city, and that's it. Our gust has been as high as 59 at the lakefront so far, 52 at the airport. Bellchase and Galliano, the same. These numbers are going to go up. You see the purple in here? That's the leading edge, really, of where we start to see the hurricane-force winds, and those are rapidly spreading in our direction from the south to the north. Here's another perspective on the radar. Again, as the center continues to slowly move toward the coast, torrential rains occurring to the east of Ida, and we're going to be focusing on rain later in the day. Now, right now, the rain is light over the city. This is more moderate rains, and then here's the outer portion of what could be the new eye wall developing that's running north of Grand Isle into Galliano. These rain rates are even more intense, and there's great fear that there's going to be some significant flooding today across the area. But again, as of 11 o'clock this morning, the first landfall at Port Fourchon for historic Hurricane Ida. On the North Shore, we still have just more of the same, these passing showers, same for South Mississippi, and looks like we have a little break right now around Bay St. Louis where we had some heavier squalls earlier on. Still lightning going off in the eye of Ida, not as much as there was earlier, as this eye wall appears to be weakening and this larger one potentially taking over, and that's just going to expand the area of hurricane force winds. While it might weaken the hurricane a little bit, the area of hurricane force winds will have the ability to expand across the area. So hurricane or tropical storm force gusts now covering all the South Shore. Hurricane conditions now located in Grand Isle, as we were just saying. And as we go in the afternoon, here come the hurricane conditions moving across the South Shore, Lake Pontchartrain, the river parishes. We could see hurricane force winds even into southern Tangipahoa Parish based on the current size of the hurricane. And then into this evening, Baton Rouge could get in on these impacts. Livingston Parish, St. Helena, a lot is going to be going on there. And at midnight tonight, still really bad weather in Tangipahoa, maybe even Western Washington Parish with our trees there. We know there are going to be quite a bit of power outages. By Monday morning, that all lifts out, and at least the wind factor is going to begin to improve. Dangerous storm surge water levels expected across the area. These were the numbers from the National Hurricane Center. We're particularly focused in on this area here, but also very high numbers to the east of the river. The farther west you are, these numbers are probably not going to happen now because the track is going farther to the east. Our high resolution model into the afternoon hours, very heavy bands of rain continuing across the area, and that's going to continue until midnight tonight. We don't see much change in that, and one of these bands here or maybe here really could produce some extremely heavy rain rates. Some slight improvement beginning Monday morning, but because of the slow movement, the heavy rain is likely going to be continuing. Our high resolution model continues to paint kind of a ugly picture of potentially some very heavy rain over large parts of the area, 5 to 10 inches of rain in green. And then where you see these yellows, that's 10 to 15. Out here in the St. Bernard marshes and into parts of Hancock County, that's painting 20 to 25 inches of rain. And the fear is that one of these bands, if it ends up over a more populated area, is just going to exacerbate the flood situation that we're expecting. A lot of folks are already losing power. If you're listening on a streaming device, you can also go to the apps on the radio and listen to iHeartRadio. We're on 99.5 WRNO, as well as these other 4 additional stations. So you'll be able to stay with us there throughout the storm. If you still have power, and even if you don't, you can download to your streaming devices, Roku, Amazon Fire, or just watch on our regular news and weather apps on your phone or tablet. Again, eyewall wind warning has now been expanded to the West Bank until 1:30. I assume this might be expanded to the East Bank. You're really kind of splitting hairs when you have an eyewall wind warning for the West Bank and not one for the East Bank. That's why I'm telling everybody to go ahead and shelter in place. Meg and John, back to you.
All right, and thanks very much, David. John Snell along with Meg Gatto, who joins us in this hour. And David, you know, I'd like you to weigh in on this too, because we have some quite amazing video from Rob Krieger. Rob, are we just getting a shot from you, or can you hear me? Rob Krieger, as you drive through, I guess, the Homa area.
Yeah, I can hear you, John. We're here actually in the unit right now, heading actually into downtown Homa, where we plan to really ride this thing out, because, wow, you know, when we were down there in Pointe-aux-Chenes, I know we lost the mic for a minute there, but the winds were kicking up just an incredible amount. Luckily, we were right there kind of by those sandbags to break some of that wind gust that was coming through. But the surge, hadn't really seen that yet. But as far as the winds, the rain, you know, that's been one of the biggest things that we've been concerned about. I'm here with photojournalist Steve Wolfram as well, and like the big thing that we are worried about are these winds that can be like incredibly catastrophic, damaging some of the trees. You know, as we were driving back from Pointe-aux-Chenes, there's actually this road that you go through that's beautiful oaks on either side, and they were swaying just an immense amount over the road. At one point we thought a branch was going to be coming down on us. So right now our priority, kind of getting into this downtown Homa area, we found a parking garage near the governmental complex that we're going to kind of shore up in for the time being as that eye comes through, so that we can give you a good but safe look at what's happening here. I don't know if you can see this right now, the lights are out. We actually were driving through here just about a half hour ago or so, and at this point, I'm not sure if power is out, but the street lights are definitely out right now. Haven't seen many people on the road except for these emergency units that you saw, you know, one police officer just driving through there. But, you know, the rain kind of, you know, starting to pick up a little bit here, but really we're seeing these trees sway, the wind, and just really expecting this eye wall to bring a catastrophic amount of wind. So, I mean, we'll be riding it out here. As far as what you're seeing, you know, we're listening to you here in the car. David doing an excellent job of really forecasting this thing and giving us a good idea of where this is going, so that we can be on the western side of this storm as we ride it out. But I'm not sure if there's any sort of talk on that end about kind of how long we might have to expect before it starts to come into this area here in Terrebonne. Y'all hearing anything there?
Well, let's get David Bernard to weigh in on this. David, if you have a second, you know, Rob driving through Homa, they're showing us the situation. First of all, he said in Pointe-aux-Chenes he saw some giant old oaks that were already starting to sway with the sheer force of that wind. When do you expect conditions to deteriorate more there in the Homa area?
All right, well, if we look at our track also, maybe we can split the box here between Rob and myself. And what I have is the track from the National Hurricane Center, and that will give you an idea on the timing. But basically, the conditions there should continue to deteriorate. I would say in the next 2 or 3 hours, that outer eye wall is going to be there, maybe next hour or two, and then by mid-afternoon, conditions should get even worse there. So here's what we're talking about.
Yeah, you know,
right.
that's you know, something that we're.
Well, I was going to say, Rob, what I'm showing right now, I've got the center line on here, and so it's expected to pass. The center is supposed to pass near or just over Homa, and so. You'll be on that western side there, okay, not on the eastern side, but you're still going to probably be getting hurricane force winds on that northern side, and that's going to be happening over the next couple or 3 hours.
Yeah, there's a lot of debris right now on the road already, and that's just kind of what you would normally expect through something like this, even just a tropical storm. You would see some of this debris, and we're just looking at a lot of this stuff right here that you know, could certainly become projectiles, stuff that was kind of left out as people got out of town. We still see a lot of cars in the area. I think that we might be in an area that still has power. We drove through one street, all the street lights were out. You can see this street light up here, the green light is still on, but I do believe that power may have been lost in some places. You know, we're kind of, you know, categorizing the things that we see as we go around. A lot of trees, as people know, in this area over those power lines. So certainly that's a big worry. I mean, all it takes is just one branch to really snap a power line, and then an entire neighborhood could be out, depending on where that might happen. So certainly we are going to continue to follow this. You know, right here, I think it's Bayou Cane that we're in. The water there doesn't seem to be too bad, but as far as, you know, the levee system, Homa is expecting to kind of hold off on that. It's, once again, like you keep saying, David, this is a wind event that we're really concerned about. Obviously, this driving rain is going to be a pain for a while, and, you know, if we get a lot of rain over here, that certainly isn't something that anyone looks forward to. But the event over the next few hours, the wind is something that we're going to be hoping to be sheltered from. At least into the late afternoon.
That's right. The strongest part of the hurricane is not on your side right now. So you're in the northwestern quadrant of the storm. The most violent part of the hurricane now is in Lower Lafourche and Grand Isle. But certainly some of those
I got to say, you know, that was a strategic call from us. You know, we didn't want to be on that strong side. You know, obviously we're going to do everything we can to bring the folks the impacts that are happening here. You know, I've heard from a lot of people on Facebook who live down here in Homa, Terrebonne, even Lafourche. You know, we were down in Grand Isle yesterday, and a lot of folks are I know, watching. And I just want to let all you folks know right now who are watching, whether it be from where you've evacuated from, whether you are hunkering down, that we've got this taken care of. We're going to make sure that we're in a safe situation so that we can bring you these images and you can stay safe without having to go out and put yourself in harm's way. So we certainly don't want to see anyone else out here right now, but we'll be shored up here in just a little bit so that we can ride this thing out and continue to bring you live reports here. Obviously, Fox 8, we've got you covered. This is going to be your best case for information on this storm throughout the next 24 hours.
All right, thanks very much for that, Rob Krieger. We appreciate that. We do want to mention the mayor, Mayor Cantrell, is expected sometime in the next few minutes to hold a briefing. We'll bring that to you live as it happens. But first, let's get more on Terrebonne from Josh Robertson.
We're here at Point of Shan right now, where we are really starting to see the effects from Hurricane Ida. She starts to make landfall, and right now we're here right where they have this levee set up. And over this is a few homes, some waterways, and we walk over here. Oh, just lost that. That's what we're afraid of right there. But as you can see, we are really starting to see those winds whip. This is not where you want to be. Actually, officials let us come down here to get some video, and they are already telling us time to go. So we're going to keep giving you updates from higher up in Terrebonne Parish, but just to give you guys a look at what this looks like. It starts to get closer and closer, but for now we will go ahead and send it back to you.
All right, Josh Robertson, thank you. And of course, we've been seeing those conditions continue to deteriorate in Terrebonne Parish. In St. Bernard Parish, preparations, of course, are in place to keep residents safe. Guy McGinnis has this update on the Florissant Rock Dam.
It's so important for people to stay inside, stay hunkered down. Right now, we're already at 45 miles an hour sustained winds. Our first responders cannot get to you. So please stay where you're at. Stay off of the roads here in St. Bernard Parish. You cannot go to Delacroix, you cannot go to Wyclosky. The water's coming up way too fast.
All right, that's Guy McGinnis in St. Bernard outside the hurricane protection system.
Yeah. All right, we want to also show you the situation. I believe we have some video from Waveland, Mississippi.
From Beach Boulevard there in Waveland. That's the Gulf of Mexico right up there, lapping up against the roadway in a spot where there's very little in the way of elevation. Waveland, of course, was just smacked around during Katrina back in the day before, you know, it was so easy to get to Destin and Pensacola and places like that. A lot of New Orleans families vacationed in Waveland or even had homes in Waveland. Just an area devastated 16 years ago. Today, a lot of it has been rebuilt with higher homes or sometimes new owners, but you still have the Gulf of Mexico far away, really, from the center of this storm. Showing its effects.
We have some more video to show you now from the Mississippi Gulf Coast, just bracing for what Ida is going to bring. And you can see the wind whipping there. Look at the white caps on those waves as the strong winds are pushing that water inland and creating a mess of a situation there along the Gulf Coast.
You know what? We don't have a lot of time right now to be outside cleaning up. There are places in the coverage area where it's just well past that time.
Sure.
But if there's something outside, even a garbage can make just a mess. We saw the debris flying around on Canal Street. If you can safely do it, and if there's something outside that you really don't want to have as a spear or a projectile in the air, now would be, in some areas, the northern parts of the coverage area would be a place where it might be a really good idea. I think people are going to be surprised by how heavy some things are that will fly around.
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking about 100-mile-per-hour plus winds, they can easily pick up things like a trash can and throw them around.
All right, this is Delacroix. This is again outside the hurricane protection system in St. Bernard Parish, where earlier today, I suspect this is from Natasha Robin and her photographer, who were in that area an hour or so ago as the water was coming up, and an area of some concern. These are fishing communities down there, kind of on another finger of land or a finger of real estate that heads out away from, in the other direction from Shell Beach. I'm sure from the standpoint of these commercial fishing communities, not a lot of people live there anymore, but they really got whacked around last year. And when these highways go underwater, it's a concern because these fishermen can't get to their jobs, to their places of business.
All right, let's show you another piece of video. This is from the Bridgeside Marina in Grand Isle, and look at it. This is the security camera there outside the marina. Of course, as John was talking about Delacroix, these are places that typically take on water. They are used to this sort of thing, but this is uncharacteristic. This type of storm, the strength of this storm, and you could see all of the water there surrounding the marina. That other shot was kind of underneath the marina. They had picnic tables there where people kind of congregate and eat and come in after they go for a day of fishing. But you could see that water several feet deep there around the Bridgeside Marina in Grand Isle.
All right, let's go back and focus on St. Bernard. Natasha Robin is there.
And that's right. We're actually now back inside the hurricane protection system. As you said, we were outside earlier this morning and got that video. But I just want to show you what's happening here in Chalmette. You can see no one's supposed to be on the roadway. We really haven't seen a whole lot of people. We've seen a couple of cars. One gentleman stopped and asked if there's anywhere he can get gas. At this point, I can tell you we have been riding along and looking, and it doesn't look like gas is available anywhere around here at this point. Now, you can see already the wind has picked up. It's been raining. It rained pretty hard a few minutes ago, and it's still raining pretty good. But you can see the debris already in the streets here. So this is only going to get worse. And Parish President Guy McGinnis says this is his worry, is that those damaging winds are going to come through, and there could be infrastructure damage. And then, of course, on top of that, the torrential rain that's expected, which could cause street flooding, down power lines. People will be out of power likely for an extended period of time. So all of those folks inside of the hurricane protection system, that's what you need to be thinking about right now, because that will probably happen. Now, I believe you guys just showed the video, but if we can show it again down in Delacroix outside of the hurricane protection system, the water started rising there very early this morning. And what the parish president said is he's expecting that water to top the levees there about 5 feet. I know the storm surge last night, they were expecting between 7 and 11 foot storm surge, and that moved up today from 8 to 12 feet. So, they're definitely seeing the water happen there, the water rising there, which is expected when we have a storm, especially one of this caliber, and that east wind coming in. But that water is coming in faster than parish leaders expected. So not good news, and they were not happy to see that. I know the parish president said he was going to make his way back up here to the EOC in Chalmette. That is where parish officials will be hunkering down for this storm. We'll be here, and we'll bring you the very latest as we get it when it comes to power outages, any damage that's being reported. We'll be able to bring that to you. You can see the streets here. The sheriff just passed just a few minutes ago, Sheriff Jimmy Pullman. He said he's out and about, and he has his deputies still patrolling, but they're going to have to stop here in a little bit because the winds are picking up. They'll continue patrolling just for a little bit longer. Emergency personnel are going to be pulling off of the street, and they're going to be hunkering down as well. So now is the time. Do not go outside. Do not try to come out because in a little bit there could be down power lines and trees. You can see the debris that's already happening throughout the parish with tree limbs. We've seen garbage cans too. A lot of people didn't pick up their garbage cans, so we've seen garbage cans already littering the streets. So that obviously is going to be a big problem. It's a problem now, and it's only going to get worse. That's the situation here in St. Bernard Parish. Natasha Robin, Fox 8, Local First.
Thank you very much, Natasha. You know, we've talked about people sitting in these long lines for gasoline ahead of this storm, and Chris Hagan has this report from a gas station in Metairie that had to close.
We're here at the Discount Zone gas station in Metairie at the corner of Vets and Green Acres, and just a few minutes ago this place was full of cars trying to get gas, but the owners of the gas station did just close it up as we were pulling up and setting up, and they are getting ready to go. We did speak with one gentleman who is going to ride out the storm here in Metairie because he says that's what's best for him.
Here's the way I look at it is looking at the statistics and probabilities. I feel more comfortable if something bad happens here, I'm here to address it, as opposed to if I evacuated someplace else.
While Max is staying, he said his neighbors have decided to make other plans.
Consensus is to get out of here. But they're going to do what's comfortable for them, what's right for them. I'm going to do what's right for me.
So now at an empty gas station, as it probably should be with conditions starting to get worse, I would say that most people in the area are now prepared to ride it out wherever they are. Reporting in Metairie, Chris Hagan, will send things back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Chris.
We get lots of video and pictures from our viewers, and Kelsey Davis has been looking through some of that.
Hey, John and Meg, I actually want to start off with this video. The National Hurricane Center just tweeted this video of a hurricane hunter's flight from earlier this morning, and this is absolutely stunning. This is from inside the eye of Hurricane Ida. Based on what we're seeing as far as damage is concerned already across parts of the coastal areas, it is absolutely amazing to know that things are so calm inside of the eyes of these storms. But this is from the hurricane hunter's flight earlier this morning. The National Hurricane Center tweeted out this video. Also wanted to show you a couple of videos. We did have some viewer submitted pictures. Got to find that tab there. Of stuff they're already seeing in their backyard. Stephen in Bell Chase posted this quick video here. I'm going to make that full screen so you could see it. And you can see the winds definitely picking up there in the area he's in, and he's showing you the rain as well. Kind of an industrial area he's in, but already seeing the impacts of the weather there in Bell Chase. Had one other video I wanted to show you quickly. Just bear with me because I have to close things and reopen it. This is a video, I think we may have shown you this one before, but just in case you haven't seen it, this is from Christy Anglet in Grand Isle, excuse me, and this video from about 10:50, so just under an hour ago, showing the water just lapping up under this home there. So we are getting videos and pictures in from viewers all across the metro area, all across the viewing area. Of course, we want to see them, but the biggest thing we need right now is for you to be safe. So if you can safely take pictures, only if you can safely take pictures or videos, we would love you to submit them. You can submit them to the Fox 8 News app. They populate through this website we have here called Burst, and that's how we can play them on air for you. So we'll keep an eye on stuff that you're sending to us. But again, the key right now is for you guys to be safe. We don't need the pictures that bad. We need you guys to be safe. John and Meg, back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks, Kelsey. We have an update now on power outages. We've just heard that 31,000 customers in Jefferson Parish are currently without power. The number in Orleans Parish, 24,000. We know there are also outages in other parishes. We were reporting on the North Shore, thousands of people without power. And you're taking a look at Entergy's map right there. All of those red spots, those are the neighborhoods currently without power, and unfortunately the situation is going to continue to get worse.
And, you know, you may have a scattered situation where the lights come back on because there was some switch they could, you know, flip somewhere, but for the most part it could be a very long haul, and you just hope that it's not a function of days or weeks, because at least in terms of the effort, you know, we're looking here at a day-long event. They have something like 16,000 personnel that they've stationed here, ready to go out or brought in from around the country, from other utilities, but they can't go out in 30-mile-an-hour winds. So we're not close to the point where the winds will die down to 30 miles an hour, you know, after the hurricane areas. We've seen those widespread outages in some of the lower coastal areas right now. So, you know, it unfortunately will be a long haul.
Absolutely. You know, and what a difference a day makes. Last night, our one Kincaid was on Bourbon Street. There were people out there. They were drinking. They were hanging out, not really totally aware of what was going to happen today. This morning, a much different story. Let's get to Garland Gillen. He is live on Bourbon.
Hey, Meg and John, you are so right. I left the lakefront, which was pretty quiet, and now I'm in the French Quarter, and it's the same thing. It is quiet in the quarter. It's Sunday morning. Pat O'Brien's, they got the chains on the doors. That's not happening. No Pat O'Brien's there. We have all the bars and restaurants boarded up. They have sandbags out on the street. There is no one. I mean, you can go all the way down to Canal. It is completely quiet down here. It's extremely bizarre for a Sunday to see Bourbon Street. I mean, we walking down the street this time of the day. And hey, it's clean also. I mean, the roads have been clean this morning there, you know, expecting possibly, you know, people coming in this weekend, but it's not happening. Like you said, Meg, they did have a wedding last night. Today, there's no bars open. Last night, there was bars open. There was bars open on Charter Street, Bourbon Street. This place was happening. There's a few people, I saw stragglers over on Decatur Street that were kind of just walking, hanging out there, trying to figure out what to do. But Bourbon Street, it is just completely silent. I haven't seen it this empty since obviously in the pandemic and during Zeta last year when electricity was out, it was pitch black and there was no one on Bourbon there. So it's very rare to see Bourbon Street this empty, no one out here. But at least that means that people have paid attention. They're watching our newscast. They're being told to stay inside, and they are, because there's no one in the French Quarter right now. No stray bicycler, no jogger. Every now and then I would see one of those guys. None of that in the quarter right now. Let's send it back to y'all in the studio.
One lone soul there coming into view in the background. All right, thanks very much, Garland Gillen, for that.
All right, let's check out the situation now in Treme. That's where we find our Rob Masson.
Hey, Kelsey, and you guys have been reporting on the power outages, and we can tell you the power is out here in Treme at the very, very busy interchange of Orleans Avenue and Claiborne, North Claiborne. And as you can see, an emergency vehicle going by. This is why conditions are so unsafe right now. Everyone is sort of at risk. These winds are only going to get worse as the time goes by. We're expecting the height of the storm to hit here in the New Orleans area in the next hour or two. But a very dangerous situation with the lights out at this intersection. Please, when you see these lights out, approach with caution. These emergency vehicles are flying by. We've seen some people totally disregard it. So if you're coming down Claiborne, you might think you have the right of way, but people on Orleans, this is a pretty major intersection too. They might think they have the right of way. So just be safe and pause. The power has been out here for at least a good 15 or 20 minutes. There is a voluntary evacuation in place here in Orleans Parish, but as you can see, there are people milling about. But law enforcement and first responders are still out, apparently able to handle emergencies. Public officials have told us over and over again, don't call unless you have a dire emergency. Don't call just to ask if some street is still open or anything like that. Stay tuned to Fox 8 for all the general information, but keep the 911 lines clear for real emergencies. And so far it looks like they are still able to handle those. However, it is a situation that's getting dicier by the minute. You see a little leafy debris looking toward the lake down Orleans Avenue, but certainly no major structural damage as yet. We were down on Canal Street a short while ago. Felt like some winds were gusting up to maybe 45 miles an hour. It doesn't feel quite so bad here. Perhaps it's because of the wind tunnel effect that you get downtown, but here it feels like the winds are more like 25 or 30 miles an hour. But as you can see, the power is out. Part of the problem down here is, like, you see that power line going through that oak tree right there. That's what we have all over the city, all over New Orleans really. Big trees and power lines everywhere. And of course, as the storm comes in, those limbs will break, and that might cause some localized power outages in certain areas. And that's the situation that we're seeing here in Treme. We can tell you Orleans Avenue, the power is out all the way going down into the French Quarter. We were just down there. There are very few people out. But please be careful as you traverse these streets. You're not supposed to be out in them. You're advised to stay home. This is another example why. This could be a very, very dangerous situation. And a first responder might not be able to get to you if something horrible were to happen at one of these intersections where the traffic lights are out. So that's the story from Treme. Rob Masson, Fox 8 Local First. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks very much, Rob. This is already a historic hurricane in the sense that it's one of the 3 strongest, Bruce Katz tells us, in recorded history going back to 1851. They were the 1856 last island hurricane, Laura just last year, and now this hurricane, Bruce.
Yep, you know, we like records, but we don't want to be in that record book. So yes, the top 3 strongest hitting Louisiana, and we are witnessing history right now. So let's take a look now. First, as we go into it, let's take Max 1 if we can, guys. And with all the power outages going off, notice we have iHeartRadio. So if you have a radio, battery-powered radio, or maybe your phone and you've got the app, the iHeartRadio app, if you don't, download it now. We are on 99.5 WRNO, WQUE, Voodoo 104.1, YLD on 98.5, and WODT, that is 1280 on the AM dial. So again, we are partnering with iHeartRadio. So I know a lot of you may be losing power in the future, if not already. We already have numerous outages. You can listen to us on these radio stations and stay tuned to Fox 8, and we are going to bring you every bit of information that we need. Also, if you want to watch us, and you have the ability to, on Fox 8, our weather app, and the news app, Google Play in the Down Store, download it. You can hit the watch live, and we can watch it live on what's going on. So, we're going back? Cantrell, okay.
We're working on getting the sound up here from Mayor Latoya Cantrell. You can see that she's there gathered at City Hall with some city council members, the police chief, Sean Ferguson, some other members of the city government. And let's see if we can hear. Okay, looks like we're still trying to work on getting that feed. All right, while we wait on getting that, Bruce, why don't you take it from here?
All right, we're going to have that recorded, and we will replay that for you when we get it online. All right, winds of 150, again, making it the top 3 historical storms. Let's go back now to Mayor Cantrell.
It's been a unified command approach. It has been embedded in the EOC that is fully activated. What we know is Ida is a 155 miles per hour Category 4 hurricane. Community at this time, all of our residents, even visitors who are here, this is the time to stay inside. Do not venture out. No sightseeing. This is very serious. We need you to stay in from this point forward all morning, all afternoon, all evening. As it relates to Monday morning, we should see some signs that we're moving out of this, but you are not to come out until you receive more information from the city of New Orleans. Now is the time that we have been preparing for and even waiting for as it relates to Hurricane Ida. Again, this is the time. Heed all warnings. Ensure that you shelter in place, you hunker down. We understand that we have residents that are now without power. We do understand that wind miles are over 35 miles per hour, which means that there will be no action, no activity from Entergy New Orleans at this time. Also, as it relates to other responses, the New Orleans Fire Department, we are now on emergency alert. As it relates to 911 calls, you will hear more from our leaders following me. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to ask Colin Arnold, our Director of Homeland Security, to come forth. We'll move through, trying to be as fast as possible, again, so that everyone can get out of harm's way. Thank you. Colin?
Morning. We've talked for several days. We've gone over this. This is short and sweet. Hurricane Ida is here. Tropical storm winds have arrived. As Ida moves closer, it is near certainly that we will see sustained winds of 75 miles per hour or higher, up to 110 miles per hour in New Orleans. Let me be clear, these are life-threatening winds. They will cause down power lines, structure damage, down trees, and projectiles. You absolutely need to be indoors for the remainder of this storm. Hunker down and stay put. We'll be with you through the storm. Text NOLA READY to 77295 for text alerts so you know what's going on throughout the rest of the day. Please understand that public safety officials will likely not be able to respond during dangerous conditions. This will likely include overnight when storm impacts have passed, but debris will still be blocking the roadways. It's dangerous now. It's going to be dangerous this afternoon, even more so because of the wind. It's going to be extremely dangerous overnight because of the wind and because of darkness. They're not going to be able to come to you. You need to stay inside until tomorrow. We'll look at this at the first light of day. Our emergency operations center is activated. We've got 70 people up there. They're risking COVID. They're communicating. They're communicating with everyone outside that is working this. It includes infrastructure, transportation, and human service agencies. We are coordinating response efforts. This will include immediate public safety needs throughout the duration of the storm, but as I said, there's nobody coming right now. You need to stay inside. This will also include response efforts that will begin tomorrow. When we come out tomorrow, we can look at this, take an assessment, figure out where we're at. Search and rescue operations, potential post-storm evacuations, we can deal with all that, but now is not that time. Now is the time to stay inside. More information will be made possible through every medium that we have, including the media, primarily the media, when we can do that. The most important thing is to stay inside. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ramsey Green, Deputy CEO.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor. To our residents who are both here and outside of our city, it's important to acknowledge our city again is in a very different place than it was 16 years ago today. Our levee system, or what we call the HISDR system, is strong. It's unprecedented. It is, if not the most powerful protected system in the planet, it is certainly one of the top of them in the planet, in the country. Excuse me, in the planet. This is a system that, we've done a tremendous amount of data. The folks from both levee authorities, the Army Corps of Engineers, they have great confidence, and we share that confidence. So water coming from outside of the city, penetrating the levee system is not a huge concern. It's not a concern of ours right now. What our concern mostly is, as it relates to flooding, is rainfall cells getting above our city within the levee system and inundating our city with a high rate of rain. That is water that we cannot protect ourselves from a levee. That is water that falls within our city. At the moment, and Lauren will go over this, we're projected to potentially reach 15 to 20 inches of rain over the period of today and into tomorrow, at times exceeding a rainfall rate of 3 inches per hour, which greatly exceeds our existing drainage ability. What that means is we would see flooding in this city along public right-of-ways, in places where water typically congregates, low-lying areas, etc. Again, stay away, stay safe, wait for that water to go away, wait for it to get pumped out of our city. We had some great news thanks to the incredibly hardworking, dedicated men and women of the Sewage and Water Board. Turbine 4 came back on late last night, so we now at the moment have 72 megawatts or thereabouts of total power dedicated to the Sewage and Water Board, around 50 plus megawatts of self-generated power. Again, it's an incredibly fragile system. That system can change at any point, and what we always have to be prepared for that. Finally, the Sewage and Water Board, the sewer system is entirely dependent upon pumping. And what we're seeing, and thanks to Entergy, they've dedicated 10 generators to ensure our sewage system keeps moving throughout this. We have a tremendous number of people throughout this city who are at home, and they're going to use those systems. And until we give you any additional information, you're good to go in using your water, your sewage systems at home. Stay inside. This city knows how to deal with this. We've had 16 years since Hurricane Katrina to invest billions of dollars into our exterior protection from coastal inundation. Rainfall, rate of rainfall, that is our real flooding concern at the moment. Entergy New Orleans has dedicated over 4,000 out-of-state contractors who are pre-positioned throughout the region, and they are ready to respond to loss of power. So our big threats right now from the infrastructure side are loss of power, flooding in certain parts that you have seen before when we have an excessive rate of rain throughout this city, but we have great confidence. All of the HISDRs, and we add 2 more things, I'm sorry. The HISDR system, all of the gates were closed at about midnight last night. The last gates were closed at midnight, and the outfall pumping stations, the PCCPs that pump water out of our city into Lake Pontchartrain are active and moving. Again, thank you so much to the folks at the flood authorities, the United States Army Corps of Engineers. We have great confidence in any water from coming from out of this city into it. It's the real concern of the water that falls within our city. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And we're going to keep it going. Dr. Jennifer Bagnow.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just be brief. I want to reiterate what's been said. Now is the time to stay where you are. Our healthcare system, our hospitals are hunkering down. They are caring for the patients that are within their walls. Our first responders will be unable to get to you. Please do not try to access a healthcare or a hospital facility right now. We will be there for you when the storm passes, but the safest thing you can do is to stay put. Please make sure that you have a plan for your elderly and vulnerable residents or family members, neighbors that are in your immediate space. Make sure that they are being cared for throughout the duration of the storm. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vegno. And I also need to add, as I've been recently informed, that residents as well as visitors and hotels all throughout the city at this time, we are asking for water conservation. Water conservation is needed at this time and throughout the rest of the morning, throughout the afternoon, throughout the evening. More information will come as we receive it. And thank you so much. I'm going to now bring up Chief Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. Currently, right now, New Orleans Police Department is operating at 100% all hands on deck, 12-hour shifts. At some point in time, as Colin mentioned earlier, we will have to hunker down, which means that will impact our response. So we are asking you to please, right now, hunker down yourselves. Do not put ourselves, do not put our fire department, do not put our EMS in harm's way as you're putting yourselves in harm's way. Now is the time, and over the next 24 hours, perhaps, we need to, just hunker down. I will say also, we are prepared to assist with whatever recovery efforts we will have to assist with after this, but also anti-looting. We will not allow any looting throughout this process, and we will be out there to enforce that. So as I'm asking and begging and pleading with you, please hunker down now, as we will have to hunker down at some point in time ourselves, where we will not be able to respond. But as soon as we are able to do so, as conditions improve, we will be able to do so. But please, right now, do your due diligence. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you so much. Director Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. At 10 a.m. this morning, OPCD advised the public of an intermittent 911 outage that we were experiencing calls coming to the center that would begin to drop. We've engaged our technology partners and our state and federal regulators to ensure that 911 service could quickly restored. I'm happy to report about 10 minutes after the reported outage, 911 service in the city of New Orleans has been fully restored at this time. So again, 911 is for life-threatening emergencies only. At this point, I've been speaking to the past 2 days about that point when public safety responses will be reduced or altered. We are at that point. All the public safety agencies at this point are making decisions when or will they will no longer respond. So if you call 911, the call taker may be telling you, we will see you or get to you when it is safe. That does not mean after the storm is over. The moment that our public safety agencies get an opportunity to safely get to you, they will try their best to do so. But please only call us when you absolutely have an emergency. Please don't call 911 also because you didn't evacuate and now you want someone to come get you. I'm sorry, we're past that point. Our advice to you now is get to shelter in place and protect yourself indoors. Do not be outside. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I have to bring up Colonel Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colonel Bailey from the Louisiana National Guard. Your National Guard is trained and ready to respond, and we're here with you here in the city of New Orleans on the ground. I have 260 Army and Air National Guardsmen. Those members are staged and stationed throughout the city to respond to activities and requirements immediately after the storm as soon as it's safe. As it relates to our equipment, we have boat teams, high water rescue vehicles, security forces in accordance we're in support of NOPD. We have also, in the event they're needed after the storm, we have helicopters and aviation to follow on search and rescue as soon as they can fly, and that'll probably be on tomorrow. We're working with the mayor and her staff to facilitate and after the storm, after the event, evacuation and onward integration from MCC for those who wish to evacuate. And I'll close with this very quickly. We're here and we're with you, with your friends, your relatives, your neighbors. I myself, the rest of the Louisiana National Guard. We value every one of you. You all matter, and we're going to protect what matters.
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you, Colonel. Lauren?
Hi, good morning, everybody. In terms of the weather, everything's pretty much already been reiterated here. You know, potential for sustained winds 74 to 110 miles an hour, possibly higher gusts, flooding 15 to 20 inches. Currently, the storm is in the process of moving onshore, I guess you could call it that, in Port Fourchon and Grand Isle, so it should be making landfall down there very shortly. Water levels down there are rapidly rising. Wind speeds are also rapidly rising. In terms of winds in the city, we're already seeing 50 to 70 mile per hour gusts. So we are basically there for hurricane force wind gusts right now as 11:45 a.m. We're seeing sustained 30 to 40 miles per hour, some more. For those of you in the building, we can hear it outside the windows right now. So as we see it, as everybody else has been saying, it's only going to get worse from here. Hunker down, be careful, be safe, and we will just be safe after the storm as well if you have generators. The winds will be slow to come down tonight into the overnight hours, and just be prepared for anything at this point.
Thank you so much, Lauren. As Ramsey indicated during his briefing, that Entergy New Orleans is on the ready to respond to the needs of our community, particularly right now. That need is with the Sewage and Water Board, and the necessary responses are being done right now. Also, what I would say to our residents, be calm in the midst of this storm. You can be calm. You have everything that you need. We will get through this together. So be prepared, stay where you are, continue to heed the messages that come throughout the city of New Orleans, but we will get through this together. The best thing that I will say at this time is knowing that we have the leadership that is in place on all sides. And I'm very confident in the presence of our New Orleans City Council standing with us as well, as they have always been. Now, I would ask for Councilmember Helene Moreno, who serves as our president, to just represent the council at this time. Councilmember?
Thank you so much, Mayor. I would just reiterate, stay home. This is the time to hunker down. As you all know, the New Orleans City Council is the regulator of Entergy New Orleans, so I've been in close contact with its CEO, Deanna Rodriguez. As the mayor has mentioned, she is, and along with her team, all hands on deck on the Sewage and Water Board situation. Preliminary reports, it appears that it's something on the ENO side that they're trying to rectify and restore power on that route. So that's really the latest that I've got. Of course, we'll continue to keep you updated, and just stay safe and stay home. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much, and for the sake of time and for your safety, we'll answer a few questions. And Allison.
David Hammer, WWL.
Yes, sir.
I think we need some clarity on the situation with the Sewage and Water Board power. Is it correct that they lost power to run the sewage with pumps? And you talked about water conservation, and at one point you said go ahead and use your water and sewer, and then another point you said conserve water.
Because we just got information.
Exactly. Yeah. So on the front end, as Ramsey was giving his update on the infrastructure, talking both Sewage and Water Board as well as Entergy, we were notified of a power outage relative to the Entergy New Orleans side of the operation, just as confirmed by Councilmember Moreno. Those matters we know have compromised as it relates to the sewer system. That's where the request for water conservation came into play. That still remains active at this particular time. Ramsey, anything you need to add, you can do so now.
Yeah, real quick. David, we just got that, which is why those ENO generators are being deployed. Hopefully we'll get through it, but I think for our residents, an overwhelming approach to this storm. If you don't need to use water, don't use it for the moment. okay? For the moment, if you don't need to use water, just be conservative with it. Thank you, Mayor.
One more thing.
Go ahead.
And David, just a little bit more information that I'm getting from Entergy. It could be potentially a substation that's out, potentially a breaker issue. The winds are really high, but you know, Entergy is trying to get some crews out there to figure out if they can figure out the situation. But of course, they have to do that safely. So it's still kind of in the investigation point right now.
So as we learn more, we will share. Right? Be as transparent as we need to be, because that's how we are.
Next question, Peyton Triss, WGNO.
A lot of people have evacuated and heeded the warnings, and then a lot of people are going to want to go outside after the storm. When are you telling people it's going to be safe to come back, and when it will be safe to go back outside to check on their property?
Sure, when we have assessed the situation, and after doing so, we will inform the public. Until that point, stay inside. We, again, will investigate. The good news is that this storm should be nearing completion in the early morning, so by day. And so that is on our side, because immediately we will be able to go out and assess. But only after a thorough assessment by public safety officials across the board, people are supposed to stay put until otherwise notified.
Next question, Tim Craig, Washington Post.
Hi, thank you. You don't need to explain the whole levy system again, but I think around the country, a lot of people may be wondering, why are you so confident in that the levy system will hold in this case? They were rebuilt as Category 5 levies, but we're almost at a Category 5 hurricane. We're just a couple miles short. So can you just briefly say why this confidence that there's no water from the outside going to be coming into the city through the newly built levees? And then also one follow-up question, could you just also clarify that your hospitals, many of which I believe are very full because of the COVID situation, do they all have generators and backup energy supplies, that's not going to become an issue if power goes out?
Sure. So on the front end of that question relative to our levee protection system, billions of dollars, over $14 billion has been invested in our levee protection system. We have more technology and science in terms of its advancement that gives us the comfort and the confidence that's needed to ensure that those who are inside the levee protection system will not be compromised. Of course, as we move through this hurricane, we will learn more, right? But at this time, that's where our focus is, in the city of New Orleans, in the state of Louisiana. We appreciate the concern nationally, but right now, our focus is on our people right now. Ramsey, anything you need to add?
Yeah, you know, I appreciate the question, but, you know, we in this city have had 16 years since Hurricane Katrina to understand the evolving changes between the human-built environment and the changing climate and the changing environment. And thanks to 16 billion plus of federal taxpayer dollars, great science, great analytics, we are really confident that the levee system as constructed now is, we're not confident, we factually know. And much like this city has run COVID, our COVID response embracing data and science, we're very confident that that levee system, which as a community, this city went through a lot of very strategic changes from the management of it, from the way people are on the board and all of those things to make it focused on data, science, and logic. And that system is incredibly strong. I've been to the Netherlands, I've seen what they have. The Netherlands use our advisors for some of the construction we've done for HISDRs. We're very confident in a way that we have never as a community been before. It's a different time, it's a different place, and we've had 16 years to really protect our city from what occurred tragically on this day 16 years ago. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And just to the hospital piece, you know, again, kind of echoing this theme, there's no one more prepared in the healthcare system in America than our hospitals, because they all went through Katrina. They have incredibly sophisticated emergency preparedness plans that they get to exercise on a regular basis, because this is not our first threat in the last 16 years. They all have generators. They test the generators. They will utilize the generators if and when they deem that it's necessary. And so again, I can say this from personal experience, as well as professionally, the hospitals are prepared.
Thank you, Dr. Vegno. Allison, that's it. Thank you all so much, and you should know that our unified command will continue to be in place. Direct communication with the White House has happened, and we do and will continue with that direct line and link, as well as our Secretary of FEMA. Thank you all so much. Be safe, and we will give you updates as we need to. Thank you.
All right, you were listening to New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell and other city leaders saying they have confidence in the levees. They are having a situation right now with the Sewage and Water Board, but they are working to get that situation back up and running, asking people to conserve their water usage, though, right now in the city of New Orleans. Also, a quick note, St. John the Baptist Parish, we've just learned, has a curfew now in place tonight starting at 6 p.m., a parish-wide curfew that goes until 7 a.m.
All right, in the meantime, it's been a while since we heard from Bruce with everything that's happened. So, Bruce, where are we?
All right, let's get right to it. In fact, right on cue, we have a new update that just came in about 3.5 minutes ago from the Hurricane Center. Still moving northwest at 13. So, you know, from early this morning, it slowed down from around 16 to 13. So really not a big change. Winds are still at 150, pressure at 930. So right now it is 45 miles southeast of Houma. So again, getting ready to move onto the mainland where it made landfall about 40 minutes ago right near Port Fourchon. And right now, Grand Isle is in the extreme northern eye wall. They are getting hit very hard. I'll show you that coming up on Viper in just a moment. But by 7 p.m. this evening, rather, we're going to see still the storm not far away. In fact, it's going to be between Houma and Baton Rouge, and it's just going to be to the west of Lake Maurepas and also the city. So we have several hours to go. Even as we go into the overnight and tomorrow morning, 7 a.m., we're still going to have residual winds as well as quite a bit of rainfall. So we're not done with this yet. Now, still in effect. This is a product that the Hurricane Center put out not long ago, but you don't see it that often. It has to be a major storm, winds of 115 plus to get an eye wall wind warning. And anywhere from Dulac to Houma, La Rose, Lafitte down to Buras, and as we come closer in, it's even in effect for parts of the West Bank. So Harvey, Marrero, Gretna, right in these areas here, this is a very dangerous situation as the storm moves north. Now, as we take a look at the satellite picture, you'll notice that here is the actual history line. Here is the future line, and it is going basically right up the pipe that they expected, not really making any deviations now. And again, yesterday at this time, is it going to go east? Is it going to go west? Well, it's here. It's on us. It is coming in, as from yesterday, farther east of Houma, where earlier it was going to be near or west of Houma. So right now, coming into Port Fourchon and Grand Isle, right now in the northeastern quadrant of the hurricane. And you'll notice all that activity is spinning up to Lafitte, to the West Bank and the city. So now, hour by hour, the weather will be deteriorating. Look at this satellite image here. I'll tell you what, here's Grand Isle, Port Fourchon in this area here. Storm making landfall about an hour or so ago, making its way inland and eventually making its way toward Galliano and just to the west of Golden Meadow. So this is areas that we have friends in, that many of us live in, and these are areas being hit by the top 3 strongest hurricanes in history to hit Louisiana. Take a look at this. Look at the lightning. I'll tell you, this thing wrapping around almost looks kind of like a merry-go-round, doesn't it? I mean, this lightning is popping. These are intense storms and winds, with those winds up to 150 sustained, gusting to maybe 170. And where's Grand Isle? They are right in the north and northeastern end of the eye wall. So I'll tell you what, they are getting hit extremely hard. And, you know, we still have some of the authorities and officials there. Our hearts go out to them. We're thinking about them. Hopefully they are safe and sound right now, because right now Grand Isle is bearing the brunt of all of the state right now in southeast Louisiana. This is going to move off to the northwest. Lafitte, you're going to be next on the northern part of the eye wall. So hour by hour now, the weather's going to go down and down and down, and now is the time to stay inside. We've seen with some of the live shots, a few people driving around. Now's the time just to stay put. Pay attention, watch us on TV or iHeartRadio, several radio stations there if you lose power, and you'll notice that we have already had now some of the wind gusts up to 61 at the airport at Kenner. So these winds are really beginning to pick up, and some of these anemometers are actually being, if not destroyed, power is out. So we're getting numerous areas where power is either out or will be going out soon. So something to be a little bit concerned about, because as we go into nightfall, we're still going to have a lot of wind and a lot of rain and a lot of issues. So hopefully you have the flashlights and the batteries, because as this continues to move north, we're going to see huge areas of power outages continuing to move in. Already we have numerous power outages as we speak, and the storm is just beginning to make landfall. Sustained wind 44 at the lakefront, 32 at Kenner, 15 to 20 on the North Shore, Mississippi Gulf Coast at about 20 to 30. So as these winds continue to move in, they will get stronger and stronger. So the highest wind gust, 61 at Kenner, 61 at the lakefront, 30 to 35 out west. On the eastern end, stronger side, anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour. So these winds in purple, these are the above hurricane force winds, and they are gradually growing northward and will encompass all of the South Shore metropolitan area and the western end of the North Shore from Tangi over to parts of St. Tammany and even western Washington when the storm continues northward. Now, of course, we all talked about the storm surge, dangerous, life-threatening storm surge. Anywhere where it's moving in on the eastern side, 12 to 16 feet. And they're feeling that right now. I mean, this is happening as we speak. 8 to 12 on the eastern side from areas of Plaquemines Parish over to St. Bernard, Lake Bourne, into Lake Pontchartrain, and especially we're going to be watching the western and northwestern end of the lake as those winds pile up from the southeast off to the northwest, as well as areas of Lake Maurepas out to the west, moving in toward areas of Livingston Parish. Here's a look at Viper, and Viper looked like it was trying to get an eyewall replacement, maybe trying to do it, but at this point, it's just not going to be able to. It's moving inland, and we're going to start getting that friction, but what this tells us is, again, look at Grand Isle, the northeastern quadrant. They are getting clipped with the worst and highest winds of this storm that's going to be. So right now, we all think about Grand Isle, and we always go down there and cover it. Well, right now, they're getting the brunt and the worst of this storm. Moving north to Golden Meadow, cut off, you're not far away. You're going to be in the eastern eye wall as well. So the weather, I know you're getting it right now, but it's going to get even worse. So if you're up in these areas and you're thinking it is bad, well, you've got more to come. So you need to pay attention, stay into the interior of your home. And as we take a look, the wind field of this storm, it's actually grown because the storm is much larger with winds of 150, a category 4. Look at the wind field of hurricane force winds. I'll put this into motion for you. And over the city, as we go through 2 o'clock through about 5 o'clock, we're going to be in sustained hurricane force winds with higher gusts. This is going to be a situation where it's going to be very dangerous in terms of power outages, things blowing around, possible broken windows, and even to the west where the center is and just east of that area, maybe the river parishes westward, we could see actually roof failure or any type of structure that isn't well built, we could see failure as well. So this is the extreme. When you start getting up into these category 4s, near 5, those are the high-end destruction values you can get, and certainly we're going to have a lot of reports of a lot of damage. Take a look, even at 6 o'clock, we're not done. That's why I'm saying this is going to be a long-duration situation. Right now, it is 12:04. This is 6 o'clock. I mean, we're talking right now over 6 hours of hurricane force winds, and even through 8 o'clock, although they pull out, we're still going to have tropical storm force, even hurricane force gust, all the way through 10 o'clock this evening. And then as we go into midnight, the storm begins to lift north of Baton Rouge. Still, you can see some hurricane force winds north of Baton Rouge, moving into St. Helena Parish and the Florida parishes. Franklinton, down I-55, anywhere from, say, Kentwood, all the way to Hammond and Ponchatoula, Lee's Landing, these areas, Denham Springs, heavy, heavy winds, and also very heavy rainfall. And then after midnight into the morning hours, finally, by 6 a.m., some of those winds begin to lift on out and things begin to settle down as we go through late morning tomorrow. So from now through daybreak and just after, we're going to have to hunker down because this is going to be a long duration storm. Here's a look now at live radar, and you can see storm made landfall right near Port Fourchon. And as we come in closer, here we go. Jean Lafitte, you're in a big feeder band right now moving in. Galliano, I guarantee it, you see winds easily up to 100 miles per hour plus in this band. In the city, we've seen gusts up to 60 to 61. So again, the farther south you go, closer to the center, that's where the strongest winds are. They do branch out, still strong northward, but remember, as all this lifts, hour by hour, the weather is going to get worse and worse. On the North Shore, you do have some passing showers and storms up there. Some of these squalls, we've seen those gusts up to 30 to 35. Those will begin to increase as well as the storm does lift northward. And the Mississippi Gulf Coast, the same situation along I-10, Burlington over to Kill. We're seeing near Lyman, spotty showers and storms all pivoting as we see all the feeder bands continuing on the eastern side. So here's our big picture right now. And again, I mean, this is just an incredible shot. I mean, you can see just perfect symmetrical dynamics with this storm. The shear went away, which we expected. The loop current was there. We expected those temperatures of the water to be 85, 88. We talked about that rapid intensification. We were hopeful yesterday at this time, where we were at winds of 105 to 110 for several hours, that, well, maybe it won't be as strong, but all the indications were, as it got closer to the coast and these waters in the upper 80s, we would see rapid intensification, and that happened last night. I got a little sleep last night, woke up this morning, saw the 4 a.m. advisory at 1:50. Was I surprised? No. But was I saddened? Yes, because this is what we're going to be dealing with now for many people and property as well. So this is going to be a long duration storm. If you stayed, you made the decision, just kind of settle down. You can't do anything about it now. Get into the interior. You know your home. You know your situation if you're in an apartment. So just try and stay calm. I know it's going to sound pretty eerie at times because you stay for a storm, you're going to hear a lot of things banging around and maybe trees going down, losing power. But if you made that decision, now's the time just to stay with us. We're going to keep it calm for you. We're going to keep it real. We're going to let you know what's happening. And of course, during our weathercast, we're going to be showing what is happening in your area and then what is yet to come as well. Here's a look now at the high-resolution Fox 8 forecast model. And I want to show you 430. Look at all this dynamic and heavy storm activity that's going to spiral in. So that's at 4:30. So we're going to continue to see all this moving in, and the center coming in just to the east or around Baton Rouge. And then as it moves northward, 6 p.m., even more big bands moving in. This is the actual eastern eye wall to this point, but the outer bands just outside of the eye wall, we could easily see wind gusts up to 100 miles per hour in the city. And I don't want to discount on the western side from, say, central areas of St. Tammany over to Tangipahoa Parish into Livingston. You could easily see wind gusts up to 70 to 80 miles per hour. So this is going to be a long duration. 10 o'clock, still a lot more rain, a lot more possible flooding, a lot of wind gusts, a lot of trees down, power outages, everything that goes with a major landfalling hurricane. Here's midnight. Hopefully this band doesn't show up, but look at this. This could be banding of easily 2 to 4 inches of rain per hour. So we're looking at high intense rainfall possibilities and flooding. So that's going to be our next concern as we see tidal surge issues. Then it's going to turn into a wind issue, and then it's going to continue to evolve into a rain issue. So we have several layers to go before we're all said and done. 6:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, still in it. Boy, this tail, when we talk about those tails on these storms, as the storm lifts north, you may say, well, boy, the dynamics are moving out of here. But remember, you still have, with a big rotation of this magnitude of a storm, you're going to be pulling up moisture if you have it available. And indeed, this time of year in the summer, late August, there's a lot of moisture available. All the humidity, the high dew points we show every day, and we are going to see a lot of rain moving on in. So Hurricane Ida, hurricane force winds. Again, even around Slidell, you're going to see some winds up to 74 miles per hour at times. Hammond, we talked about it. You're going to see 70, 80, up to maybe 90 on the gust. You kind of peel back a little bit, but still Slidell, you're not out of it either, 82%. Bay St. Louis and Biloxi, of course, that begins to really ramp down. And notice on the western side, that's the better side. We always talk about, boy, if you're to the left or to the left of that storm, this is where you want to be, because from 99 to 24, Morgan City to Gonzales, but from New Orleans to Slidell, a much larger distance, we have a lot more action. So you can see a big swath here, much wider on the eastern side, then much more narrow on the western side on that system. So again, flood risk today through tonight, we're going to be watching out for a lot of rain, numerous inches per hour at times, and as we go into tomorrow, although we're not into a 4, we're still in a level 3. So moderate rainfall, this is going to be a long situation with a lot of rain. And then even as we go into Tuesday, although we ramp down, we're still with that tail hanging in for the last gasp, we're at a level 2. So although the storm may move out by tomorrow midday, we're going to have still a lot of moisture moving in through tomorrow night, and then finally by Tuesday, things will begin to settle down. Here's our high-resolution model indicating how much rainfall we can get. Now, of course, this can't be specific. So what we have to say is, this is the condition and this is the environment where we could have up to 20 plus inches of rain in some areas. Will this be here? Probably not. Could it set up with training over the city? It absolutely could. Could it come in toward Galliano on that western side with a lot of rain wrapping? It could. Covington, pretty much the same. So this is why we're looking at not only the wind action, but of course this is going to bring a lot of rain even when the worst of the winds begin to move away. So I'll close with a very angry Lake Pontchartrain. This is Landry's. This is right out of their parking lots here, and you'll notice that the water is really piling up all in this area. You know, Karen and I actually, Meg and John, 2 nights ago, we went and we ate at one of the restaurants, and we walked out here, and I was telling her, in the next 2 or 3 days, this could be a whole different story. It was calm, it was quiet, it was really nice, and you look at what this storm can do, and remember, the storm is just making landfall now. So this is just kind of a little indication of what is yet to come. Tidal surge flooding in the lake. This lake is going to swell. We're going to see those eastern-facing shores, and of course, this is a dangerous situation. Don't go out. Don't go try and check out the seawall like we always do. Let things settle down, and of course, let's hope for the best. And it's going to be bad. I mean, there's just no 2 ways about it. I mean, we're going to see a lot of devastation, a lot of areas washed away down along the coast, and the power outages, a lot of issues with hopefully not long, but refrigerators taped up again and all that. Those just bring back bad memories. And what is today? August 29th.
And Bruce, that shot, obviously the south shore there, we're talking about storm surge from Lake Pontchartrain on the north shore, in some places 9 feet.
Yes, and that's the problem. This is basically, the winds are coming in out of the south and southeast. So really they're coming in this direction here, but these aren't even a due north wind. So imagine when the storm moves north, you're going to have basically a southeast and an easterly wind pushing all that water from Lake Bourne into Lake Pontchartrain, into Lake Maurepas, and that's where it's going to be the issue on that eastern side. So, I mean, this is just the beginning, and, this is a lot, but this is nothing in comparison to what the models indicate that we can see.
Or what they'll see in Tangipahoa or in St. John Parish on the western end, because these, as you mentioned, these are not the optimum winds to see this scene. Normally with winds from the direction they're coming in, you don't get quite that effect, but the lake, the bathtub of the lake is so full that there's
swishing.
There you go.
And look at it. It's doing just that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, well, again, stay calm, stay cool, stay collected. We're going to drive you through this thing. And again, if you made the decision to stay, and the reason why I'm saying this is because I have a couple of friends who actually texted me, I made the wrong decision and I shouldn't be here now. And, if you made the decision and you're here, you're going to have to make the best of it and just be calm and just use common sense. And we're going to get through this thing. It's going to be hairy, but we'll get through this thing. And, John and Meg, we always hoped that we would never get a storm like this. I mean, Katrina, the last really big one, we had Zeta, but, it moved on by. But, we live in an area that we're prone to these storms. And this is the hot time. I mean, late August, early to mid-September, we're coming into the peak. And, this is a situation. But remember, we've come back from major storms, too. So, even though we're seeing a lot of action and a lot of devastation, which will be yet to come, we've always come back and we've always been resilient.
Well, and we are far, I say our hearts go out to everybody. I've got friends in Lafourche Parish who I'm concerned about. So we, as all of us throughout the entire news market, if you will, including in Mississippi. But for those in the city who are within the great, 1 million people who are within the flood walls, relatively remote compared to others from, the eye, you're probably going to be all right.
Yeah.
You're not going to have surge. There will be damage. There could be catastrophic damage in some, if if your roof comes off and your neighbor's doesn't, that's pretty catastrophic to you. But I think it's important, and I think you're absolutely right, Bruce, to take a deep breath and realize that if you are in your home, the people that die in hurricanes are those that get out too early, that have some fluky thing happen, that are on some coastal road that they mistakenly get on through a mistake of their own or some circumstance. And if you're in a modern structure, you're probably, the odds are overwhelmingly in your favor that you're going to be all right. And I hope that doesn't mean to downplay it in any way, because this is about as serious as it gets. But I think that it's good to take a deep breath from time to time and remember these many layers of protection that we have. Anyway.
Yeah, no, I think, John, you put it exactly right. I mean, you know, you made the decision and you just have to deal with it. I mean, at this point, you know, we're going to steer you through this thing, and if you're inside the flood protection levee, you are in good shape. Will we get flooding with rain? Probably will, but we're not going to get the major flooding from the surge, and that is the main thing. So once again, at this point, we're just going to have to, you know, wait and see. The reporters, after everything settles down, will be back out over the community and letting you know what's going on. But of course, the meteorologist here at Fox 8, we're going to keep you going. And again, you know, we're going to be giving you the weather, more information. Probably we're not going to have a lot of live reports, guys, coming up, because we don't want to put our people in harm's way either. But you know, as soon as it's safe to get out, we're going to get out. And remember, if you have no power and you're listening on the app, or you're listening to us on iHeartRadio, and John and Meg, I had a couple of texts as well. Remember, we're out of power. Please talk radio, because they want to hear it. And I'm trying to kind of give that and paint that picture for people listening on the radio.
Do your
as
best
well.
Vin Scully imitation.
Exactly.
Legendary play-by-play.
I'm not going to throw on the radio.
Hold on, we're not letting you go away just yet, because I think Meg wants to talk about Galliano.
Yes, we want to get your thoughts on this, Bruce. We've got a live picture here from Galliano in Lafourche Parish, and you can see there just how bad conditions have really deteriorated at this point. The wind is whipping, the amount of rain falling, and you can see, you know, several feet in front of you.
Right. Well, I think, yeah, we lost the shot for a moment, but, you know, again, I mean, they're coming into it. I mean, on that northeastern quadrant, that eye wall, it's moving in, and, you know, the weather's just going to continue to actually get a little bit worse. And, you know, that's a situation you don't want to be in. I mean, you know, you're going to have power outages, you're going to have trees going down, you're going to have things, you know, across the roadway. You know, you may even get overwash, and roadways may actually wash out that we've seen before. So, you know, this is just the beginning, and you know, we're going to bring you pictures as much as we can to kind of show you what's going on. But as you can see, John, sometimes within these squalls, you get the big burst, and then things settle down a little bit. So it's kind of a tricky. It's kind of, it fools you a little bit, and you know, now's the time. As read, there it goes. There's that big gust. You see the tree just, you know, bending over at this point. So, and
as we look at this, Bruce, that's one of the reasons why they called for a mandatory evacuation in Lafourche Parish, as you see the conditions there.
And they have to, because they can't get out and help you. I mean, the reality is, if you get hurt or something happens, you're on your own, and they're not being selfish saying we're not coming out to help you. They don't want to put their people in harm's way either. So, you know, it's a really delicate dance here, and it's one of those things that you really have to have common sense, and you have to just kind of understand what the community leaders are telling us and not buck the system, because really it's for your own good. And I think these evacuations that were mandatory, I think it was a great call. A lot of people didn't want to leave. They didn't want to go. But, you know, at this point, you look at this, and if you're watching us, say, in another market or online, and you left, you're saying, you know what? Thank goodness I did leave. How many people say they've stayed? They've stayed, but with a storm of this magnitude, you may not stay again.
By the way, our apologies to our friends in Galliano. There are 2 L's in Galliano.
LL.
We'll fix that next time. There's been some significant damage in Lafitte, and Kelsey Davis talked to Mayor Tim Kerner.
Mayor, I know that you guys had some major issues with the storm there in Lafitte. Tell me what happened, and how are you feeling right now?
Well, look, it's barely getting to us now, and the winds aren't getting too strong where you can't leave. A roof in the firefighter station in Lower Lafitte's roof came off, and that was before the storm had officially landed onto us. So that was just the outer bands. So look, it's a dangerous situation. A lot of people chose not to evacuate. As of yesterday, I'm hoping they changed their mind overnight and they left. But look, I'm just so worried. This is such a serious storm, and we are getting the absolute worst of it. And you know, I tried my best to get them all out. I think right now it's a life-threatening situation. That's family, and every single one of them. And I'm extremely worried right now.
And Mayor, you had to leave the fire station. Where are you right now?
We're at me and the crew came to West Jeff Hospital.
Were there
we
injuries?
just arrived.
Were there some injuries?
No injuries. So what we did, this is a safe place. We worked until we thought things were could pierce one of us. So until it became like wind that could be life threatening. Actually, on the road, on the way to the hospital, something hit one of our crew members' windows and shattered it. So look, it's a dangerous situation. So we made the right call leaving at that time, obviously, because there wasn't that window there, and could have killed them. And that's a little further north. So I think we made the call at the right time. And
Mayor, I was going to say you guys asked people to leave, and you guys, of course, are emergency responders, so you had to be where you were at the fire department. But things got so dangerous for you that you all had to leave, and you thankfully got out okay. To the people who stayed behind, who are still at home right now, who are going to see this message, what do you need them to know and understand about this storm, especially as we move through the next 5, 10, 12 hours?
Don't leave your homes. Don't leave your homes. What else can you do? You can't pray and I'll pray for you. And I mean, there's not much you can do. I'm praying that you'll get through it, and I'm hoping you do, and I believe you will. And but stay indoors. Do not leave. If you're scared, trust me, a better choice is not outside right now.
And Mayor, just so people can understand, you all had to leave the firehouse because there was damage to the roof because of those winds. And you not damage.
No, we left, but right when we were leaving, the fire station's roof in Lower Lafitte came off. It was reports. So at that point, the weather was so bad, and that I was sending my crew up. I mean, they put their trust in their lives and me making those decisions, and they fought and sacrificed so much. Look, we've been at it for 3 days, and I haven't slept. I know most of them hadn't slept. So they entrusted me with their lives, and so I always, that was a priority for me to get them out at the right time. And Category 5, I mean, look, you got to know if you're staying there, you could be risking your life. And there's nothing, we can't go out and save you right now. It's impossible. Once this wind calms down, and we won't be risking our lives, we're going to get in there. I'll tell you, we'll be the first ones to get in there. Me and my crew will be the first. And call me. You have my number. We have your addresses thanks to Sheriff Lapinto. I'll do my best to check on you, and if I see any serious damage to home, I will come. But just hold tight and try to remain safe.
Mayor Tim Kerner Jr., I just hope that you guys are okay and safe. I know you're a little shaken out. This weather is a lot to handle, a lot to deal with for really anybody. So just take care of yourself, and we'll be in touch.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Wow, scary situation there. You know, you heard the mayor say the roof already coming off one of the firehouses there in Lafitte. Just praying for the people that chose to stay behind and ride out this storm.
All right. In the meantime, the large population area of Houma is where Rob Krieger is. Rob, what are conditions?
Yeah, okay, so look, we wanted to kind of give you a little bit of a behind-the-scenes look. Right now we're in the unit, in the vehicle right now, and I don't know if you can really see from what we're doing. We're feeling the car shake. We're going to get outside right now and show you what it looks like out in Houma. The wind has been blowing really, really ferociously for at least the past 30 minutes or so, and making the car shake, and then we're actually seeing some things like this power pole that's right here near us has just been wobbling back and forth for some time now. So it's really kind of a kind of hairy situation right now, but we're here on this concrete parking garage. As soon as the eye wall kind of comes in closer, we're actually going to go down lower in, but you can just see just how heavy this wind is. It's almost difficult to hear myself talking in this wind. But if you take a look behind me here, I'll kind of step out of the way, and Steve, my photographer, is going to get a look. We're looking down here just kind of through this main commerce area here in Houma. We're right near the governmental building, right next to the hospital here downtown. We see a couple of cars kind of traveling through, but mostly it's been just emergency vehicles on the road right now. So it's deteriorating rapidly, just as we expected. The interesting thing, you're actually looking north right now. So this is kind of what we're dealing with here. Adjust my glasses. The wind is kind of trying to take everything I got on here. So north is behind me, and the wind is coming in this way. So what that tells you is that we are on the western side of the eye here, because as that wind wraps around from where it's coming in Lafourche Parish and then out this way, it's blowing back out. So that actually might, in some cases, be a boon here in Terrebonne Parish to prevent some of that surge from coming in, as that wind just kind of rips it back out this way. But it is really just a large amount of wind. I actually want to take a look over as you kind of look toward closer to the courthouse area downtown. You can see some of these trees that are whipping around in this area, those branches just swaying back and forth in this heavy wind here, and then some of these power lines here. Obviously a little bit of a dangerous situation, certainly, so we're going to make sure that we get into the right spot. But this is something that we've been feeling all day, just powerful gusts of wind kind of blowing the car around, not moving it per se, but kind of shifting. You can feel that sway a little bit. So it's been really a hairy situation, to say the least. And we're just trying to make sure that we can get a good look as these winds come in. But they are picking up. We've been through several storms before. Laura, last year, obviously I've covered Gustav, Isaac. We can name a lot right here, but the winds right now are pretty typical for what I'd expect in a tropical weather event. We haven't felt those incredibly high winds yet, but we do know that they're coming. We do expect them, and we do think that it could cause a lot of damage. Already seeing some trees, some branches down, not trees necessarily yet, but potentially roofs could be impacted as well as some of the signage that we see throughout the area. One of the things I did notice as we were driving around Houma is that the advertising companies, the billboard companies, had actually gone through and ripped holes in all of those billboards to try and prevent them from becoming sails that would then rip down those giant poles. So they've done the work to try and shore that up, but there's certainly some signage and whatnot around that may not be here this time tomorrow. So we're going to keep an eye on it. John, I know that this is, you were talking about the folks down in Lafourche Parish. For the folks here in Houma, we did see some cars that were still at houses, some lights potentially still on. We're just telling those folks, obviously, shelter in place. No need to get out right now. Stay where you are, stay safe, because we're going to have to ride this thing out for the next couple of hours. John?
All right, well, the conditions look as though they might worsen there, Rob. It does appear, though, that there's a chance, that Houma might get on, in general, on the, quote, weaker side of this, so maybe not catastrophic damage. Hopefully. Right, and that's exactly why we decided to kind of come to this area, right? When we cover these events, we want to do it as safely as possible. Look, we're not, out here trying to, cowboy through the storm or whatnot. We want to bring you images that can kind of tell the story so that you can know about your community. But at the same time, we want to be safe, which is why we chose Houma, because as we followed that track, and really David and Bruce and everyone there back at the in the Weather Center have been doing a fantastic job. And that's what we were relying on to decide Houma would be a safer place to get a view of where this storm is coming through, out instead of on the eastern side, which, as they say, that eastern side can be have a lot more of the brunt of the storm. But if that's the brunt, this is pretty bad too. So, we'd hate to be over there on that side. But of course, we're gonna, we'll be in a safe position. I know a lot of folks are reaching out on Facebook asking us to stay safe, and we certainly appreciate all their thoughts. And we are going to remain safe. But we'll be here for you through the duration as we ride through this. And I know everyone in the Weather Center there is going to take care of us as well.
And Rob, John? I just want to point out that utility pole behind you has been swaying this entire time you're doing your live report. So that just shows the sheer force of this wind. Yeah,
you can see some of these utility poles are like beginning to lean a little bit. Yeah. It is a really, goodness gracious. Wow, that was a gust right there. I'm just trying to hold my hat right now. I guess it's really the least of the concerns at this point. But these winds are just are unrelenting. They're continuing. They're not going to stop, at least for some time now. You know, just to kind of give you an idea, there's actually several other, let's see, the awning. So Steve's telling me the awning back behind me here is actually kind of getting a little ripped up. Oh, you can see there on the gas station, it's kind of starting to rip apart a little bit. That you could see how it comes up. That's going to be a sail once that wind comes in and starts to pick it apart. So that's one thing we'll be watching for. But just another little bit of the behind the scenes. There are several other you know, national media organizations that have decided to come here too. So we're also, you know, we're giving you this look that you might see on some other national channels, but we're going to keep it localized for you here and make sure to give you the best look, the best information that you can get right here in Southeast Louisiana. You got to stick with Fox 8 because we're going to have you covered.
I think you just wrote a promo there, Rob.
I guess he did. All right, thanks so much for that, Rob. You know, obviously, look, we're talking miles, a few miles here that makes a huge difference. It's possible that Houma might get a little bit of a break, but that, of course, could mean bad news for LaRose or Lockport farther up over on the Highway 1 side of things. Garland Gillen, in the meantime, is watching conditions around the city, and he is on the Mississippi River right now.
That is right, John. I was on the lakefront earlier, and the wind started whipping and the rain started popping. But out here on the Mississippi River, on the Steamboat Natchez, this rain is starting to pick up, and man, it just smacks you in the face. It's a little painful there. You definitely can feel it. Luckily, there's only a few media members out here. There's no tourists out here anymore. With the rain picking up and the just the wind. I mean, look at the waves rocking against the shore right now. It is wild how much the wind and rain are picking up here on the Mississippi River. Jackson Brewery, which is on the other side of us right now, they actually have, as Tim and Photog pulls around, you can see one of the doors got knocked out of one of the windows in Jack's Brewery. Jack's Brewery's taking a beating right now. There's a lot of plants that have just been left behind that are swaying in the wind there, but you can see the door's been knocked out on the Jack's Brewery on the second floor. So Jack's Brewery is going to definitely take a few hits here. But yeah, coming out here on the Mississippi River next to the Steamboat Natchez, the conditions have definitely worsened in the last 20-30 minutes. And man, when that rain hits, I mean, it definitely brings a little pain to it, a little snapback to you there. But luckily, the wind is not as vicious where I'm getting knocked over there. I got a good firm stance there, but it is no doubt picking up out here. It's gonna there we go. Just waited to go right when we were live on television to really pick this puppy up here. Yeah, the wind is no doubt picking up. I'm gonna send it back to y'all in the studio.
Yeah, Garland, maybe take a few steps away from the water since that wind is picking up there.
What's that, Meg?
Come a little closer to shore, away from the water, Garland. A little closer to safety.
All right.
I'm gonna come in. Yeah, we're gonna. Yeah, my next shot will probably be in a different spot there. But I wanted to at least let you see how crazy the water is right now in the Mississippi River. I mean, those waves are just completely wild right now. Steamboat Natchez is held up there. It looks pretty good right now, but I mean, those waves are impressive, and it's only going to increase as time goes on.
And we've been
back to y'all.
We've been talking about those high winds, and one of the windows, the door too, Garland said, already blown out on Jack's Brewery.
All right, thanks very much, Garland Gillen. We actually got a break when it comes to the river this time because the river's been very low, but David put together a graphic for us here that shows, you know, the Mississippi River at New Orleans, what, David, 10.5 feet roughly at the last reading. It's forecast to go up another 1.5 feet almost.
That's right. That's the current reading, 10.57 feet. The crest here is supposed to be, you know, in 30 minutes at 12 feet. And John, you and I both know the river, and I was down there the other day. I said, wow, it is low. This is where we started last night. I guess it was around 4 or 5 feet, somewhere in that vicinity. So this is all storm surge. That's now happened this morning, and we've seen that happen with other storms, and we're typically not worried about storm surge on the river because when we get to the peak of hurricane season in August and September and even in October, the river is traditionally low.
Which Fortunately for us this time, you know, we've had the 3-4 years in a row now where the river was so high that we had a couple of incidents, a couple of cases of hurricanes where there was concern that the river was at, you know, 15 feet and it might get to that number of 21, which starts to become a problem for overtopping of the levees. So fortunately, the river is where it's supposed to be in that sense. And, you know, the river's flowed backwards, David, in some hurricanes.
That's right, and that is probably what has maybe happened today as well. I mean, look at this. That's how we're getting the surge, right? It's pushing in from the Gulf of Mexico, and so the difference is from 4 to 12, that's about an 8-foot surge on the Mississippi River. Pretty significant. Notice, though, as the storm goes by and we get a reversal of the winds, that will rapidly be coming down later tonight and then tomorrow afternoon. So the Mississippi River safely within its banks at the current time. We've got the eyewall wind warning for the coastal parishes right now and also for the West Bank. We're expecting the winds to continue to increase across all of the immediate South Shore as we go through the afternoon. I always kind of peg between 3 and 9 p.m. would be our worst time for winds. Then, of course, we've got the water situation, the rain that we're going to have to pile on top of that. 150-mile-per-hour winds. We just got this update 30 minutes ago. We're getting them hourly now. This is the noon update, and it's 45 miles to the southeast of Houma, moving northwest at 13. So when we started the morning, it was moving at 16. Now it's moving at 13, and so we've been projecting that this is going to slow down as it makes its turn and begins making more of a northerly movement. So there is where the storm was. See, it went like that, it did a little jog, and then went back on that northwest movement, and it's continuing to move right along the forecast track. So that's the forecast track in red, and there you can see where the center of the storm currently is. A live look now at our lakefront camera from the Landry's parking lot. Huge waves now on Lake Pontchartrain continuing to build as this hurricane moves even closer to our area. Galliano now reporting a wind gust of 78 miles per hour. 61 has been the highest gust at the airport in the lakefront. Belle Chase 51, 46. At Gulfport, Buras, we probably lost the instrument there. I know they have gusted higher than 46 miles per hour there. On the radar picture, there's Galliano. We've been showing you the images out of there. Hurricane conditions there, just getting pummeled in Grand Isle in the eastern eye wall here. And there you can see Lafitte, and there's Houma off to the north and west. And so this side of the storm is definitely drier and not near as strong as what we're seeing on the eastern side of the storm. In fact, coming up in a minute, we're going to show you our Q-Risk storm surge model, and I'm going to have meteorologist Zach Fradella do some Viper tornado detection to kind of show you the difference between the west and the east side of the hurricane. If we go farther to the north, notice that the bands have been increasing across all of the metro area. Moderate to occasionally heavy downpours now impacting all of the South Shore. North of the lake, still not much, but it's coming. Here's the mid-lake. You can see that rain shield is right there. And so not only is the water levels coming up on Lake Pontchartrain, the rain is going to be increasing on the North Shore. And right now, not too much going on across Hancock and Harrison County around Bay St. Louis and past Christiane. Continue to have quite a bit of lightning ongoing in the eye wall, indicating a very dynamic hurricane, a very strong hurricane with a lot of energy that it's releasing, that it's continuing to produce all of this lightning. Right here is the worst of what Ida has to offer, and Grand Isle and the areas around that, Lower Jefferson, are not getting a break. And so this gives you the general flavor of the size of the storm, and the potential for hurricane conditions are going to be greatest after 3 o'clock. So between 3 and 6 and then into 9 o'clock in the evening, moving into the river parishes, parts of the immediate South Shore, and then for areas near Baton Rouge and also north and west of Interstate 55. We could see hurricane force gusts even into Tangipahoa Parish by midnight tonight, and by Monday morning, the wind threat is definitely going to begin to subside. So our storm surge warning is in effect for dangerous water levels. But what we're going to do now is take a look at our potential storm surge map. This is actually our Fox 8 storm surge model, and our center line disappeared, unfortunately. But what I wanted to point out is the center line actually goes like that, right? That's going to be the track. And so west of there, notice We're not expecting a surge of any significance in St. Mary Parish and then west of Cocodrie. All right, those are indicating water levels of maybe up to 3 feet, but just east of where the center is, this is where we're really getting hammered, and we've got some spots in here, 12, 16 feet of surge enveloping all of Grand Isle right now. You can see these high water levels, 12-foot surges, Golden Meadow, Leeville, including Port Fourchon as well, so no surprise there. Let's go a little bit farther north. Let's go up to Lafitte, and these numbers have increased. The amount of water forecast to press into Barataria Bay, now 9 feet, indicated by our Q-Risk storm surge model. So those numbers continue to come up. All of Breton Sound as well. We're seeing definitely up over 9 feet of surge is to be expected above ground, and including Lake Bourne here and also around Shell Beach. Now Lake Pontchartrain, again, the Hurricane Center, they've got 5 to 8 feet of surge expected in the lake, and our Q-Risk storm surge model does match that up. It is showing some spots, though, that could be as high as 9 feet in the southwest corner of the lake here, and then also in the western edge of Lake Maurepas. So the highest levels are going to be the west end and also Madisonville here. This is a 6 to 9 foot possible storm surge in Madisonville there at the base of the Tchefuncte. And finally to the east, also into Bay St. Louis, we could see water levels up to 9 feet there. So significant rises on all of our lakes and also the Gulf Coast with this storm surge. Zach, if it's storm surge, Zach, if it's the Viper tornado detection, and then go back down to where the eye is. Well, we're going to have the generator come on in a second, and we'll fire that back up. I guess we're still on the air. Okay, we're still on the air. We've taken a little power hit here because we lost power at Fox 8, but our generator is firing up. And what we're going to do on Viper, go ahead and zoom in where that eye is, and let's plot. We'll go ahead and plot some of these estimated wind speeds. They're pretty impressive, all right? They're pretty impressive. All right, there we go. Okay, we're back in business. Look at this. So 125, 120, and there's Grand Isle. Right? I mean, they've just been getting just completely inundated with storm surge and severe winds now for several hours. Notice on the west side, it's bad, but not quite as strong as some of these numbers that we're seeing on the east side. And there you can see where the center is right now. The farther north and west you go, these numbers drop up. These numbers are a little bit off the ground, so they might be, these are being measured a little bit above the surface, so they might be a little bit off base, but we do have ground confirmation that we are seeing those extreme winds right at the surface, and that's how it looks on Viper. The big picture now with the rather large eye of Hurricane Ida rumbling now over lower Lafourche and heading for portions of Terrebonne Parish. Let's go to our forecast model. Next concern that I'm going to have is rain, and by 6 p.m. this evening, look at this. And we've got multiple models now indicating we could have a major flood problem developing over the city later on this evening and tonight. In fact, by midnight, we still are showing potentially very strong rain bands sitting across the north and the south shore. And then as we go into Monday morning, maybe things start to lift out a little bit. We'll see. But nevertheless, that flood threat definitely is going to continue into Monday. I think I've got both of these models on here. Here's the high resolution model. And once again, that is showing widespread 5 to 10 inch rains in green. Where you see yellow areas, that's 10 to 15. And there you see a bullseye of 15 to 20 that is just offshore. This is the GFS model, which has not quite a higher resolution as the HER model I was just showing to you. The resolution is a little more coarse, but it's showing the same general idea. Very concerning 15 to 20 inch bullseye right over the city that could be developing later tonight and continuing into Monday. So you put all of those things together, and the models are trying to tell us that there's likely going to be some major rain and major flooding somewhere over southeast Louisiana. So again, we started off the segment talking about the Mississippi River. This is the Ida surge. The river now at 10.57 feet. Here it was at 8 p.m. last night, and it was around 4 feet, and so it's expected to crest here in the next hour or so at 12 feet before beginning a gradual decrease. It may stay elevated just a little bit longer, depending on the speed of the storm, the way things look now. John and Meg, back to you.
So the rain totals were, when you showed the alarming graphic there of the rain total possibilities, that's through 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon?
Yes, that is through 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
And our apologies, we'll switch to graphics there. We're dealing with some
power
outages here that we'll try to deal with.
Yeah, that is until, let me pull that back up. Yeah, that is until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It could continue to rain after that, but the bulk of this is going to be happening during that time.
So a lot of people are familiar with GFS, or the American model, as it's commonly called, people who look at these computer models a lot. Would you explain, I don't want to get too far into the weeds here, but I think it's important, these high-resolution models. So we hear you talk about Viper, that's a high-resolution model. What's the difference between a high-resolution model and a low resolution?
Even the GFS model now is running at 25-kilometer resolution, all right? And then some of these high-resolution models, like the HER, are running even a tighter resolution than that. And that just means it's a coarse, it's not as coarse of a grid. And so they're able to analyze many more data points, so you get a much finer resolution about what's actually happening. You see what I'm saying? So in other words, let me see here if I can go backwards. Well, that's not going to work. Let's go to...
And they were kind of looked down upon, weren't they, by the Hurricane Center for a while, these high
well, I mean,
models?
not all of them are really specifically designed to forecast hurricanes. And of course, they are designed to forecast heavy rainfall events. I mean, the first time I thought, you know what, these models have really come a long way were the 2016 floods. And this particular model started spitting out 30 inches of rain around Baton Rouge, and I thought, come on.
Well, actually, a little bit of background there. It was 6 to 8 days in advance, because I still worked at nights at the time. It was 6 to 8 days. I want to say it was 8 days or 7 days in advance. You looked at me one day and said, somebody's going to get a lot of rain next, Thursday or whatever it was. And I looked at you and thought, what is he talking about?
Well, see, our models were good enough then that we were able to pick up a pattern like that, right? But I mean, I'm sure I didn't say to you, John, 30 inches of rain at that far out.
No, and I think that was something like approaching 7 trillion gallons of water or something like that, which was about the amount of something like 80% of the water that went through the Bonnie Carey spillway opening. So if you look at massive amounts.
If you look at this high resolution model and then you switch to the GFS model, which is now run at a pretty high resolution globally 4 times a day, you see how this one is a little smoother and the other one has a little bit more detail. And so that's the difference. The high resolution model can give a much more detailed picture of what's actually happened.
And by the way, our apologies at home. What has happened here is that we've lost power here at the station, so the generator has kicked on. We can even hear it. I don't think you can hear it off camera.
We're one of the thousands in Orleans Parish right now without power.
We are now among those who don't have power, so we're operating our own power, and there's something about the electronics there that they need to get right, and every once in a while we're losing some lights, but we'll be with you.
All right, well, let's get a check on the situation in Plaquemines Parish. That's where we find our Caitlin Rust live.
I know everyone is talking about the winds right now. It is intense here in Plaquemines Parish. We're in Belle Chase at the EOC right now, and I'm kind of blocked by this big blue brick wall. We're in the garage area. It's a covered garage, but I'm still getting whipped around through here. The wind's still flying through. Some of the first responders that were camped out here were asking me if I had a wind gauge, because we were talking about it earlier, and the gusts were up to 50 miles an hour, but it's definitely intensified. I'm going to step out a little bit more out into the open to show you what it's like. We seem to be in a little bit of a break right now, but the gusts are kind of blowing me over a little bit over here. Some trees are already going down over in that direction. See, there we go. It's taking me away a little bit. so I'm going to come here back behind the wall. But trees have gone down already. A lot of power outages around the parish right now. It's in the tens of thousands of customers because of this wind, and trees are going down. The rain isn't too heavy, but it's just the wind whipping it around. I definitely would not recommend going out on the roads right now. We've seen some people driving real slow, trying to chance it, but I'm here with all the first responders. They're not out on the roads right now. That's how dangerous of a situation this is. I'm going to check in to see how high these wind gusts are right now, but in Venice earlier when I was talking with the parish president and EOC director, they were saying down in Venice the winds were up to 100 miles an hour and they were expecting those to quickly move up north. So the winds are definitely intensifying here in Belle Chase. You can see a lot of debris kind of flowing around with all the trees that are coming down. Nothing too serious yet, no crazy emergencies, but yes, power is out. A lot of the stoplights when we were driving in this way were also out. They had some of the law enforcement over at the high school and they were centered there, but they had to move them over here actually to the EOC because they ran out of power. The power went out over at the high school. So they're over here, there's generators and everything, but even inside the building, you can feel it rumbling and you can feel the building kind of shaking beneath you. The wind is incredibly loud, all the storm shutters are rattling. It's quite unnerving, but everyone's hunkered down here. We're all together and trying to keep the spirits light because we're going to be here for a while because, again, you should not be on the roads right now. It is a very dangerous situation here. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Caitlin Russ, thank you very much, live in Plaquemines Parish for us this afternoon. We want to show you a situation, what it's looking like right now, right outside the Fox 8 studios. This is our tower cam. We actually just had an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. That's a hurricane force gust here in the city of New Orleans. And just think, we're not in the thick of it yet. So an 80-mile-per-hour gust already in the city of New Orleans.
No, there have been more than 100 in Grand Isle. You know, even in Galliano, they're still looking at in the 78 range. I'm sure they've had stronger than that by now, but, you know, you have to have the wind gauge there. So more to come. Natasha Robin is following things in St. Bernard.
We're here in St. Bernard Parish. We're actually back over at the EOC, hunkering down for the storm. We were out on the street, but I have to tell you, the wind gust got so bad out on the street, and we were seeing things kind of flying through the air in certain spots, debris, some tree limbs, things like that. We decided it was best to head on back over here and hunker down, but you can see the wind has certainly picked up. The rain consistently has been falling over the last about hour and a half to 2 hours here in St. Bernard Parish. We drove up and down Judge Perez, and I can tell you we saw a lot of debris. There are garbage cans that have already been tossed around throughout the streets, throughout the neighborhoods, garbage cans that hadn't been picked up. And then also some tree limbs here and there. We saw a little bit of damage to homes and things like that, just small things, fences and things like that. Nothing major at this point. We did see a sign on Judge Perez that was in front of the old IHOP building there. It was an old sign, but it had come down. It had crashed down. It was a big sign, so clearly the wind there had taken it down. But this is really the situation here. We are getting word from the parish officials that 3,100 people throughout St. Bernard Parish are now without power, 3,100 people. And Parish President Guy McGinnis told me that that was his fear, is that a lot of people or everyone would lose power and that the power would be out for an extended period of time. And so people really needed to prepare for that. We do know that a lot of people have evacuated here in St. Bernard Parish. They got out yesterday. A lot of people left yesterday morning and got on the roadways. A lot of people stuck in traffic, but they did get out, and a lot of people stayed. We saw the sandbagging locations very, very busy throughout the day. A lot of people preparing for what could be flooded streets, flooded neighborhoods with the torrential rain that's expected here today. And you can see we're getting some of that now. The wind gusts have been coming through here pretty significantly. I mean, we actually saw a trailer, like a tractor trailer that had flipped over in the parking lot of Home Depot. Looked like it was raised, so the wind probably got up underneath it, but it just goes to show you the power of the wind already here in St. Bernard Parish. On the lower end of St. Bernard Parish, outside of the hurricane protection system, we've seen flooding that started early this morning. Of course, that is expected because of the east wind, but that flooding started early, and the parish president said that they did not expect it to come up as fast as it did. They are getting word that the levees below the hurricane protection system will be overtopped, and probably by about 5 feet on the lower end of St. Bernard Parish, so that we have about 5 feet of water over the roadways there. In the meantime, here inside the hurricane protection system, the flooding that could happen will be from the torrential rain, because the pumps will not be able to keep up, more than likely, if the rain continues to fall for a long period of time. And that's really the situation here. Of course, nobody should be on the road. Everyone should stay inside. It appears that the sheriff's office, the deputies have gotten off of the street. They were patrolling. We saw them riding around. We haven't seen them in quite some time, and I know that I talked to the sheriff about 45 minutes ago, and he said they were getting ready to pull everybody off of the street. So now is the time to hunker down here in St. Bernard Parish for the duration of this storm. In St. Bernard, Natasha Robin, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, thanks, Natasha. Let's get a check on the situation in Lafourche Parish now with Real One Belogan.
In Matthews, the wind is definitely picking up here. We've been getting a number of emergency service alerts going off on our phones telling us to prepare for, quotes, life-threatening winds. That's what parish leaders and city and state officials have been saying leading up to all of this. To show you just some of the strength of the wind here, take a look at just these tall branches on these trees. You can see how they're just moving all over the place. Shows the extent to the increasing winds here. Now, we're not really seeing too much rain, just a light drizzle or so, but it really increases as the wind itself intensifies. Now, for the last half hour or so, the good news, we haven't seen people on the roads. That was happening earlier this morning, just people driving up and down the roadway, and Lafourche Parish sheriff deputies have stopped everyone driving and asking them exactly where they are going. Fortunately, as we pan over where most of the people are going right now, most of them are going to the parish one of the last resort centers here, that their shelters rather, that they've opened across from us here at the Central Lafourche High School. A lot of people have been getting over there within the throughout this morning here. Now the plan is for them to stay put. About 50% of the parish heeded earlier warnings to evacuate. We understand a little less than 50 or so are still in the parish. Some of them are heeding to these last resort shelters. One here, Central Lafourche, and the other one at Thibodeau High School. These are the places where people are seeking shelter as the wind continues to increase, as we wait and see what more we will get from Ida. Reporting from Lafourche Parish, Roman Belogan, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, thanks, Real One. You know, we want to show you the situation in Grand Isle, and you can see from this video just the sheer force of the wind, the amount of rain coming down. The strongest wind gust recorded at this point from Grand Isle, 136 miles per hour. You also have to keep in mind that as the storm is coming ashore, a lot of the weather instruments that record the wind are gone because the wind is so strong. The buoys out there in the Gulf that also kind of measure, you know, the wave heights, gone.
And actually the more serious effect in Grand Isle at the end of the day may be the surge, because the highest surge with a landfall at Fouchon, you would assume the highest surge would be around Grand Isle, perhaps even the eastern side of Grand Isle. Let's get a fresh look at some video and pictures from Kelsey. All right, well, our apologies there. We got a little bit of a problem, but as we approach the 1 o'clock hour, there's a new advisory out, Bruce?